Absolutely. Misconceptions also abound here, and I know this is something that Girls Who Invest is trying to fight as well. The idea that you have to be super quanti to run a fund. It's something that doesn't get communicated very well.
Right, exactly. I think some women think, well, maybe I could, go into sales or banking or something in general, but to run a fund, you have to be just wicked smart and have to be great in math. And of course, those are great skills, but that's not all it requires. And women, it's about managing risks. Like Ann Walsh of Guggenheim said, women are very savvy at managing risk, and that's especially in bonds. That's a big deal,
What was her story? Because she started off on the state pension side, right?
Right. She's amazing. I mean, I said, is this right, this list of all your achievements? Yeah, she started as an accounting degree, said I just happened to go to a pension fund, and then learned about portfolio management, and then went on to just really work hard, MBA, CFA, law degree, you name it. She had to really stack the decks, but, she achieved.
All the credentials are there, and she got her break.
Yep, for sure.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
The early 1990s, Liberian native Richelieu Dennis co-founded Sundial Brands with the goal of creating natural hair and beauty products for consumers of color. In today's Walk the Talk, Bloomberg's ongoing conversation about diversity in the workforce, Jordan Holman sat down with Richelieu to talk about the rise of Sundial.
When we started, first of all, there was nobody producing natural products that were efficacious and that were designed to work on different hair textures and on different skin types. And so what you had was a consumer who desired to have healthier products, natural products, but had no access to anything that actually worked. And so, when you stand on the street corner, people tell you what they want, you better give it to them, otherwise it gets really cold, right? And so We started to take that feedback and started to incorporate that into the things that we were offering. And before you know it, we were selling to other vendors who were bringing feedback from their customers and clients. And so very quickly we got to understand just how underserved women of color were around their hair and their skin.
What has the explosion of the natural hair movement in the U.S. done for your business?
Yeah, as women became more and more empowered or empowering themselves, I should say, to wear their hair natural, to express themselves as freely as they wanted to around the things that were important to them, that really started to drive the adoption of natural hair. And then they actually had products in Shea Moisture that delivered on the promise of what they wanted, right? So I think the two worked hand in hand, and it really took off.
And that was Bloomberg's Jordan Holman speaking with Sundial Brands co-founder Richelieu Dennis. You can get the full interview on Bloomberg.com.
Order filled, order filled, order filled, order filled, order canceled, order filled, order canceled, order canceled, order canceled, order canceled.
LOTOME stands for Locate, Target, and Message. LOTOME helps advertisers collect and organize their consumer data. So if you can imagine that customers engage on the phone, on the web, in a
Order
store,
submitted.
through a coupon,
Order submitted.
we help collect
Order
all
submitted.
of that, attach
Order
it to a
submitted.
profile and activate
Order
it.
submitted.
It's the big data
Order
story.
submitted. Order submitted.
When I started the
Order
company in
submitted.
2006, I saw this unbelievable opportunity around user-generated content. It changed the paradigm for all advertisers. There had to be a platform to protect the brand and get a defined result, which is a sale. That is the genesis of LOTOME. My first year in business, We landed 9 customers on a proof of concept. I then went to venture capitalists and told them the story. And over time, I was able to raise $60 million. I woke up one day in 2011, I had a board meeting. I called our board together, I told them the trends and the data points I was seeing, and we made a decision to cut the company in half and walk away from a $30 million revenue line of business. We took the company and made a huge pivot. We went from about 100 employees down to 50. There was some overlap of customers, but most of the customers were net new customers that we had to go win around a different line of business. We went from a media business that was charging on a campaign basis to a software as a service business that was charging a monthly fee to manage data. One of the key things that happened during the process was what once was just a desktop experience, meaning your computer, suddenly became a mobile device, a television, an iPad. And that is why we bought a company called Admobius in 2012, simply focused on what was called the device problem, cross-device. In a privacy-compliant way, we were able to stitch together profiles and audiences no matter how they were engaging with the brand. We've had about 500% growth in customers since 2014. We've 10x'd our employee base over the past 5 years. We're profitable. Developing profitability in a technology company is something I'm super proud of. Over the next 5 years, I would like to be a very large public enterprise. Almost every device and almost everything we're doing is connected to the internet. Microwaves, refrigerators, automobiles.
Order filled.
Information
Order
that's thrown
canceled.
off from that
Order
device
canceled.
connected to that
Order
consumer.
canceled.
I think there's an opportunity for a public company who's only focused on data, data solutions, and activating customer data. In a world where data is everywhere, we help our customers figure out what it all means. And that's the future of Lotame.
idea for Foley came about in 2009 when I was making a personal shift to a healthier lifestyle generally. And I realized when I was looking into nutrition and fitness that all of these beauty products actually contained a lot of toxins. I realized there was a real opportunity for a clean beauty retail store with all vetted products for safety and performance. Our entire goal is to shift the mindset around the products you apply to your skin. I needed to learn a lot about business and about the beauty industry. I worked on a lavender farm, I worked for a skincare developer, I got a quick MBA at Babson where I focused on the business plan the entire time. In 2013, we opened doors to our first store. I was in there every single day talking to customers, figuring out what this needed to be. I raised a small angel round of $750,000. That lasted us almost 3 years. All the way through to 2016, I was really focused on building a brick and mortar first business. At the same time, there was so much more going on in beauty online than there ever had been. You know, content had become so critical. We decided to make a huge shift in 2016 and change to a digital first business. We decided that digital first was really going to be the only way that we could get the content out there and we could grow fast enough to be able to share our, very unique level of expertise. So we raised a round of $3 million to do that. We needed to build a digital first team. We needed to build a new flexible tech stack. We're very lucky to be in Boston, to be surrounded by a ton of really awesome engineers and folks that are super passionate about mission-driven business as well. We spent a year and a half building it out, figuring out how Foley should exist online. So it'll be between 70 to 80% online by the end of this year. Despite building a digital first business, you can never truly replicate our in-store experience online. We have 2 brick and mortar stores right now, both in Boston. We'll be opening 4 this year. And if everything goes well, we'll open an additional 10 in 2019. So we're going to continue growing content and education online in a huge, huge way. I think the real secret sauce to Foley is we're a highly curated portfolio. Since starting the business, we've tested between 800 to 900 brands. We have 75 brands in the store right now. It's not easy to get on our shelves. We don't carry any full brand portfolios. We carry what the best products are by the brand. It's helping in the repeat rates. It's helping in retention. We're now becoming known as the place to really, truly start your clean beauty journey.
Our mission at Food 52 is to inspire people to eat thoughtfully and live joyfully. We are a comprehensive resource for kitchen and home enthusiasts, and that means that we offer both content and commerce, and then community is a tie that holds it all together. My co-founder Amanda and I both come from traditional print media backgrounds. We were editors and writers. In 2008, 2009, we saw this opportunity to create a brand around kitchen and home that lived online. We went out and got a book deal. We got a $100,000 advance, and we actually used that advance to pay for the building of the initial website. In 2009, when we launched, we started really with recipes. Then in 2010, we raised an angel round, a seed round, of $750,000, which we used to invest in building out our own e-commerce platform. E-commerce represents about 60% of our top-line revenue, and ad sales is the majority of the rest, with a very small bit being cookbook sales. The majority of our advertising is native advertising and branded content. The events are also a key part of all of our lines of business. We do a lot of events with brands on the ad sales side, and then we have our own events on the commerce side, often pop-ups where we're showcasing our products, which you can typically only buy online. Last year, during Cyber Weekend, we had an outage where the company that calculates our sales tax was down for over 12 hours. So we had just a total backup. What we decided to do was to remove the sales tax functionality completely from the checkout process so that orders could get through, and turn it to our advantage by actually making it a promotion. And we followed up with an email the next day, and we said to everyone, we will cover the sales tax through the rest of this weekend. When you have a community that you really are talking so directly with all the time, it enables us to have that sort of direct conversation with people via email, via the site. This is what we're going to do. We're going to turn it around to your advantage because you're that important to us. Right now, we are touching 12 million people on a monthly basis. Our unique visitor growth has been 65% over the past year. We're talking to Amazon Alexa about a partnership. Something we talk about all the time is, what does a Food 52 presence look like offline, a permanent brick and mortar presence? We're very close to profitability, and it is really one of our key focuses for the next 18 months is to become a sustainable business.
Sweet Green, we make every single thing from scratch in store every day. The three of us were just, what if we opened this restaurant? It was just solving a problem that we had in our own life. This problem of wanting to eat something that was healthy, affordable, convenient, and really stood for something that we believed in. We started the company by going out to anyone who we could ask, and we raised about $300,000. 40 people contributed to that very first restaurant. That means the average check was somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000. The place we found to open was tiny. And what that did was it really forced us to simplify everything. And that philosophy has really stuck with us throughout the whole history of the company. It wasn't that sales took off in a crazy way right away, but it was like the people who knew about us loved us. Very soon after we opened the first one, we started exploring the idea of a second and a third one. Our first 7 restaurants, we stayed in the DC area. We had these huge ambitions, but we knew we had to get things right before we scaled it. We've had to raise a lot of capital along the way because we build restaurants, but we never really took on any sort of institutional funding or any big investors. It was about 4 years ago, one of our customers and friends approached us about investing a lot more money. There was a guy named Steve Case. He really believed in our mission. That kind of funding allowed us to invest in people, invest in the community, invest in the systems and infrastructure, allowed us to build a brand. We invested in mobile technology and also rebuilt our restaurants in a responsive way. You can pick up your phone or go online and within just a few clicks, order it, have it on a shelf ready, come pick it up and be out of there. That was really hard. It was more than just building an app. Everything had to be redone. The way we operate, our kitchen systems, our prep, everything we did had to be rethought because all of a sudden it went from like one restaurant, one engine to 2. It took us about 2 years to build that technology. I think sometimes the easy way is not the right way. Instead of resisting it, embrace it and figure out a way to do it the right way, not just the cheap or the easy way. Today we're open across the country in 8 cities. So we're in DC, Philadelphia, Baltimore, New York, Boston, Chicago, LA, and the Bay Area. In 2017, we'll end the year with 85 restaurants. For the next 10 years, we're focused on not only just building restaurants, but building technology that can make it easier for customers to interact and eat healthy. We always say we want to meet customers where they are.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Gotham Greens is a commercial-scale urban farming company. We develop and operate high-tech greenhouse facilities for fresh vegetable production in cities. I was working in the field of sustainability and environmental engineering and became fascinated with the technology that was available to be able to grow crops using a small fraction of the resources compared to conventional farming. And at the same time, I really started to recognize the growing trend in the marketplace toward consumers wanting more local and regionally sourced food. So that's really when the light bulb moment went off. We cobbled together some funding and built a 15,000 square foot rooftop greenhouse in the Greenpoint neighborhood of Brooklyn in 2011. We started pitching supermarket chains, restaurants, we started inviting chefs into the greenhouse facility, and within 3 months we were completely sold out of the produce. And that's when we realized that we were really onto something and we should probably expand. And then a really compelling partnership opportunity came along with Whole Foods Market, which at the time was one of our largest customers, and we crafted an idea to actually design and build a commercial scale greenhouse into the roofs of one of their new supermarkets in Brooklyn, New York. That was almost double the size of the first one and provided our brand with a lot of visibility. Lo and behold, within a few short months of opening that second greenhouse facility, we were yet again sold out of the produce. So we started looking at Chicago, which is also a city with a thriving food culture and a consumer base that's increasingly demanding high quality fresh produce. And that facility is our largest until date, which is about 80,000 square feet or 2 acres. That produces the equivalent of about 50 acres of conventional field farming. This form of farming, which is known as controlled environment agriculture, is really a combination of horticultural science as well as environmental engineering. It was a challenge to find people with this very unique skill set. We conceived of an idea to establish an in-house training program that we now call Gotham Greens University. So we're able to take young graduates out of university or high school vocational programs focused on science and biology and train them to really design these facilities and operate them. Our company has built 4 greenhouse facilities across 2 cities. We have about 160 employees. We've experienced about a 20x growth rate since inception. In our first year of operations, we grew about 500,000 heads of lettuce and leafy greens. And last year, we grew over 20 million heads of lettuce and leafy greens. I believe the future will have us expanding to other cities across the United States, expanding into new products, new product development. Our motto is to be able to harvest and deliver within 24 hours to be able to provide consumers with the freshest possible product and the best tasting product.
Gemmi is a new luxury brand that's providing the customer with the highest quality Italian shoes at prices that have never been historically possible until now. We looked at the luxury marketplace, and there were so many qualities about luxury that were great, but there were some qualities that needed some real reinvention. The incumbents certainly were not reinventing. Shoes happened to be a category that we fell in love with because we love obsession. We want to be a business that occupies a spot, a place in the customer's mind all the time. Shoes create that unique obsession. We think that you've got to be newsworthy. You've got to be different. You've got to have a story to tell. Our consumer knows there's must-see TV every Monday, and it's not about markdowns, it's not about private sales, it's about great new product. We actually don't release that many more products than other traditional retailers do. We just don't do it all at once. The way we describe our company to the consumer is we're old world meets new world. We identified very early on in the business creation a team in Italy that I had some history with that we could in essence acqui-hire. It was a group in Italy, in Florence, that have been in the shoe manufacturing business for generations. There was a whole bunch of challenges in taking the old, historical Italian shoe manufacturing industry and putting this new engine on top of it. Unlike most fashion brands that produce things 4 times a year where you have these big spikes, we're providing them with this constant demand, keeping their factories moving all of the time. We had to get them to start producing products at the pace that we wanted them produced. The only way to solve that was to learn. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our data. They've done a pretty good job of learning through our forecasting what opportunities they can receive by moving faster than they've ever moved before. They've been pretty open to listening about ways to improve their demand forecasting and ways to improve their speed of production, but they're not so open to listening to better ways to make shoes, that's for sure. Probably rightly so. We opened our first store in Soho. 80% of those customers who bought in the store first buy their second purchase online. If you're buying things with the frequency that our consumers buying them, the luxury of multi-channel drives to their purchase pattern. 50% of our buyers come back and buy a second time. Once they buy a second time, on average, they average 4 purchases within a year. We're also seeing consistent 100% growth year over year in total sales and margin continuing to improve in each of those years. So the goal is not go as fast as you can go and grow as fast as you can grow. The goal is with really good controlled growth, ensure that you can double your business for a number of years.
Fox is an online warehouse club. We cut out the membership fees and we deliver it right to you, generally in 2 days or less with free shipping. I grew up in the suburbs of tropical New Jersey, and then moving into Manhattan later in life, I didn't have a car to get to a warehouse club. And so I thought, how many other folks around the country had that similar problem? And so actually moved back into the burbs to start the company in a small 2-car garage in Central Jersey, tape gun in hand. We went after and tried to solve that problem. In the early days, we actually didn't have a marketing budget. Our marketing budget was virtually zero. It forced us to be creative. It forced us to create a very good service where folks would talk about it. So Hoda and Kathy Lee loved the service. They were both like, genius. Sure enough, they talked about us, and from that moment on, we capitalized on that opportunity, went out and raised our first sizable round of financing, and then moved out of the garage. A gigantic challenge that we had actually came up when we started expanding our footprint throughout the U.S. It kind of forced us to make a decision, are we short-term or are we long-term? Treating people right is actually a short-term detriment, meaning that it's so easy to take away benefits or say, hey, we'll pay minimum wage because you see an instant pop on your financial statements. I don't believe that's a long-term good way to drive the business. We took the long-term approach. No matter if you work in a fulfillment center and it's your first day, or you're the chief marketing officer of the company, we're all one team. We need to treat everyone fairly. In the short run, there might not be a line for increased morale and increased sense of team. But over the long run, I truly believe that will pay huge dividends. To this day, we picked that road and has become who we are. Folks have chosen to spend their money with us in pretty large amounts because we do the right thing. Now, our fulfillment footprint is 4 locations throughout the United States, 4 fulfillment centers, 3 offices, and a life spent on an airplane for me these days. Last year was our 3rd full year in business, and we went from virtually 0 in our first year to over 9 figures in that 3rd full year. So it's always been a dream of ours, and especially mine, to push the button at the New York Stock Exchange. We've identified an area where there's a real dearth, a real lack of solutions. And for us, it's about staying focused, not trying to be the everything store, doing wholesale and doing warehouse clubs and doing it right.
Brit & Co. is a new media company that largely reaches millennial women and aims to inspire, inform, and empower them to be more creative. My past is largely out of tech companies. I worked at Google and Apple, and I started realizing the world of digital media was becoming a big trend. I left Google at the age of 25. I was not married yet, and I had saved up enough money to bootstrap my own business for about 6 months. And ultimately, within that 6 months, I made enough traction to raise a seed round, and the rest was history. We have a three-legged stool of revenue. The first is through advertising, and we do primarily native advertising, so branded content as well as experiences and events. We also sell classes online. We have almost 100 courses that women pay for. And then the last leg is through our merchandising business. So one big challenge over the last 12 months has been the notion of whether or not to put our content natively on distributed platforms, ranging from Snapchat to Pinterest to Facebook and Instagram. A lot of the platforms will automatically give you a little bit more reach per their algorithm if you're putting content natively on them. However, they initially had not built monetization tools. So it was a question as to whether we wanted to sacrifice our control over our content and our distribution. I personally believed that the social networks and all of these platforms would get nowhere if they didn't have great high-quality content, and that they would figure out a way to support those people who are providing that content. And that's been paying off. We now reach 125 million uniques a month. We also have 350% growth in revenue bookings year over year. Some of our newer business segments, like our online classes, have grown over 300% year over year as well. We are producing over 100 pieces of content every day and hundreds of videos every month. I think it's so important for a digital brand to have an offline counterpart, especially for any brand that's trying to reach millennials or Gen Z. So we started an event called Remake 4 years ago, just a year into the business. Fast forward to today, it's a 15,000 person festival. It's been doubling in size year over year, which is proof that it's working and that it's only going to go bigger and better from here. We know millennial women, and we want to create content for them no matter where they are and no matter what they're listening to, reading, watching, or generally consuming.
We are a luxury bedding destination that's online only and direct to consumer. The company was started by my wife and I, and we were in the market for new sheets. We just really hated the shopping experience. It wasn't consistent with what we're used to with shopping with apparel or other items online. We first started with some of our savings, I'd say about $20,000 to get the prototypes going, build a website, do a photo shoot. It really went to the bare minimum product. And then we raised a little bit of money from friends and family, about another $100,000 or so. That got us to our Kickstarter, where the goal of the Kickstarter was to finance our first purchase order. Our goal was $50,000 of sales. We ended up selling $230,000 worth of product in the first 30 days with no marketing dollars spent, really just word of mouth. Social media has been really, really important to building the brand and getting the word out. There's some logical people that are in market for our product. People that move into new apartments. Facebook has this data of an address change. People recently engaged that are doing registries. Pinterest is really, really great for the home decor space. And then there's influencers, that people that really spread the word and advocate for the product. We're very confident that once it gets into someone's hands that they're gonna love it. We didn't take any funding until very recently, and we bootstrapped the whole thing, so we had to sell to buy. We would sell all of our inventory, use that money, and roll it over to buy more inventory and more and more. And that created problems of like this up and down, up and down, up and down. It's very hard to get momentum and the wheels turning when that happens. It's planning ahead, getting ahead of your inventory, getting ahead of the demands, just to make sure that you have enough to facilitate the growth. It seems simple, but it's super complicated, the forecasting element that we've gotten much better at. And that's one of the biggest challenges to any consumer products business in year 1 or 2. Our first year of sales was about $250,000. It was mostly the Kickstarter. Year 2 was 10x growth. We broke 20 million in sales last year, so it was another 10x, and now we're on pace to more than double that yet again this year. 5 years down the road, who knows? We might be, the biggest, bedding home goods company in the world. We might get acquired by a bigger company that's looking to get a closer relationship with customers. Once we feel like the bedding category, like we've really mined everything that's there that we could, then there's opportunity to move on to other categories that supplement it in the home space as well. But we're not ready for that. There's a lot more to do where we are right now.
Dia & Co is a personalized online shopping service for women who wear sizes 14 and above. Plus-size women in the U.S. make up about 67% of the population in the U.S. and pretty shockingly make up only 17% of apparel spend in the U.S. Dia was founded on the simple mission of really creating equality for her as a customer and therefore really bringing her to the table for the first time within fashion. One of the things that was very clear for our customer was she was as underserved in retail as she was in media. And what that meant was that discovery channels were actually quite challenging. The one group of people who had meaningful sway and were truly, in a way, the gatekeepers of the plus-size community were the bloggers. And bloggers became our earliest advocates. From there, we benefited from word of mouth and the power of a positive experience, and we've kind of grown from there. We very quickly realized that we had this growing, avid, excited customer base and a distribution network that was working. And where we were having the biggest trouble was in finding really great supply. We're based in New York City, and we would literally scour Manhattan to find the best merchandise in our customers' sizes to send. Eventually, we were able to work with a group of designers that agreed to partnering with us to expand what they were offering. So we've worked with some of the best design and product development teams in the industry to develop 8 brands that are exclusively at Dia, and those brands in a lot of ways make up the backbone of the service. We recently elevated the call that we were making to brands by taking out a full-page ad in the New York Times on the first day of Fashion Week, really calling on brands to step up. The conversation around inclusivity in fashion is one that is had often, but what we haven't seen yet is an actual move from speaking about inclusivity to actually producing the garments that women can wear. And that's a role that we can play, that we feel a responsibility to play, and that we're very excited to play for our customers. The core of our product is understanding our customer as well as is possible. We serve women who are very early in their style journey and some who are much farther along in terms of understanding what they like and what they don't like. And the goal of the service is to really meet her where she is. And it really becomes an iterative relationship where we're showing her product, she's giving us feedback, we're showing her better product, she's giving us feedback, and over time, we get to know her incredibly well. Our mission at Dia is to be the beloved brand of plus-size women.
We were able to start Warby Parker with $120,000. That enabled us to build a website, get some PR support, and purchase our initial inventory of frames. I remember launch really vividly. It was February 2010. We made it live February 15th. We didn't tell our friends or family because we didn't know the website would work. Immediately the orders started pouring in. We hit our first year sales targets in 3 weeks, sold out of our top 15 styles in 4 weeks, and accumulated a wait list of over 20,000 people. We had to start cutting class because we were full-time students at Wharton at the time, getting our MBAs. It was really crisis management. We had orders coming in. We actually didn't have enough inventory to fulfill those orders. We had to think about a communication strategy, a customer service policy. We would just profusely apologize, but also explain to people what was going on. We just launched. We didn't expect to have this much demand. And when you tell people the details, they can have patience and they can understand and sympathize. Brands build relationships with customers much like human beings build relationships with other human beings, and that's through vulnerability. Our first store was actually my apartment. We laid out the glasses on the dining room table, and that was our first foray into learning about the bricks and mortar world. So we did a pop-up, we bought an old yellow school bus, ripped out the interior and turned it into a mobile store, went to over 15 cities across the country. In each city we would be in roughly 3 locations, so we could tell you which intersection performed best for us. So suddenly we had a roadmap for where to open stores. We now have 46 stores across the country. It's really been an important part of Warby Parker's growth. We founded Warby Parker to create a company that would do good in the world. At the very beginning, we committed to distribute a pair of glasses for every pair that we've sold, and we've now distributed several million pairs of glasses to people around the world. We've always believed in aggressive but sustainable growth. There's this mentality of move fast and break things. We believe in moving fast, but move fast deliberately, and when you break things, let's make sure it's not catastrophic. By staying focused and reducing complexity as much as possible, you can actually grow faster, longer. We're trying to build a company that's going to be around for the next 100 years.
Lara, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now, so we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done. But this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers. Yep. Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, etc. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit, because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well,
peanuts by the standards of...
Profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
But do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by...
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy, because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make... You talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things...
Well, I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes, because working with governments, regulators, etc., sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got a sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose. Out of different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent, and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire, and I think as a company we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
Some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is the spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are 3 keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all 3 are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, etc. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in
mean
means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
crashing.
Crashing.
Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate, and it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are, much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space?
I think that
Order filled.
mayors that are
Order filled.
forward-thinking
Order canceled.
understand
Order
that
canceled.
traffic and pollution are a real issue. And I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is
You
a
had that
brand.
motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for
Do you want to
everyone.
make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people. I mean, that's
telling me.
just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward. In 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy, and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that is this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important movement of the company. I'd be reticent to say that it's solved.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of you talked about the top performers. Is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue, perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought, is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous because they have followership within the company because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else because they're the ones who have followership at the company and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, excellent cultural values. And one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company. And he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company, and to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in the space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So, because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. Origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Light Bright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learned so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. and we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits at different wavelengths. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, it is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Conundrum of close Democratic and Republican.
Watching the best of the Middle East. The major stories driving headlines this week. Saudi Arabia's outlook is cut to negative by Moody's as the crash in oil prices and the coronavirus send the kingdom's reserves plunging to the lowest level in a decade. Dubai hotel mogul Khalif al-Hathour says his companies are bleeding because of the pandemic, and the economy cannot wait for a vaccine to become available before major activity resumes. Hear our exclusive interview this hour. And UAE PMI drops for the 6th month running to a record low. Where does the economy go from here? First, Saudi Arabia's outlook has been cut to negative from stable by Moody's Investor Service as the crash in oil prices and the pandemic sent the kingdom's reserves plunging to their lowest level in almost a decade. We got more with Arti Chandrasekaran from Shua Asset Management.
I think markets saw this coming, Yusuf. I guess with oil at where it is, they definitely need a lot of higher fiscal intervention. I think that was coming. We do expect to see spending cuts, which was already there in the pipeline. I think the spending cuts from Vision 2030 projects will also be higher, and could possibly some of the projects could possibly be put on hold, like he said, which would mean that there could be some pressure on non-oil GDP growth as well.
Arti, what are the consequences of that? We've been tracking the FX reserves. They've been under pressure throughout the month. A number of houses have said, look, they're going to hold back on any further drawdown in the FX reserves. They're going to go for bond issuance. But when you hear language like that, cut deeply, items, the list of his items on his list are very long. Vision 2030 projects could go. Do you think that they're drawing a line under the burn on FX reserves and that we'll see them travel a different path financially?
We're looking at anywhere between $100 to $120 billion of deficit for Saudi this year. So if you look at it, $12 billion they have already raised in debt. I'm expecting another 5 to 10 in euro-denominated debt issuance, which could come in quarter two. They could do 20, 25 billion of domestic borrowings. Don't forget, they did this last year from the banking system. That would be roughly about 6% of banking sector lending. That would still mean they will have roughly about $60-70 billion in a gap to plug, which has to come down from reserves. I mean, our expectation is, yes, they do have enough of a cushion in the short and the medium term. They have 2/3 of the GDP in foreign reserves, half of GDP in public investment funds, but we do expect volatility in the sovereign yield curves of Saudi because this.
So, Arti, does that mean that you prefer buying into some of the corporate stores and staying away from the sovereign play?
Yes, on the debt side, yes, that's what we're doing, Yusuf. We do like Saudi, but we are more looking at picking up investment grade investment grade corporates over sovereigns, which kind of offers a better pickup at this point of time. The likes of financials, the like of oil and gas, even the likes of consumer stories.
You make the point that Saudi sovereign trades 80 bips over Malaysia and 80 bips wider than Malaysia, 50, 60 bips higher than Chile. With the kind of fiscal scenario that you just outlined, do those spreads and do those premiums rise, and if so, measurably?
Yes, eventually I think you would see some kind of a spread widening, but let's not also forget that given the funding cushion that Saudi has in terms of the medium term and the short term cushion, close to about $464 billion in terms of foreign reserves and 350 in SPIF, you will not see a greater widening in spread. We need to see what kind of fiscal intervention the government is looking at. Will there be additional taxes? How much of a spending cut are they looking at? So I think it all boils down to different measures that the government will be doing at the end of the day. But widening of spread is something which we cannot totally rule out.
Arti, about 30 companies of approximately 170 on the Dow have reported earnings so far. So we're still in the very early stages, but what has crystallized is a flat sales surprise and a negative to the tune of about 20% earnings surprise. What is the key takeaway in terms of portfolio recommendations? What are you going long on, and what would you like to skip when it comes to Saudi stocks?
As far as Saudi is concerned, definitely we are underweight Saudi equities, Yusuf, overall. Tata will trade at 1.6 times forward earnings, 1.8 books. Looks expensive. Valuations are definitely not reflecting the true sense in the ground. It is getting supported by an invisible hand, I would say, and probably a backstop cushions in the capital market. But it's not something that we would want to jump into. We are underweight on banks. We do like some stories very selectively here and there. The likes of insurance, consumer durables, but overall we are underweight on equities on Saudi.
So, Arti, it's interesting when we look at the complexion of this monumental rally that we've had around the world. In America, it's been huge tech, which has seen the alpha performance. When you look at tech and telcos in our region, how do you differentiate?
As far as telcos are concerned, the numbers that we have so far got, we have seen very mixed set of results in telcos. I mean, it was actually all over the place. You know, Du came out with a weak number. Ooredoo numbers were disappointing. Etisalat's performance was excellent. FTZ was largely in line. Vodafone Qatar was better. Zain came out with weak numbers. So I guess it all boils down to tech is definitely one of the most defensive play in our sectors. We do have position in telcos. During these times, we do expect the volatility to be slightly less compared to the wider benchmark stocks. But again, it all boils down to, which particular region are you having exposure on telcos? So we do like telcos. It's one of the names that we have in our portfolios, but more like the likes of Etisalat, the likes of STZ is what we prefer.
Up next, Dubai hotel mogul Khalif Al-Hattour on why the economy cannot wait for a vaccine before major activity resumes. This is Bloomberg.
During these uncertain times, we remain committed
to providing the news and data driving global markets
to make sense of this situation impacting all of us right now.
And while we may look a bit different,
we stand by that commitment. We're here for you. This is Bloomberg.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. The Dubai hotel mogul Khalif Al-Hattour says his companies are, quote, bleeding because of the coronavirus pandemic, and the economy cannot wait for a vaccine to become available before major activity resumes. The billionaire says his group hasn't yet cut jobs in the hope that global lockdowns will be rolled back by July, allowing tourists to return. Manis spoke to him this week and began by asking whether he agreed with the Damak chairman that 2008 is going to look like a piece of cake compared to this crisis.
2008, I call it the Judgment Day, which was shocking all over the world. But I agree, piece of cake compared to what's happening recently. I mean, this one, paralyzed all over the world, financially, economically, health-wise, even mentally, mentally, we have been kidnapped, and paralyzed. I mean, people cannot think, people cannot plan, people cannot, something which is really shocking.
How hopeful are you
that we can begin to open up the business again by the summertime, by the third quarter? What do you think is possible?
Well, I assume, hopefully, I mean, if let us say open the business here by the end of May, and you know, by July the world open again, the airports, the harbors, everything, seaport, I think we will work very hard and business will react quickly, because the business doesn't want to be, you know, on the stores, doesn't want the business and everything to be locked in. Is jumping from the window. The business itself cannot afford to stay, and we cannot afford except to push hard, you know. But you know, they should be. We should not exaggerate a lot. We should really work hard. Definitely, we have to prevent ourselves. We have to protect our people. We have to protect the world from this virus. But also, you know, now, for example, a lot of countries has opened, like Germany and some of the Scandinavian countries. And we, you know, we have to go on with treatment and vaccine, to wait for the vaccine. We cannot wait for a vaccine up to the end of the year. And it's still working. We have to continue working. We have to open. I'm talking about the world. I'm not talking about UAE. I'm talking about the world, because UAE, without the world, we cannot react.
Can I ask you then, preparing the business, you've got an auto business, hotels and schools. Are you having to cut staff, cut salaries? What changes have you had to make on that front?
We are, I mean, the world is paralyzed. I mean, no doubt that we give a lot of people, they have their due holidays. We gave them their holidays to go live locally, overseas, whatever, you know, most of them. People who doesn't have holiday, we are giving them, I mean, unpaid leave, some of them, and we are feeding them, transporting them, medicating them, and give them accommodation temporary for, I mean, few weeks. Hopefully things will come back.
And if this stretches on, are you going to have to cut back on the staff numbers across the business?
I think you will have no choice. I mean, I have to be honest. I mean, we will have no choice except to cut, but we have to be very careful also, I mean, of to cut. And but I am hopeful, you know, I'm hopeful that thing will react again positively and will work. But in case, I mean, definitely we will minimize in case of anything else, you know. We will minimize staff to go for open leave for a few weeks, few months.
Can I ask you, Khaled, then, in which case, the hotel business, do you see you reopening all of the hotels?
I hope so, but I don't think when the border, all the borders closed, you cannot open the hotels. I mean, we opened the hotel, we have Haftur Palace open, but we are paying losses. I mean, and
will you be able to rehire when you progress and reopen some of the businesses? Do you think you're really going to be able to rehire everybody?
Well, we haven't released anybody. We haven't released anybody until now, and hopefully we will not release anybody. I mean, for example, two of our company working. For example, Diamond Lease. Diamond Lease is hiring cars, leasing cars. We are working, pushing hard on that to compensate some gaps, you know. Schools is working, even it is from distance, but, you know, still working, and we are helping some of the parents in that area who's, we take case by case. But the major thing is hospitality in the world, and airlines, and car business, motors. People, for example, they don't come and buy as much as before, you know, cars. You used to sell to cover your overhead. Now you cannot cover your overhead. We are bleeding, we are paying. You know, we cannot throw everybody out. We cannot release everybody out. We try our best to put a plan, you know, to work together for until things improve.
When you look at the landscape, as you say, you're bleeding, there are other people under pressure as well, Khaled. Do you think it's time to cap the number of hotels that are opened here in Dubai?
Too late to cap. But you know, Dubai is blessed. And I can say that as soon as the airport open their gates, I don't think we need to add more hotels or rooms, but it's enough what we have, and there will be really, you know, gradually filling in.
How are you going to incentivize people to travel to Dubai again?
Yeah, I think yes, we will satisfy them with a better package to come. Definitely, with a good package.
Will you offer big discounts to incentivize people to come?
Yes, sir. Yes, we'll do that.
Khalif, what is the biggest risk that you see from this crisis?
Are you talking about Dubai or are you talking about the world?
Dubai in the first instance.
The risk is unemployment. The risk is the employment, which this is a little bit my concern. I mean, I feel very sorry if I am going to give somebody, unpaid leave or fire them or release them. I mean, to me, this is not my habit. I haven't born with this. I am hiring rather than firing. And, you know, I hate that. But sometimes you have no choice and you have no alternative except to protect yourself.
Have you had to restructure any debt? Have you approached the banks?
No, we haven't approached the bank for the time being because we have a lot of time to see up to the end of the year. And before that, definitely we will talk. And the banks, is ready to work with us, to work with everybody, and keep a good relationship. We are partner, and this is like Catholic marriage with them.
Up next, UAE PMIs drop for the 6 months running to a record low. Where does the economy go from here? We'll explore that next. This is Bloomberg.
After helping to create MSNBC and CNBC, David Zaslav took the helm of Discovery in 2007. Quickly, to streamline the company and relaunch channels so we could take it public all within the span of a year. Since then, Discovery market cap has quadrupled. And now, Discovery is coming to terms with a new world, one where viewers increasingly turn to streaming services for their programming and are moving away from Discovery's core business of traditional cable channels. Leaving Zaslav to make the biggest deal of his life, betting once again on content.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
So you've just completed the biggest deal of your career, I believe, $12 billion for Scripps. Why did you do it?
Well, it's interesting. There's a financial reason. Like a moat in turbulent time. We're different than most big
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. Expo 2020 Dubai is set to be formally delayed by 1 year after enough member states at the world body that awards the event voted in favor of the date change due to the global coronavirus pandemic. We got more with Bloomberg's economy and government reporter Sylvia Buesto.
There are a lot of unanswered questions. The event will just take place 1 year later. They still hope that millions of visitors will come to Dubai for the event. But, you know, delegations tend to make their plans quite a few months in advance, even now. So they'll have to think of ways to reassure people that it will be a good idea in 2021 to congregate in one location via an international airport. So that's, there are questions about how they will reassure people that the event itself will be safe. It's an event that encourages people to mingle in different pavilions on site, and the theme is connecting minds. So they might have to think a little bit differently about connecting, even if in 2021 we don't have these measures in place. They have to think ahead about how to reassure people that this will be something that they would like to do.
Sylvia, we had the PMIs for the United Arab Emirates, and we saw those drop to a record low in the series' history. You look at Expo 2020, that was material for economic activity locally. Can you quantify for us the impact, the likely impact this is going to have on momentum here?
Sure. I mean, the government here was expecting a big economic boost from Expo, not just people coming in for the event itself, but they are expecting the hotel industry to have a boost from this, the catering industry. They were hoping people would help boost the real estate sector. They would come to Dubai, have a look around and think about buying an apartment here. So they've poured millions of dollars into this event. They expected a boost for the economy, a significant one, but it looks like this will be difficult to achieve. And obviously this year would be the year that they would want that boost, and so it's all just being delayed. So it's difficult to quantify right now, but they have to think about ways in which they can still encourage people to come and still encourage people to see Dubai as a good investment for the longer term. So I think the next year or so about how they deal with the virus outbreak and how they deal with international travel will be critical.
And still with the United Arab Emirates now, and the overall PMI dropped for the 6th month running to a record low. Expectations were mixed, but companies were still positive overall of an uplift in output, according to IHS Markit. Meanwhile, Saudi Arabia has had a record drop for the survey in the private sector business output. We got more with Marie Salem. She's the head of institutions at the Mon Investment.
Actually, the numbers are painful indeed, but we do not see that it is the right time to actually comment or penalize entities and countries for the PMI numbers at this stage in time. We all know that the main component of the PMI is imports, exports, and trading activities. And hence, with the lockdown and the shutdown of the countries and businesses around,
order submitted,
order submitted, order submitted, order submitted, order submitted. So the numbers that we are seeing, they are low, they are painful, but they do not give a proper indication of how things are going to turn out to be in the future. We do see a recovery coming in once everything is opened up and businesses are back in action. It will take time, yes, but let us just be realistic when we look at the numbers that were issued yesterday.
Yeah, some say we've got to look through these flash numbers that we get, but then if you take Al Jadan's view that everything's on the table in terms of cuts, you might have to reassess that. Can I ask you about the banks in Saudi? Moody's affirmed the rating. They have a negative outlook. They talk about a weakening government support. They talk about a deteriorating environment, and they are concerned about solvency around a number of individual named institutions, Bank Abelard being one of them, SIB, and Bank Saudi Fransi. Do you stay away from banks in Saudi Arabia? Do you pare back on consumer positions? When you see this kind of Moody's report, what reaction do you have, Marie?
Now, actually, most investors nowadays are not looking anymore for long-term investments. So the reports are some sort of an indication of what's the future and the long-term perspective of the banking sector, given the effect of the coronavirus and other effects. Banks are the support of most businesses. So given the current situation, they're going to be affected definitely. So the outlook, if we're looking for the long term, could be realistic and could be in line of what's going to be happening. But nowadays, traders are not looking for such type of investments. We're just seeing speculators and day traders, short-term investors in the markets, and actually banking sector in Saudi yesterday outperformed. So this is something that we cannot really rely on given the current situation, because we're always looking for the very short-term investment at the moment and not further than that.
Marie, but what you're saying is at odds with the pool of analyst data that we've gathered, because that indicates that they still feel quite strongly about quite a few names in the United Arab Emirates, for example. So the average consensus rating from analysts on names like Emirates NBD, 4.82 out of 5. Emaar Malls, 4.6. Emaar Properties, right? The Achilles heel of the Dubai index is still at a 4.2. Are these way too optimistic then, as far as you're concerned?
Now, we all know, Yusuf, that in the UAE, the markets were already hit at an earlier stage. We had several incidents that actually caused that. Now, being optimistic, yes, we could be optimistic, and we are trying to remain positive. I'm not really sure the numbers to what extent are reflecting the reality, but we need to take something into consideration that in the UAE, it wasn't just for the banks in particular. It wasn't just about the coronavirus and the effects and businesses shutting down. We had a very major incident, which is the NMC scandal, which actually will have impact on those. So we need to be very careful and very accurate when assessing the banking sector and the banks. Now, the earnings came very positive, the way I see it, given the provisions that the two major banks, Emirates NBD and SAB, have actually disclosed. But we still need to remain cautious. The markets in the UAE are underpriced at the moment. We do see that their stocks are extremely cheap, and we do see the potential of pricing picking up and indices actually going higher.
Well, certainly it's what's number 5 or number 6 in terms of global underperformance. Look, one thing which we have got to take as a good sign of relief is our oil prices. They've doubled in nearly 5 days. I know we're pulling back a little bit this morning, but what does that do, Marie, in terms of the narrative? If you can get stabilization, I emphasize the word if, because nobody knows what's going to happen with COVID. There you go. Past 5 days, we're up 36.96% on Brent. That shifts the thinking, doesn't it?
Now, actually, with oil prices, that's actually walking in a minefield. Now, the thing is, with oil prices, we've all seen what had happened back in April with regards to the May futures, and there is some sort of fear that the same is going to happen, or something closer to that is going to happen with the June futures, given that there's nothing major that has changed.
Up next, the CEO of Jazeera Airways tells us why he thinks the company can stay afloat for more than 2 years at its current cash burn rate. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled, order filled, order canceled, order canceled.
Commodity investing is more than buying gold and oil. From coffee and corn to cattle and natural gas, many sectors drive the commodity markets. And the Bloomberg Commodity Index covers them all. With exposure across 23 traded commodities, Bloomberg is the standard for diversification in commodity markets. With full transparency, measure and monitor your investment performance against the benchmark used by commodity professionals globally. More than gold and oil. The Bloomberg Commodity Index.
I'm David Weston. Bloomberg Television is reinventing one of the most iconic brands in financial television for a new audience. Join me to see the news program for the clever investor. This is Bloomberg Wall Street Week.
Welcome back to the best of daybreak Middle East. The CEO of Jazeera Airways says the company can stay afloat for more than 2 years at its current cash burn rate after it moved to cut costs and warned against the potential results of taking state aid. Rohit Ramachandran spoke exclusively to Simone Foxman, who began by asking for a timeline for a return to anything resembling normality.
We have the process very clearly in front of us, but timelines are very hard to give. The process is simple. The first step is for all the governments, one by one, to open up their airports and their countries for two-way air traffic. I believe that is still a month or two away at the very least. It's only after that that one can begin to build air services back again, and then you have to help develop customer confidence and passenger comfort with the idea of traveling again. And so I believe this is going to be a process that will begin with the airports opening up, which is the legal hurdle, and thereafter to start building passenger confidence and sentiment. It's going to be a good 6 to 12 months long, I believe.
Now, what do you think passengers will need to do to fly a Jazeera Airways flight? Obviously, regulation is going to be important, but in your mind, how many people will there be on a flight? Will there be empty seats? Will people be wearing masks?
We already have, during the process of repatriation, set down some of these regulations and processes. The first step is to ensure that passengers feel comfortable and our crew are safe and secure. As a consequence, to enter our terminal, Jazeera Terminal T5 in Kuwait, you do need to have a mask on as well as gloves, and that carries on into the aircraft as well. We don't permit passengers to bring in hand baggage to minimize passenger-to-passenger contact. The jury is still out whether keeping a middle seat free, in fact, does anything beyond giving passengers some comfort. Whether it actually has any medical benefits is yet to be proven, so we're still studying that. But we also have the Jazeera Passenger Reception Center that we have built in Kuwait in coordination with the Ministry of Health. When the government does decide to open up the airport, all our passengers would be screened in real time. So in addition to temperature checks, we would do rapid tests for COVID-19 on passengers to give them, as well as the government, comfort that everything possible is being done.
Can you do that?
Now, you guys got rid of business class as of January 1st, I understand, but now, sitting next to people in economy is kind of a different situation than sitting next to someone in business class. Do you think that it's going to take longer for passengers to truly be comfortable with the kinds of seating arrangements that you guys are offering, given they are closer together?
Well, we passengers, even at that point and even today, have the ability to block the seat next to them with a small additional charge. And we don't foresee passengers coming back in droves on day one of the restrictions being lifted. So I still believe there will be plenty of empty seats, at least in the early days, and thereafter passengers will be able to book and block the seat next to them if they so desire.
Let's talk numbers really quickly. You told my colleague Fiona last week that you guys have $100 million worth of cash reserves on hand, that you haven't sought government aid, and that you haven't approached banks for loans. At the current operational level, how long does $100 million last you?
The key here, Simone, is to make sure that you reduce your fixed costs to the maximum extent possible, because like we discussed earlier, we don't have visibility into how long this crisis will last. So yes, we have a strong balance sheet. Yes, we have decent cash reserves. We have taken some painful decisions all around. All the stakeholders have taken painful decisions. We have unfortunately had to let go of about 30% of our workforce, and we would like nothing better than to get our valued colleagues back once things improve, and that's certainly our intention. Our management team has taken a 50% pay cut for the duration of this crisis. I myself am on zero salary since February for the duration of this crisis. Our board and shareholders, despite having had a very good year last year, have sacrificed the dividend that was announced, and that cash remains within the company. And our lessors, aircraft lessors, are supporting us during this period and are engaging with us in a conversation to defer and waive aircraft lease rentals. All these help towards conserving cash, which is the priority of the day. And yes, we haven't actively sought government aid, but there is a conversation going on. We also, due to our strong balance sheet, have several untapped lines of credit with many banks, which if we wish to at some point, we can certainly draw down on. And at current cash burn rates, we can sustain at least 25 to 27 months.
25 to 27 months. Yeah, because I'm curious in terms of this government aid, if some of your competitors in the region or around the world are seeking government aid, even if you can survive without it, doesn't it put you at a disadvantage not to have more capital from the government?
Filled. Order
There's
submitted.
no such thing as
Order
a free
submitted.
lunch, as we all saw with Lufthansa day before yesterday, with the government actually coming in and buying 25% stake in the company. So yes, airlines that are owned by governments will be supported by governments. For us, as a listed company in the Kuwait Stock Exchange, our primary aim is to stand on our own feet. We believe that the strong, nimble airlines will survive and thrive after this crisis, but it's going to be a tough slog to get there.
Well, to that end, looking forward, I know in February, early February, you said that your 2-year plan was for 25 planes, 50 destinations. Obviously, at early February, the outlook was quite a bit different. Is that plan on ice, or do you still think you can get there?
The plan is very much there. We just need to push everything out by 18 months.
18 months more. Okay, so 3.5-year plan. Quickly, do you see any opportunities for potential acquisitions, consolidation in the industry that could bring benefit to Jazeera Airways?
We are looking at a number of possibilities. As you know, one of the things that's unique about Jazeera is we are the only airline that I know of that owns its own terminal. And that, I believe, is something that we're building on the concept, and moving forward, that will play a major role, the terminal and other associated businesses with the terminal. We're also looking at a number of other opportunities with respect to fleet. As you know, never let a good crisis go unexploited, and so we're looking at a number of those possibilities.
Up next, Saudi stocks dropped the most in almost 8 weeks after the kingdom's finance minister said painful measures are needed. More on that next. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order canceled.
Built us, we built them, and together I think we're going to come up with something idea is who are the best and the brightest. Because when we looked at it, we said when it comes to nonfiction, who are the best two producers of nonfiction content, and who is best at monetizing. And we looked and we said, in some areas they're better than us, in some areas we're better than them. We put these two together, and we will spend.
Welcome back to the best of Daybreak Middle East. Let's get more on Saudi Arabia now, and stocks dropped the most in almost 8 weeks on Sunday after the kingdom's finance minister said painful measures, including deep spending cuts, are needed to respond to the coronavirus crisis and the crash in oil prices. We dug into that with Jaap Meijer. He's the head of equity research at Arcam Capital.
I think about...
Yeah, we're not too worried about the peg. We think the FX reserves are still ample for the even next 6 years to sustain these low oil prices. So we think this is not at risk, and also we don't think there's not much point to do away the peg, given that exports are all based or derivatives, and there's not a lot of import substitution at the moment when domestic production and manufacturing is still quite limited. So we don't think that's happening, but we think fiscal austerity will have to come through at one point. And these announcements obviously is a little bit faster than expected. We had expected about 22% deficit this year. Bear in mind that the first quarter deficit was very low, but most things, usually during the course of the year, things accelerate, particularly towards the fourth quarter. And we've always been saying that the recovery will be quite slow, because once COVID-19 crisis behind you, you will start to see those fiscal cuts coming through, and that will actually delay or slow down the recovery quite a bit in our view.
So, Jaap, if they're not going to abandon the peg, then what's the scale of fiscal righting that needs to take place? Goldman Sachs have their note out. They say to deal with $30 oil, you're going to need 15% of GDP to be cut fiscally. What do you think the cuts, the size, the scale, and duration will be?
I would expect even more, like around, if you're working with $30 a barrel, you need to probably cut 20% of the GDP. I don't think, in fact, oil prices will remain low this long. We think 50 is probably the best medium-term outcome. So I think if you work your fiscal situation towards $50 a barrel, you will have to probably take out about 10% of GDP. And if you do this gradually, which was always be the plan, that's about 2.5% of GDP of headwind. So I think this is about the maximum I think the economy can sustain.
Yeah. Yeah, so in terms of how that translates into some of your recommendations for equity exposure in the kingdom, in the past you've been very cautious. I mean, is now the time to pick up some of those more defensive names on the index that have the balance sheets to weather this?
Well, there's very few stories that we like. For example, Sadafco, we just reported some fantastic results. So obviously one of the key beneficiaries of lower input prices and quite ramped up demand for milk. For the rest, we've been strongly underway, let's say Saudi, because we feel that the market had been propped up by domestic buying to support the market. So the risk reward wasn't that attractive. We're not invested in any of the banks because we think even though the first quarter that was reported by the central bank only showed a 2% decline in earnings, we think this is just the beginning of it, as banks have not yet updated their expected credit loss models for the downturn. So once that comes through in the next few quarters, we think earnings will fall quite dramatically for the banking sector.
Yeah, we're in the process of reopening the malls, reopening the cities here. And in Saudi Arabia, and you draw attention to those companies that have the capacity to give latitude in terms of rent. You specifically talk about the challenges within Emaar Malls, and you have a particular view on Aldo. Talk me through the differentiation on the trade.
Yeah, so obviously we start to see a staggered reopening of the malls in the UAE and Saudi, with the notable exception of Kuwait. Kuwait might follow after the end of Ramadan. Obviously, this follows 40 days of lockdown with zero rental collections. Well, for the first quarter, we expect about 20% lower collections because obviously we started mid-March. This accelerates to about 50% in the second quarter despite these measures. So this pencils down to about 40 to 50% EPS decline for the GCC mall operators. And in fact, for the first quarter, and in fact, we expect losses for Arabian centers, Mobani, for the second quarter. Another key challenge, as you rightly pointed out, is the liquidity position of Emaar malls. They only have cash for the next 4 months, basically, kind of cope with the current situation. And this limits their capacity to extend rental discounts and waivers. So that's the issue. They just announced, by the way, that they have come through with some discounts yesterday, but still is less strong than the other mall operators would be doing. We also highlight some related party risk for Arabian centers, which could delay the collections, and also Kuwait being still closed. That's a huge challenge for Mobani. Obviously, the stocks has been picked up in Emaar malls was about up 20% because of these announcements. We think still the situation will be very challenging for the second quarter. And I don't think, if you look at China as an example, footfall will still be down 50% year over year, even if you are fully open.
Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu can form a government despite the corruption charges against him. That was the ruling from the country's highest court this week. We got more with our executive editor for the Middle East, Riyad Hamade.
So the next step is, well, they've already said that probably next Wednesday they're going to swear in the new government. Obviously, they will need to do two things. One is to pass legislation to get the new coalition agreement through, because it's quite a convoluted agreement. And the second thing is, of course, to get the votes in Parliament. However, both those things should be fine. They seem to have the votes more than enough, more than the 61 that they need. So the expectation is that by next Wednesday, we will have a new government in Israel.
On this program, we've spoken time and time again over the years about Mr. Netanyahu's uncanny ability to survive all political challenges that are thrown his way. This new arrangement, how is that likely going to weigh on his ability and the government's ability to conduct policy?
That's the whole raison d'etre, in a way, of this government from the point of view of Benny Gantz, at least, who basically, after 3 inconclusive elections where he failed to get the majority that he needs, the votes that he needs to take over from Benjamin Netanyahu, argued that given the extraordinary circumstances the world and also Israel is going through, he should join with Netanyahu in forming a national unity government. He did that even at risk of splitting his own party, which he did. The party split because half the party went off and said they don't accept this. The issue, of course, has been Netanyahu's indictment, and the trial is expected to start in a couple of weeks. So that has been a hugely controversial and really a core part of the negotiations between the two, and also a reason why the agreement is so convoluted, because one of the aims was to protect, in a way, Netanyahu from the trial.
Up next, China's April exports rise 3.5% in dollar terms. An 11% drop had been expected. We have the full details next. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
Really big issues for the United States right now is the so-called dreamers. These are the young people who were brought here as children. And the question is, do they get to stay as adults, essentially? Do you have a Coca-Cola?
Yeah, we have some people in our order filled. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
Welcome back to
Order
the best
submitted.
of Daybreak
Order
Minerals.
canceled.
We got a
Order
rate decision
canceled.
from the Reserve
Order
Bank of
canceled.
Australia whilst we were on air on Tuesday. We went through the details with our Asia economics reporter, Michelle Jamrisko.
Well, you know, I haven't been a wholly big subscriber to the V-shaped recovery theory just because there's such a wide uncertainty right now, and you hear it from global central banks, you know, all across the world are talking about, you know, speaking in scenarios and not in ranges that they're used to. So there's a significant amount of uncertainty. I think the forecasts that are out today with this statement kind of echo what we heard from the Treasurer, Josh Frydenberg, earlier in the week in terms of the depth of the pain right now in this quarter, in the first half of the year, and then on throughout the rest of 2020. But it is encouraging, as you mentioned, the 6% bounce back that they're seeing for 2021. At the same time, it's hard to celebrate any of these numbers when you have an economy that is seen to be doing relatively well compared to peers in the region and across the world, and yet Australia still will probably break its impressive almost 30-year record of expansion and fall into a recession due to the coronavirus effect. So, you know, certainly a mixed picture. I think on the whole, this decision, of course, everyone had expected, all 31 economists in the Bloomberg survey had expected for no change in the policy rate. That really wasn't where the focus was. So we're looking for hearing more, including throughout the week in the monetary policy statement Friday, in terms of what the direction going forward is on bond buying that they seem to be tapering of late and seem less of a need for, and also on further color on those economic projections, as you mentioned.
Michelle, you look at the statement and there's no direct reference to China, and usually there isn't, but also the commentary is fairly thin. I mean, what else were some of your key takeaways? What else stood out to you?
That's right. I mean, they did refrain from kind of citing projections on the Chinese economy directly in the statement. Again, that might be something that they leave to the monetary policy statement later in the week. I think, you know, we're still diving into these numbers and throughout the statement trying to read between the lines on what Governor Lowe and his comrades have said on the committee. But, you know, we're looking at what is their read of the inflation picture of these numbers that are continually coming out of the economy day to day. Australia today had, you know, a range of data, and it, again, there's sort of a mixed picture. Of course, the PMIs are not looking good. We saw both on construction as well as services and a composite index, all, you know, just abysmal numbers. It's almost not even worth, you know, going into the exact figures these days on these PMIs because they're just so bad and so off the charts. But at the same time, you see consumer confidence picking up. So there was a measure today that showed continued steady gains on that front, and I think that makes sense given what we're seeing elsewhere on Australia's policy front. They're looking at, you know, easing some of the travel restrictions and other lockdown restrictions later this week. There's news of Jacinda Ardern, the New Zealand Prime Minister, joining officials in Australia to talk about how they might be able to set up a sort of sphere where they can allow consumers and travelers between the two countries, at least at first, as those are seen to have the confirmed cases of coronavirus under control. So there are signs that, you know, maybe they have some rebound ahead, but there's still some questions around how the policy can continue to support that. And all the signs are that they're willing to do more, but maybe in a bit of a pause right now in terms of direct stimulus.
China's April exports rose 3.5% in dollar terms. An 11% drop had been expected, but imports slumped by more than forecast. Meanwhile, Beijing was set to be considering not setting a numerical GDP growth target this year.
Order submitted.
More with
Order
Pierre
submitted.
Charles. He's the Fixed Income Investment Director and M&G Investments.
China's an interesting area, of course, because they were the first going into the virus. So a lot of the recent data in terms of retail sales or industrial production did show that they were starting to turn the corner. So some encouraging signs, even though obviously global demand, which is an important component of Chinese growth, remains subdued.
In terms of the GDP targets, which have in a way become sacrosanct to Chinese economic policy thinking, Bloomberg understands that could be on the table for a drop, and there are some alternatives being considered for that. We have the graphic that tells the powerful story of the collapse in Chinese GDP numbers in the last quarter. What would you tell policymakers at this point about how they go about this to give you as an investor more clarity?
Yeah, well, obviously, I mean, the Chinese economies and the authorities have been targeting a very stable growth rate, which is averaged around 6 to 6.5% a year over the past decade or so. And this year, I mean, Q1 GDP was minus 6.8%. So obviously, growth is going to be much lower than that. So maybe it's just a way of altering the course and to putting attention on some other parts of the Chinese economy, like employment or supporting the sectors that are the most in danger. So maybe they want to implement more targeted measures rather than just have a broad, all-encompassing GDP goal.
Pierre, in your conversations with clients, run me through the recommendations that you've been giving. What do you like and what don't you like when it comes to the Asian fixed income space?
Yeah, so I mean, broadly, we focus on the global bond markets and especially the global credit market. In terms of Asia, if you look at so maybe Chinese investment-grade corporate bonds, they have been actually very resilient, and they've actually outperformed the broader emerging markets. So that's really not where we see the most opportunities. Where we have been adding some exposures to is to the high-yield markets in China. Of course, a lot more risky, especially some of the real estate developers. But some of those do have access to onshore funding. Again, the data from the virus has been encouraging in China recently. So that's where we're finding some of the opportunities within Asia.
Remember, you can catch Daybreak with Lee every Sunday to Thursday morning right here on Bloomberg Television. That's at 8 a.m. Dubai time. Do join us then. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled, order filled, order canceled, order canceled.
Fuel, corn, livestock, precious metals. Commodities are everywhere, and so is Bloomberg. Bloomberg commodity indices deliver leading benchmarks for true diversification. Adding commodity exposure can help hedge against inflation and diversify your stock and bond portfolios. With full data transparency and broad distribution, the Bloomberg suite of commodity indices is your measure for the commodity markets. With Bloomberg, you've got the markets covered.
Founded more than a century ago from humble origins, L'Oréal is now the world's biggest beauty products company. Specializing in cosmetics, hair, and skincare, it boasts an international portfolio of 34 brands and has a market cap of more than 105 billion euros. At the helm, a man who's dedicated his entire career to the company. Over 4 decades, he's covered all facets of the business. Today, on Leaders with Lacroix, we meet Jean-Paul Agon, Chairman and CEO of L'Oréal.
Monsieur Agon, thank you so much for speaking to Bloomberg.
Pleasure.
What happened to L'Oréal in the last 10 years? Innovation, your share price has grown. Was it exciting times?
Yeah, very exciting. You know, I started as a CEO 10 years ago. It has been 10 years very exciting. Of course, we had a crisis in 2008 and 9, but globally the business has been very good. We have been growing, acquiring brands, launching new products, gaining market shares everywhere in Europe, USA, China. No, very exciting, fantastic.
What's been the most fun?
In fact, the most fun has been the past 3-4 years, because thanks to the digital revolution, everything has been transformed. And as I tell my teams, I think that this industry, our business, our company has more changed in the past 3 years than in the previous 30 years. So it's an amazing time, extremely exciting.
So is this the way you sell, or is it the way that people actually look at makeup?
No, in fact, it's the relationship between brands and consumers. In fact, the digital has completely transformed the relationship between the two. Before that, you know, the brands were talking to consumers, pushing towards them information or whatever. But now the consumer has taken the power. The consumer decides how he wants to see the brands, what he wants to know, what he wants to discover them. Digital, in fact, creates a relationship that has nothing to do with what existed before.
But isn't it much more difficult, therefore, to control your brand?
Yeah, but at the same time, it's more exciting, and it enriches the relationship. So now, thanks to digital, we can communicate the content of our brands. We can do tutorials to explain how the products work, how they should be used. We can have a personalized relationship with consumers. So it's a completely new dimension. It's much more rich and exciting.
So what sells at the moment? Is it the luxury brands or is it the more consumer brands?
This year, luxury. This year, luxury has been booming everywhere, mostly with Chinese consumers. You know, Chinese consumers are fantastic. They love beauty, they love luxury, they love our brands, and our business with Chinese consumers everywhere has been booming.
L'Oréal's global reach stretches across 140 countries. About 2/3 of its sales are generated outside of Europe. Much attention has shifted to China, where strong demand for high-end lipstick and perfume is driving growth. In 2015, China surpassed France to become the group's second biggest market behind the United States. Some of the success is being attributed to selfies, with camera-conscious millennials buying more makeup than ever before to look good instantly.
Have you had to adapt to the Chinese market?
Yeah, in fact, the products we sell, not for all brands, because the luxury brands, for example, are the same all over the world, of course, but for our mass brands like L'Oréal, like Maybelline, the product that we sell in China are formulated in China by Chinese, in our Chinese labs.
Because of regulation?
Not only, but also because we want to create the products that are absolutely right for them, especially skincare, because their needs, their skin, their aspirations are specific, are different. So we formulate in our Chinese labs, we manufacture in our Chinese factories, and L'Oréal now L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand in China.
I've also been reading that one of the most popular products is actually a homemade, I guess, range of cosmetics wear, which is favored by the wife of the president, President Xi.
Yeah, it's a great brand, but still the #1 beauty brand in China, the preferred beauty brand by Chinese women is L'Oréal. L'Oréal Paris, they call it with the Chinese name, it's Pali Olaya, which is beautiful, by the way. And it's great because, you know, the L'Oréal Paris is the #1 beauty brand for Chinese, for Americans, for Europeans, for Russians, everywhere. So it's
not bad.
Satisfaction. Yeah, not bad.
So tell me about your success in China. Is it through distribution? Is it through ads? Is it through celebrities? What's the attraction for your brand by the Chinese?
You know, the reason of success of our brands everywhere is always the same. It's #1 quality. You know, For all our brands, our absolute priority is the quality and safety of our products, and it's something that the Chinese respect a lot. It's very important for them. Number one, innovation. Innovation is extremely important. It's an industry where you have to innovate a lot. You know, more than 15% of our products every year are new in order to keep innovation flowing very strongly. Of course, it's the imagery of the brands. You know, brands like Yves Saint Laurent, Lancôme, Giorgio Armani, L'Oréal Paris. It's a beautiful imagery, and Chinese consumers are very sensitive to that. They like it.
Is the U.S. tough? A tough market?
The U.S. this year is a bit tougher, a bit softer, let's say. It's not really tough, but it's a bit softer. Certainly softer than China. But it depends. You know, last year the U.S. was very good. So every year, it's funny because every year the market, roughly, globally, is more or less growing at 4%. But it's never made exactly the same way.
But so how difficult is it to predict what will work and what won't? Why am I using this mascara, not the other mascara? Why am I using this foundation, not the other?
Again, it's very, when you know well your consumers, when you understand their desires, when you can guess their dreams or expectations, then you can really create what they will love.
What will the next 4 years bring? Is there a specific market that you think will grow more? Is it, for example, men's cosmetics or something else?
You know, digital, I think, will be the most important element of transformation of the market. So definitely we're going to see e-commerce growing. For example, e-commerce in China is already more than 30% of our sales for our mass market brands. So it's huge. So we're going to see digital growing. We're going to see probably new channels also emerging, like specialty stores, our own stores. We are very big in also growing segment is the travel retail, the stores in the airports, because more and more people are traveling. So I think there will be new channels. In terms of regions, of course, the emerging markets are still growing, and our categories are growing too. Makeup has been booming for 2 or 3 years. I think it's going to keep booming. Skincare is growing too. So honestly, I'm very optimistic about the short-term, middle-term, and long-term perspective of this industry.
What do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends. We were talking about what the next 4 years will bring,
Yeah.
and it's a lot more e-commerce. How do I choose my makeup online? It must be difficult to choose the right coloring.
No, because now you have some technologies that are amazing. You know, you can test online on your cell phone, for example, simulate the application of the makeup on your face, and then you see yourself with the lips covered with the lipstick you want, the shade you need, the powder, the mascaras. You know, I did a demonstration of that to my board, you know, completely made up, and it was they were ecstatic.
Was that for the launch of the app?
Yeah.
And so they said yes.
Yeah, I wanted
Fantastic.
I wanted to share with the board the fantastic progress of technology. It's amazing.
Oh, I could look like pure red. Oh, wow.
The lipstick is moving with my mouth, and I know that I don't have any on.
It's like Amy Winehouse flips. It's brilliant. I can't stop looking at myself.
So this is amazing because you also have to then change, I guess, your research and development. How much of the overall cost goes on actual digital products?
Well, it's difficult to say because it's everywhere, in every brand, in every division. But what I can say is that now, more in terms of media, 1/3 of all the media that we do now goes on digital. In terms of e-commerce, 7% roughly of the sales that we do go on e-commerce through digital, and it's growing 30% a year. So there is a shift happening, which is extremely fast, extremely strong.
The company that invented the platinum blonde is constantly innovating and developing new products as consumer demand changes. At its lab in Paris, scientists have studied more than 7,000 types of hair and are now experimenting with 3D printing. The hope is to one day help people suffering from hair loss. L'Oréal's already created fake skin to avoid testing products on animals and invented a UV patch to monitor exposure to the sun's rays.
We have the #1 R&D facilities in the world. We are spending roughly 3.5% of our sales in research and innovation. And obviously, the most important topics are hair, skin, and hair. This is where we invent and create new formulations for hair care, hair color, all type of hair products.
You also have a patch?
Yeah.
Is that right?
UV patch.
A UV patch, so you
Yeah.
put it on to see when you're overexposed to the sun.
Yeah, it's a creation that was made 2 years ago that we presented at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas last year. And it's a UV patch, you put it on your skin, and it's linked to your cell phone. And it calls you or it rings when your exposure to UV has been too high. It's a fantastic tool.
So do you think there's going to be more of a trend, which I guess is between the cosmetics and the healthcare?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and also with internet, you know, this triangle between beauty, health of the skin or hair, and Internet of Things is creating new opportunities, and that's going to be very useful for consumers.
What do you like about your job the most?
I love understanding people. You know, I think that one of my strengths is the capacity of empathy with consumers. So I have this capacity to understand, to feel, to guess what consumer want, what is their desires, sometimes their dreams, and then to be able to formulate products that will respond to these dreams.
Do you believe you have to take risks to innovate, or
yeah.
actually, do you?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, because every innovation by definition is a bet. Every launch is a bet. It's like a new film or a new movie or new music. You never know in advance. But that's the magic of it.
So what do you think you spend most of your innovation on? Is it, for example, making a lipstick that lasts longer? Is it kind of changing it a little bit? I know you have so many products, it's unfair.
And a few secrets.
And a few secrets, but you can tell us, we're amongst friends.
No, we are working on all categories. You know, we have 3,500 researchers from many departments, and they are all working on all type of cosmetics: skincare, hair care, hair color, all sun care. And because fundamentally, as I told you, we really believe first and foremost in terms of efficacy and quality. So the mission of the company, which is beauty for all, is also not only beauty for all, but the best of beauty, the best quality, the best performance, the best efficacy, the best safety, and that keeps us busy.
3,500 researchers.
Yeah.
How long does it take from, I don't know who has a concept of, for example, a new product, until that product being on the shelf for someone to buy?
Depends. Can be very quick when the formulation is easy. Can take maybe 6 months. Or when for example, the marketing guy has a vision, has a dream, but the labs don't know exactly how to formulate it, can take 2 years, 3 years. Really depends.
Mega volume on top, mega volume on bottom. Share it with your friends and buy makeup instantly.
One of the criticisms often leveled at the beauty industry is that it's only for young people. Is there any truth in that?
Order
No,
filled.
not all, of course
Order
not.
filled. Order filled.
For the
Order
stupid,
cancelled.
because we
Order
are
cancelled.
addressing
Order
all
cancelled.
needs for all people, and look at our ambassadors. For example, Jane Fonda, Helen Mirren, they are not millennials. So no, honestly not.
Do you sell more to millennials or to people of a more certain age?
No, we sell to everyone. It depends the brand. The brands, of course, some of our brands like NYX, Urban Decay are more targeting young people. Biotherm or L'Oréal Paris may target other categories of consumers. But no, we cover the whole scope of consumers. And in terms of age, in terms of diversity, in terms of countries, Chinese, Brazilian, Europeans, everyone. It's a beauty for all.
So how do you sell to the emerging markets?
We adapt the product that we sell, of course. We make sure that they are affordable and that people can buy them. Brazil, for example, is very interesting because Brazil is the country in the world where the hair is completely unique, because it's such a mixed country in terms of ethnic origins, that the blend is completely amazing, and that you have to create for Brazilian hair care products that are completely specific. And by the way, it's very interesting because sometimes they are the most demanding consumers, and so when you can create in Brazil a product that is good for them, then you can make it for the world, because it's going to be great for everyone.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials?
There is an urgency, clearly. We are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat.
Yet despite all of that, we're seeing
For Jean-Paul Agon, life at L'Oréal began in sales 39 years ago. He quickly understood the power of advertising.
Read my lips. I'm worth it.
The company obviously thinks it is worth it, spending more than $8 billion a year selling and marketing its brands. A third of that on digital media.
When I was 20 years old, I was in a business school, and at the end, I knew I wanted to do marketing. And for me, beauty is the supreme art of marketing, because it's a marketing that is not only about understanding, analytics, but it's also about emotion, guessing, creation. So I think it's a fantastic marketing. There is no better marketing than beauty marketing.
And from that 20-year-old Jean-Paul Agon, what have you learned about yourself?
My God, a lot, because it was a long time ago. No, it took me, many years to get where I am today. But I was always passionate. I think the incredible part of L'Oréal also is that every day is a new adventure. Every day is a passion. It's a company made of really passionate people, and every new mission is an adventure.
So what are you like as a leader? Micromanaging or overview?
I like overview, and from time to time I'm tempted to do micromanagement. But when I do that, my team say, Jean-Paul, you should not bother with that. Let us do it.
Do you review, though, the end product every time, or how does it work?
As much as, I have meetings with, of course, with all the brands, not all the time, of course. I travel many countries around the world, and I'm just trying to help, to make sure that we are taking the right directions, pushing in the right innovations, understanding enough the consumers we are dealing with, trying to pilot ship.
L'Oréal's Sharing Beauty with All program, launched in 2013, was designed to transform the business. Jean-Paul Agon was determined to make the company ethically and environmentally sustainable. It's been recognized for its efforts, awarded a AAA for water management, climate, and action against deforestation.
So when did you start thinking about sustainability?
Pretty a long time ago, especially when I came back from the USA and I took over as a CEO. I really understood at the time that for a company like L'Oréal, especially because we are the leader of the beauty industry, we had to make sure that also we would do the best and the most to make the planet a beautiful place.
What started it? Is it because you say we sell so much that we have to make sure that it doesn't go to waste? Or is it also because the consumers want something that's more sustainable? Or is it because the employees you hire want something more sustainable?
Very good points. I think it's all of that. First, because we have a moral duty. Secondly, because it's what our employees are asking for. Third, because it's what consumers want. Fourth, because it's what the society expects from a big company like us. So that's why we really went into this direction.
Does it make a difference for the consumer? I remember you telling me a couple of years ago, that if a consumer has a choice of a sustainable shampoo or a shampoo that makes our hair better, we'll always go for the shampoo that makes our hair better.
Yeah, but now what we want to do is to make a shampoo that makes the hair better and sustainable. Because now in fact, you're right. Our vision is that we have to find a way that it's not opposite, that it goes in the same direction. And it's the same for economic performance. For example, the sustainability performance should not be opposite to the economic performance. And in fact, we are able to prove that. For example, in the past 10 years, we reduced our carbon emission by 67%, when at the same time we were able to increase our production by 30%.
How do you do that?
We work a lot. We transform all our factories. We have now 10 sites that are carbon neutral. We completely transform the way also we engineer with water. We have what we call dry factories, that they don't use water at all. They completely recycle the totality of the water that they use. We eliminate waste. So it's a very comprehensive effort on all fronts to transform completely the way we produce, we distribute, etc.
And shareholders are behind you every step of the way for sustainability?
Yeah, absolutely. They are very, I think that our shareholders are very proud of what we do. I cannot say that they are pushing us hard to do it, but they are happy and proud.
Do you think Generation X cares more about this than millennials? The younger you are, the more you think about this?
I think that everybody now cares. You know, I think that it's very well understood that there is an urgency. Clearly, we are not talking anymore about a potential threat. I mean, there is a clear and present threat to the planet, and if we are not all doing the maximum in the very short term, it's going to be very difficult. So I think that every generation now understands that.
If I speak to you in 5 years, what will be your story?
In 5 years, probably I will tell you that the most important mission has been the transmission, because of course I will not be CEO forever. And I will be, by the way, very glad to pass the baton one day to my successor.
So if you think a lot about succession, what kind of successor would you like, and what would you like your legacy to be?
I will be proud to have been able to adapt L'Oréal to the new world. I think that we are living in a very special period. The world tomorrow will be very different from the world we knew a few years ago. And you know, my absolute priority right now is to adapt, transform the company in order to make it as successful as a leader, as performant in the new world as it was in the world before. And I'm very confident about it, because that's what we are doing. You know, we are doing a cultural revolution, a digital revolution, a sustainability revolution, and so the L'Oréal will be a fantastic company. And then someone else will take the baton and will drive the adventure further.
Jean-Paul Agon, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Order filled. Order filled.
What do the world's tallest building, KFC in the Middle East, and e-commerce site Noon all have in common? They're all owned by billionaire Mohammed Al-Bar. His investments like the Burj Khalifa and the Dubai Mall have become iconic landmarks, and he's diversified into hospitality, retail, and e-commerce. He was named the most influential man in Dubai and consistently ranks amongst the top 5 most powerful Arab business leaders. But it's not all business all the time. He's also a sportsman. He's an active member of Emirates' horse racing community. Today, on Leaders with Laqwa, we meet Mohammed Al-Bar, the founder and chairman of Amar Properties. Thank you so much for joining us. You've really built a conglomerate. You've built a company that has multiple interests, multiple units, multiple portfolios. Did you diversify because you saw an opportunity or because you had to?
Well, I think all of us, we look at opportunities. We don't really have to do anything. But I think looking at the Middle East and looking at the industries that I went in with my team, I think we saw amazing opportunities in the Middle East in these sectors. And I'm glad that even though we've got difficult years, the past 2 years have been difficult years for us, still these businesses are operating well. So definitely it's based on opportunities and the sector's long-term growth potential.
Where do you see the most growth coming from? Which portfolio, which part of your business will do better than others?
The food operating well and strong in the region as a whole, especially with the food delivery business, and that's another story. I would say that our real estate business is still flying really strong. I mean, last year we grew about 28% in the region as a whole. Our e-commerce business is something that's very, very interesting. And we've got an amazing team looking at it, and that's also growing quite fast. But even with this growth, I think one have to be realistic as well. So you look at this growth and you look at what's going on in the Middle East, government policies, look at the world economy and what changes might take place. So you have to be alert at all times.
Okay, what does that mean? Do you expect a lot of the growth, in the Middle East? If you look at e-commerce, and we'll talk a little bit more about that, do you expect it to go threefold, fivefold over the next 5 years?
Well, I would say that our real estate business should continue to grow at about 20% a year. And that's the shareholders' expectation. And it's hard work to achieve that number and keeping cost under control, margins under control, and political and macroeconomic issues in hand. So a food business, I think we should be growing 10% a year, year on year as well in the region. And keep in mind that we're talking about the Middle East, where there is a need for most of industries to grow, just because that I think the Middle East still has room to grow. And the other thing is that if you look at the population in the Middle East as well, and the whole demographics is in our favor.
Because they're young, and therefore these are, I guess, the youth will spend a lot more in 5-10 years.
Yes.
How will the economy shift?
Well, I think the economy will shift positively only because I believe Middle Eastern governments are really working harder than any other time in the past, and you see the changes that are taking place, positive changes that are taking place in Saudi Arabia. I think that's the same thing within UAE. I would look at Egypt. I'm quite interested in Egypt as well, and the change that's taking place in Egypt. With all the other issues that we have in the Middle East, where I believe that I don't think it's going to get any worse than this. I think we're looking forward to a more positive trend in policy and in politics and economic growth as well.
In terms of growth, country by country, which is a country that will outperform the others in the Middle East?
The majority of our focus is Saudi Arabia, UAE, Egypt. And I would say Egypt is growing faster now. Saudi Arabia, I'm quite optimistic with the changes that you see taking place within the coming 24 months. I think you'll see quite a good trend, and the UAE as well. You've got, of course, the other Arab countries who are some slow, some moving forward, but majority of our business are in these countries.
I mean, you're holding a big investment with the PIF on e-commerce for Saudi Arabia. Will there be more, for example, on property in Saudi Arabia?
Well, the Public Investment Fund, they are with us in our e-commerce business, but they are also with us in our food business. Now, are we going to do more together? I think there's a possibility. There's a lot of work that they're doing in Saudi Arabia and outside Saudi Arabia, in the region and outside. So I would expect that maybe we should look at real estate together as well, because I think Saudi Arabia will look very interesting the coming years.
How much can it grow, property in Saudi Arabia, over the next 5 years?
Oh, Saudi Arabia, I think it's at infant stage. I think Saudi Arabia can really grow if you talk about pure infrastructure, if you talk about retail, industrial, hospitality, residential. So you just have to make sure that you are going at the right category of residential or the right category of retail. So there's plenty of room to go that way.
When you look at how you spend your time for each of the units and also each of the countries, how do you do it? How do you keep on top of it all?
Well, I try. I still say that the real estate takes a majority of my time.
Is that 50%?
I would say the real estate takes about 40% of my time, and then the rest is split. Noon takes a lot of my time as well. The food takes the least of my time, because the team that sits on top of that business is really world-class team, and they've been in the industry, they know the industry well. Noon is a vibrant team. It's a new organization. I need to give it more time. While my real estate business, I have an A team, but I'm emotional about real estate.
Yeah, I mean, this was like the foundation of it all, right? Do you still see it as your baby?
I think my name is really linked to the real estate more than anything else, while all these other businesses, I've been with them now for about 2 years. So it's a new brand of product that's associated with me.
When you look at the various IPOs in the various units, was it to unlock value, but did you ever feel like it was also high risk?
I think mainly to unlock value, and we have investors who have put in their money with us, and it's time for them to get rewarded. But at the same time, I really like putting management under pressure, because IPO is quarterly results. You're out there in the public eyes, under pressure to perform. But mainly value creation. I think that's the business we're in.
A value creation, because what, shareholders understand what you do more, and it almost focuses the mind of managers more? Well, that is one, but many of our units, that if they're under the mother umbrella, I think value-wise, they're not fairly valued. So as we put them on the side and put them as separate entities, I think you create better value that way, and then you cash out a little bit and put management under pressure. Are you looking at IPOing any other units or portfolios? When you look at our business, we have businesses. We have India, we have our hospitality business, we have Turkey business, we have another business in Saudi Arabia. So the reality is that you can take all these businesses public at the right time. I think within the coming 3 years, we probably have India going public. We probably have hospitality as well going separately to the public route. But so how much bigger will you be if I speak to you, and I hope to speak to you before, but if I speak to you in 5 years, how much will your holdings be worth? I think we should be double in value, because we should be growing in value 20-25% on an annual basis. And I hope that my management and my boards really put that as a focus. And to be honest, I think we're capable of doing that. We just have to focus and have to make sure that we have the right people to do it. And we do this day and night. And that's really how we do business in our region. But that's acquisitions, or that's organic growth? I would look at organic growth. If you talk about acquisition, which we have not done much of, I'm expecting that we do more acquisition in the coming 2 years. Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much. Coming up next, going from bricks and mortar to clicks, we talk Mohammed Alabar's big push into e-commerce and how his company Noon could become the Amazon of the Middle East.
Mohammed Albar is not only a titan of property, he's also betting on e-commerce. His startup, Noon, launched its operations in the UAE last year. The site is described as an Arabic-first e-commerce platform and is rivaling the Amazon purchase Souk, looking to take over 15% of the growing market. One of the biggest investors in Noon is Saudi Arabia's public investment fund, which put up $500 million. But Albar is not just competing against Amazon. He's also a major player in the luxury space. He's partnered with Yux Net-a-Porter Group to offer a premium retail service to the Middle East's fashionista set.
So Mohammed Albar, do you ever feel like there's a conflict that you actually own Dubai malls, but at the same time you're trying to sell on e-commerce platforms?
The issue is that, are you relevant? That's really the big question that we have, is that I don't think it's if there's a conflict or not, but are you relevant to the space? So are we really relevant in this retail scene, or in the whole, the economy is becoming so digital. If you are not thinking about it, if you're not acting to do something about it, I think there is a risk of your business, being probably at huge danger the coming 24 months.
And so how do you stay relevant?
I think staying relevant, first of all, I have to talk to my kids all the time. And I learn from them because, I have a little girl that sells jewelry to women in Korea out of Dubai on her Instagram. I mean, what type of world is this? So therefore, I think all of our business, from real estate to retail to hospitality, I think the digital scene is changing all that. So if we talk about e-commerce specifically, or if we talk about Net-a-Porter, it is just moving your business to the digital scene. And I think the whole economy is moving that way, from healthcare to education to retail. So therefore, I think we just want to be relevant. And I don't think there's any conflict, because at the end of the day, there ought to be a collaboration or connection between the real world and the physical world. And can we really try to find a solution and work them together and stay relevant in our business?
But so how much of your sales will actually be done on your e-commerce platform in 5-10 years? And in general, for the Middle East, are you a step behind in actually selling on e-commerce? And so is the potential much bigger than here in Europe or in the US?
Well, remember, when I look at the Middle East right now, e-commerce is between 1.5% to 2%.
Tiny.
Which is tiny compared to the rest of the world. So there is room for all of us to grow. Where will this be? I think it will go much faster than the rest of the world, and it will get into the 10-15% quite fast, again, because of the demographics of the region. So we owe it to our society, we owe it to our 300 million Middle Eastern Arabs, that there ought to be a native organization that look after this sector and participate and learn and serve.
What will Noon become? And are you nervous at any point that you're going to head with the most successful retailer of all times, Amazon?
Well, Noon, of course, it will be an ecosystem. And am I nervous? Of course I'm nervous. I'm nervous from everybody. In my real estate business, I'm nervous. In my e-commerce business, I'm nervous. In my Net-a-Porter business, nervous, because competition is severe and markets are open. Anybody can come in. The big players are going to come in. Some of them came already. More are going to come to the region. But I am from that part of the world, and I think it's our duty to participate in the scene. And remember, we as Arab businessmen, we're a bit tribal, which means that I am from this society. I have a duty that get into business and be aggressive and achieve the numbers, achieve success. But that's a duty that I feel responsible for, that competition is good for the consumer in the region, rather than one player come and controlling the life of our customers. I think it's fair to have competition and let the customer win at the end of the day.
Okay, but how do you decide? How will you go against Amazon? Do you have to convince retailers to sell on your platform instead of Amazon's platforms, or is it a price war? How do you see the fault lines?
Well, we are working with the local retailers, and we are their partners. Now, how other international players, they do it through sourcing overseas or working in some other methods, that's their business. But we differ is that our partners are the local retailers. Maybe our margins will be a little smaller, but that's okay. We'd rather win on the long term rather than alienating the local retailers. Now, will there be a price war? Well, the past 2 months there's a price war. Customers are winning. Everybody's 20% or 15, 10% cheaper in some of the product. So I'm so happy that people in my region, they don't have to buy milk for their kids at 10% more expensive. There was one operator or one monopoly controlling, the human life. I think this is good for all of us. So of course there'll be a competition. But the amazing thing is that the world is open. So much new technologies are being provided to everyone that want to go into the scene. But are you planning long term? You have good people with you. Are you serious about it? Are you willing to provide quality service?
But is it the service or is it the products? How does the Middle East actually shop? What's selling at the moment and what will sell in 5-10 years?
Well, if you look at the mix of what's happening on the e-commerce scene, it's not much different from what's going on in the world. People want delivery, fast delivery. People want quality.
Will they pay for the delivery?
For the time being, we're subsidizing delivery. Because, as I said, people are just learning the art of e-commerce, and that's what global companies are doing. They give it to you for free first, they get you used to this way of life, then later on take a little bit of margin, maybe control market, the usual trick. But what I'm saying is that people want it all. Want quality, want value, want consistent, want delivery time that's fast, and we want the product that they want, which changes from 1 month to another month. And therefore you have to provide that and then get ready to provide the new thing that might be happening next month.
Okay, how important is market share? And how important is market share right at the beginning so that people get used to your platform and not Amazon's?
Market share is very important, and at the beginning you have to be aggressive and you have to probably provide the best service ever. You will be cutting prices as usual because we see it. It's a live competition. There's nothing wrong with that. But the good thing is that the market's big enough. 2 players can come in. But imagine if you do business in UK and there is only one operator. How fair is that to your family?
But isn't there only Amazon here?
Well, there are many other players, I think, in UK as well. I prefer that more than one player in the market. And in the Middle East, there will be more than one player and will be one of the major players in the market.
Up next, we talk the leadership skills it takes to create both the world's largest mall and the tallest building in the world. More with Mohammed Alibar next. MR Properties has grown more than threefold since 2011 and expanded heavily in the Middle East and North Africa despite political instability in the region. So what kind of leadership does it take to shepherd a global company through turbulent times? Well, Mohammed Alabar, chairman and founder of Emaar Properties, is here. What kind of leader are you? Throughout the program, we were talking about encouraging your leaders, your regional leaders, and also your portfolio managers to be aggressive. Do they always need to be on their toes?
Well, I think, number one, they have to be relevant, because the change that's taking place in the world. So are you relevant? And the other thing I like is that I think we all have to believe in the reset. Are we doing this upgrade? Are we upgrading every 1 month? Because there's so much happening. And do we really act? I mean, that's, so we have to be relevant, we have to act, we have to have discipline, we have to believe in the best people, and we have to take care of our society. These are things that these are the elements that I really depend on to manage my business.
Okay, but what does it mean being relevant? Because in more traditional times, you could, ask a customer what they wanted, and you're saying, okay, I'm relevant. But now the change of pace is so fast.
Well, relevant is that, are you watching social media daily? What's going on with your customer? And what's going on with your business? There's no more, I'll do a research and I'll wait 30 days. How alert are you? And how alert about how your customer feel, or alert what's going on to the industry, what's going on with politics, what's going on with the economy, what's going on in new tools of management, how fast can you go? So I think, are you awake?
What do you need to be awake for more? Is it for your clients, or is it politics, or is it how your business interests are going?
Well, it's about my customer, number one, my people, number two, the society, what's going on in politics, what might happen to interest rate. You almost have to have all that construction risk in my business, what's going on in technology, what's going on in digital. You almost have to be alert of all this but number one, people. And then you have to make sure that you share with them this environment, and are they fit in this environment?
So what does that mean? What do you see your role? Are you putting the fire under your manager's feet to kind of keep them going, or do you micromanage?
I don't think I micromanage, but there's a situation where I do have to go and micromanage, and I think that's we should be able to go down in case we want to. And remember, I came from my mom's kitchen. I used to work in my mom's kitchen when we were all 13 kids living in one room, So I know how to do that. So I can pull back and be the chairman of the organization. But if there's need to move in, I can comfortably move in. But I have reasonably good qualified people with me. But I really think that I'm the target creator. I'm the guy who does the monthly performance reviews. I'm the guy who push the limits. I want people to work hard, because I think we as human beings, our productivity is still low.
I mean, you spend a lot of time in property because that's where you came from. That was the first company. But what excites you the most in all the others that you're doing? So hospitality, retail, e-commerce.
See, e-commerce excites me a lot, because when I look at how the digital world is changing our lives, I come back to my real estate business and I say, maybe this office is nil and void. Maybe this is all not required anymore. But also, if you look at the digital guys and you see how fast they work, or the process they use, or the age of people in these offices. Therefore, I really believe that the younger generation are running the world, and they run it extremely well. So much learning in the digital side of the e-commerce. But I think my investment in MEVP, which is a private equity firm that specializes only in digital and technology in the Middle East, with almost 80 ventures, that's amazing learning about what's going on in the Middle East as well, and the industry that are about to come.
Do you focus a lot on diversity for your companies? Is that important?
Yes, very important, very important. And I think it's happening naturally. I mean, we don't even have to do it anymore. It's just naturally. That's how.
So do you have metrics?
We have metrics. We have KPIs for that. But as I said, it's so nice that it's really embodied in the organization. It's happening automatically, and I like that.
Do you think it will increase with time, or are you going to see more female workers?
Well, the female workers are really taking charge. I mean, if you look at the people who run my organization, most of our organization, I would say most of our organization, our food boys have to have more of that. But look at our government. Highest percentage of senior people in government anywhere in the world.
Mohammed Alabar, thank you so much for joining us. He is, of course, the chairman and founder of MR Properties.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning. Welcome to Bloomberg Markets, the European Open. I'm Anna Edwards, live in London. Let's get to your headlines. Playing ball, China and the US agree to cooperate on implementing their trade deal despite a blame game over the coronavirus. Asian stocks rise alongside European futures with UK markets closed. Damage assessments. Economists expect today's payrolls report to show 22 million job losses, taking unemployment levels to their highest since the 1940s. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari says the impact will be devastating. And profit sinks at Siemens. The engineering giant scraps its 2020 guidance as customer orders slump. We'll speak to the CEO, Joe Kaiser. Good morning, everybody. So lots still ahead in the trading day. Of course, we've got that interview with Joe Kaiser. We'll talk about the Siemens numbers, the lack of visibility they have there. We'll also get to plenty of analysis of the jobs report, which we're expecting to see later on today. With that in mind, let's have a look at what we see on futures right now. And it seems we've found plenty of reasons to be cheerful this Friday. We won't have any trading in London this Friday because it is a public holiday. But we have plenty of very positive trading coming through from the Asian session. And indeed, in the futures, we see that reflected, whether that's US futures, which point higher by around 1.3%, in fact, for the major markets, or European futures, where we see moves to the upside. So CAC futures, DAC futures, both up by just over 1%. Euro Stoxx futures up by a similar amount. A lot of focus on reopening, which seems to be taking place or is being planned for in various parts of Europe and in some cases in the United States as well. And a lot of focus on the trade story out of the US as well, or China's trade relationship with the US. And let's get into that conversation now. The top trade negotiators for China and the United States pledged they will create favorable conditions for the implementation of the bilateral trade deal and cooperate on the economy and public health. According to a statement from China's Ministry of Commerce, China's Vice Premier Liu He spoke on the phone to US Trade Representative Robert Lighthizer and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin. Joining us now with the latest from New York is Anne-Marie Hordern. Anne-Marie, good to speak to you this morning then. So this positive mood music between the US and China, very important given the fallout we'd seen around coronavirus and its origin, and also talks around implementation of the trade deal, which are looming for next week. So this sets the stage for something positive, I guess.
Yeah, it was definitely a positive dialogue, and also it comes ahead of when they were even supposed to, what the deal called for them to speak to
So they are talking, and they're talking earlier. I think the crucial part of the statement, Anna, was when they said both countries fully expect to meet their obligations under the agreement in a timely manner in spite of the pandemic. Now, that's coming from the U.S. Trade Representative Office. And I think that's important for two reasons. The deal is calling for China to buy an additional $200 billion worth of U.S. goods and services over 2 years compared to 2017. But because of the pandemic, those purchases so far have been behind the pace that they need to reach. So I think it was positive that they said in spite of the pandemic, they are going to do whatever they can, create the infrastructure and the conditions needed to meet the requirements of the deal. And then secondly, as you mentioned there, it was positive when you look at where the rhetoric has been the last few weeks, considering what the pandemic has done to the relationship, quite deteriorating. The Trump administration just blaming China for misleading the world about the scale of the pandemic, and President Donald Trump himself was threatening more tariffs as punishment and as repercussions for the pandemic. The market is certainly looking at this as definitely a positive direction for that relationship.
Yeah, you wonder how that relationship progresses, though, as we head closer to November. And regardless of who ends up in the White House, no doubt anybody concerned wanting to look tough on China at this point, or certainly that's the message we've been getting from the Trump administration, and many people say Joe Biden would be the same. Now, the White House has blocked, moving on to virus response then, Emery, the White House has blocked CDC guidance, this is disease control guidance, over the reopening of the economy. It's interesting to watch the interplay between the White House, the states, and here the CDC putting in their thoughts about just how prepared businesses and various facilities need to be.
Yeah, and I just read through part of this 17-page document that the Associated Press had posted. It was a version of this guidance. I mean, it details everything: child care programs, summer camps. Even in the summer camp section, it was, how you should be placing the beds and how you should be washing certain things children would share and keep social distancing, restaurants, bars, mass transit, the works. This is what the CDC was putting out. And according to Trump officials, the concern was that the recommendations were just too prescriptive, did not account for businesses or a camp or a place of worship in a hard-hit part of the country like New York over one like Montana that is not suffering from the pandemic in a much severe place. But this is definitely potentially going to be controversial because this is the CDC's job. It is to protect Americans from these kind of health threats, and it has been sidelined during the virus response. As you've said there, we've seen a lot of mixed messages, and the CDC has declined to comment on this, but we are seeing businesses and the Trump administration really pushing for businesses to reopen. But at the same time, Anna, the United States is adding more than 20,000 new cases a day. And while, yes, I sit here in New York and neighboring New Jersey, they appear to be on the downslope. Governor Cuomo has said yesterday the decline of the spread is not as steep as the incline. And I mean, I was just looking at the Johns Hopkins data. New York State alone has suffered more than 26,000 deaths. That's more than Spain as an entire country has had from fatalities. So these numbers are just agonizing. But yeah, certainly this is going to be controversial given that they are blocking this, potentially blocking this CDC guidance.
And here in Europe, Anne-Marie, of course, we're looking at various parts that were ahead, that were a little ahead of the UK opening up, and then the UK a little behind in terms of that opening up from the lockdown conversation. And yesterday we woke up to plenty of headlines from UK newspapers saying, oh, lockdown's going to be lifted on Monday, essentially. And now there's been a lot of backpedaling from the UK government around exactly what is going to change, if anything, by Monday. Bring us up to speed with what we know there.
Yeah, I think it's interesting, and you'll know this more, Anna, because you're in London right now. The newspapers in London talking about, you can potentially go back out to the pub. I think maybe they were just getting ahead of themselves and too optimistic at what the government plans to announce. But it's clear that the government now, I think, is going for a more cautious approach. Top scientists are warning that the country's infection rate has actually crept upwards in recent days. So Boris Johnson, the prime minister, telling the cabinet they don't want to do anything that would risk a second peak, and that they need to proceed with, quote, maximum caution. So Sunday will be interesting. This is when they're going to, map out their version of phase 2. But people familiar say the rules may not change all that much until June, when small shops may be allowed to reopen. So potentially these front page of these newspapers are just reopening and the likes, talking about what you can actually do, is taking it a step too far on what actually the government does plan to announce. It sounds like they don't plan to lift too much in terms of the lockdown.
They're called ducks. They're drilling uncompleted.
Yeah, the British media getting ahead of itself perhaps a little bit there. Anne-Marie Jourdain, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Jourdain reporting on the global virus story and indeed some better mood music around China-US trade there in New York. Coming up, bracing for the jobs report. We'll look ahead to employment data out of the United States. That's due later on today after initial jobless claims came in above 3 million for a 7th straight week. We'll get further analysis of where the job story goes and what that means for the Fed. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European market open. 50 minutes to go until the start of the equity trading day, and futures do point to a positive start to that trading day. Let's get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here are your top stories. China and the US have agreed to cooperate and work toward implementing their Phase 1 trade deal. Chinese Vice Premier Liu He talked with US Trade Chief Robert Lighthizer and Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin, and in a readout from the call, the US said both countries fully expect to meet their obligations under the deal. The most unprecedented economic crisis in peacetime. That's what we are living through, according to the European Central Bank President, Christine Lagarde. She says policymakers will do whatever it takes to help the economy weather the shock. Lagarde spoke on a webinar organised by Bloomberg.
Hello, Alex. Yes, looking at the trend in gold in that market that's more likely to continue.
Really have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature. And that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate.
In the UK, the government is playing down expectations the lockdown will be significantly rolled back. That's as scientists warn the country's infection rate has crept back up in recent days. Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to address the nation this Sunday with a plan for a way forward. Sources tell us the rules may not change significantly, though, until June. Global news, 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Now, we talked about the jobs report a little bit whilst we were looking at futures pointing higher despite dire expectations, of course, for the jobs report today. So let's get to that conversation now. Applications for US unemployment benefit topped 3 million for a 7th straight week as the economy remained under lockdown in the US. That takes the total during the coronavirus pandemic to more than 33 million jobless claims. This comes ahead of the April jobs report later on today. It's expected to show a record-shattering loss of jobs, equivalent to the last 9 US recessions combined. Joining us now is the founder and chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, Ian Shepherdson. Ian, great to have you with us and for you to bring us your analysis. So let's start with the numbers and what we might expect, because this might be important in terms of the market's positioning around this number. Obviously, we've got the initial jobless claims to work off. How do you turn that into an assessment of just how many jobs will have been lost in the month of April?
Well, we'll be taking a fairly different approach to normal, because usually about half the people who make a jobless claim in any given month don't then fall off the payroll numbers because they find another job before the end of the month. This time, I think it's very different. It seems quite likely that the vast majority of the people who lost their jobs between March and April payroll surveys did not find another job. There was some hiring, but not very much. So I think most of those people will fall off the number, and that means 22 million-ish. For the headline. There is some scope for some deviation either way, because there was some hiring, but there may also have been some people who lost their jobs, fell off the payrolls, but didn't make a claim, maybe because they thought they were ineligible or perhaps undocumented workers. So they will fall off payrolls, but we won't have seen them in the claims number. So there is a risk that the print could be even more hideous than the 22 million that most people are looking for. And it wouldn't surprise me if it was 25, which is so unimaginable. And unfortunately, there'll be another big hit in May as well before I think we start to turn the corner in June.
Yes, give us the historical context for this then, Ian. I mean, these numbers are worse than anything we've seen since records began, I understand, on this particular measure. And when do you expect to see the bottom then in this non-farm payrolls number? Will it be next month?
I think it will be next month. I think we're going to take out all of the gains from the previous cycle today. And then we'll probably lose another 10 to 12 million, perhaps in May. And then I think we'll see the beginnings of an upturn, because half the US states are now opening up. Now, the opening up has been very patchy. And so far, the evidence is that people have not flocked back to the businesses that have opened up. But there has been some activity. There's been a little bit of an uptick in activity in the restaurant sector. Hotel occupancy rates have risen a little bit. Air travel has risen a little bit. The numbers are still absurdly low by any previous standards, but they have moved up a little bit. So some people will be needed to be pulled back into their previous jobs in order to do that work. So I'm hoping that the June number will be up a little bit, but we're not going to see really big increases until we see the really big states, California, New York, New Jersey, Massachusetts, opening up fully. And I don't really see that happening until June, which probably means the July payroll number will be the first really big one. But even allowing for that, we're not going to recover all of these jobs anytime soon, because even businesses that are reopening are not reopening at full capacity. So they won't need as many staff as they did before. And that means, unfortunately, that the unemployment rate is going to be elevated probably for quite a long time.
And I've read a couple of pieces of analysis, Ian, that talk about the strange goings on in the average hourly earnings number that we might see today, and this entirely reflective of the sad fact that many of the jobs that would have been lost will have been lower paid.
Yes, so the average hourly earnings numbers are literally what it says on the tin. It's just an average. They don't make any adjustment, or at least in the past, they haven't made any adjustment for the change in the mix of employees on payrolls from month to month. And normally that doesn't make much difference. But for this number today in April, we're probably going to see a loss of 15, 16, 17 million low-paying jobs in retail and leisure, hospitality, restaurants and bars. So when you take those out of the sample, you're left with the remaining people who, on average, earn a lot more. So effectively, there's going to be a break in the series. Now, I don't know what the BLS is going to do. They might make an adjustment, they might make an announcement, but if they just stick to their usual method and just print a crude average, then the month-to-month hourly earnings number will be something like plus 6%, not 0.6, 6%, which of course will be completely absurd. It will tell you nothing about the underlying economy, and it will tell you everything about the break that the COVID virus has caused. But they might make an adjustment. They might try and strip out the effect and print something more normal, but they won't say in advance what they're going to do. So it's a surprise element of the report today, because unfortunately the payroll number, I think we've probably got a pretty good idea on that.
Yeah, maybe we'll get two numbers then, the sort of adjusted and the unadjusted. What about how the Fed should respond to all of this then, Ian? And we have heard many times from various Fed officials that negative interest rates, they don't see any reason to go down that road. They haven't seen anything in the European experiment that has impressed them in particular. But it seems as if maybe parts of the Fed funds futures market are saying to the Fed, we don't believe you, because we see now for the first time some negative interest rates being priced in for 2021 in the US. Do you think that is at all likely?
I don't think it's very likely. I'm not going to say it's impossible, but I don't think it's very likely. The Fed have made it very clear that they don't like the idea of negative interest rates, and they do point quite rightly, I think, to the experience of Japan and Europe. And they've also made the argument many times, several officials, that they can control the yield curve with much more confidence than markets perhaps believe, and that if push comes to shove and they need a more sustainably easier policy, then they would adopt yield curve control, and they would effectively stand in the market and buy treasuries to maintain a certain level of yields across the curve. I think that's far more likely. And you could argue that they're doing it de facto anyway by saying that they'll do whatever it takes to keep the market liquid and functioning normally. So why would you then need to apply negative interest rates with the danger that it would panic people and scare businesses and cause untold chaos in the banking system? It's completely unnecessary. So the Fed funds future, looking out into 2021, it's pretty illiquid. There's not a lot of trading going on. It doesn't take very many transactions to move it in quite a long way. I don't think that those moves yesterday are genuinely indicative of what most people in the markets think. And I'm sticking to my view that I'd be pretty astonished if they went negative.
Okay. Ian, thank you very much. You make a strong case. Ian Shepherdson, Chief Economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics. He stays with us on the programme. And coming up later on today, reaction to the US jobs report. We'll be talking to the US National Economic Council Director, Larry Kudlow. Don't miss that interview, 2:30 p.m. London time. Coming up on the programme, weathering the shock. The ECB president says she has no choice but to go beyond conventional policies. You'll hear from her next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open, live from London. No trading in London today, but futures do suggest that elsewhere in Europe we will see a positive session, as we have seen through Asia, and indeed US futures point to the upside as well. Let's talk about what's going on across Europe now. The European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde said she has no choice but to go beyond conventional policies to combat the coronavirus crisis. The remarks come 2 days after a German court ruled that the institution's bond buying program may be illegal. Speaking at an online panel with the IMF chief Kristalina Georgieva, a position she previously held, Lagarde said current circumstances are exceptional. Let's hear more from the panelists.
We have to take all possible measures and policies to help with maintaining the situation, sustaining it for as long as necessary to weather this horrible shock.
The message has to be to everybody, buckle up. The best we can do in a situation like this is to learn together, cooperate as much as possible, and those that are stronger do more, so those that are weaker can ride on measures taken elsewhere.
The more we control this as a pandemic, the healthier our economies will be, and the healthier our economies are, the healthier we will be individually and as communities from a physical health standpoint as well.
Some of the voices yesterday from that panel. Now, Ian Shepherdson, chief economist at Pantheon Macroeconomics, is still with us. Ian, when you look at what the German court said this week, the impact on the ECB, you can't draw a direct line between what the court said and what they're doing to fight the pandemic, but there are links. They're both QE programs, essentially, in bond buying. Has the German court's movement this week, has it acted to clip the wings of the ECB? Does it threaten its independence, do you think?
Ultimately, I think it probably doesn't, because ultimately the German court decision will end up in the European Court of Justice. My guess is that eventually, ultimately, the ECB won't be prevented from doing, as Lagarde says, whatever it takes. But certainly, it's injected a temporary note of uncertainty. I think I'd be willing to go that far. I'm sure that people on the German Constitutional Court knew that what they were doing was effectively creating or throwing a bomb into the whole mechanisms that the ECB has introduced. But I very much doubt whether they genuinely believe that they're going to stop or substantially change what's happening. And listening to ECB leadership over the last couple of days, I don't think that they're panicking or that they're going to be unable to do what they think they need to do to prevent the economy from falling into an even deeper hole. So I'm going to say an element of uncertainty, but ultimately I'd be hugely surprised if the ECB was forced to go away and rethink all its support mechanisms. I mean, the reaction in markets to that, it just doesn't really bear thinking about. I can't believe it was the Constitutional Court's intention, and ultimately I suspect it'll blow over.
And Ian, what kind of trajectory of recovery do you see for the Eurozone economy? We've got German industrial production yesterday showed a 9.2% drop in March. We've had dire PMI data with single-digit readings in some cases. What kind of path out of this recession do you see for Europe? What is the shape of it?
Well, I think Europe's got a couple of advantages over the US, for example. The policy coordination across Europe sometimes looks very fractious, but in fact, I think that they've got their act together reasonably well. But also the European governments, Germany in particular, and also many of the countries in Eastern Europe have been very good at fighting the virus with aggressive testing programs and really controlling it much more quickly and effectively than they have in the US. And if that continues, then the opening up of Europe will probably be smoother and less patchy than it is in the US, where states are kind of going their own way, and there's huge differences. So I'm reasonably hopeful that actually,
Ian,
once we get through the worst of it...
Sorry, we're out of time on the conversation, but Ian Shepherdson, thank you very much for joining us from Pantheon Macroeconomics. We'll talk about Siemens numbers coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. 30 minutes until the start of the European equity trading day. Not here in London, where I am, because it's a public holiday, but elsewhere in Europe, we do see futures pointing to the upside. Now, in terms of the earnings story, we've heard from the German industrial giant Siemens this morning. Siemens has scrapped its full-year sales and earnings forecasts. That's after Europe's largest engineering company saw profits sink in all of its divisions. Second quarter adjusted EBITDA, earnings before interest, tax, depreciation, amortization from its industrial businesses fell 18%. The company says it sees the bottom of the downturn caused by the coronavirus taking place in the current quarter. Joining us now from Munich is Bloomberg's Oliver Sackgau. Oliver, good to speak to you, and we'll get to the trajectory for recovery in just a moment. But Siemens is interesting because in the crisis, during the crisis, at the height of it in Germany and elsewhere, they managed to keep their production facilities going. Tell us the backstory there.
Yeah, good morning. It's really interesting. You know, for most of this crisis, we heard, especially from Germany's auto industry, you know, the production was shut down, factories were closed, and that, you know, that's the reason that Germany has seen such a stark economic impact. Siemens is different. Their factories have been running, and the reason is pretty simple. They're not making cars, and the dealerships that are closed, that doesn't really apply to Siemens. They can keep making the trains, the gas turbines that they were making before, because these are long-term orders. So what they've instead done is they've implemented social distancing. Their employees are wearing masks. They're careful about shift changes. But really, their work is continuing mostly as normal in the factories.
We've made a very strong commitment.
And what about the path to recovery then for this business? Because even though they've stayed open, they have been hit in all of their units, as we've said, and they've withdrawn their profit guidance. They do have visibility, it seems, around revenue for this year, but not profit. What is the shape of the recovery that they paint for us?
Unwise of us to rule anything out.
Yeah, it's really interesting. And just a few moments before I spoke to you, I was speaking with Siemens CEO Joe Kaeser, and he said that they're going to see the bottoming continue for a bit, and they don't really have visibility on the shape of the recovery. Kaeser said neither he nor his customers really know how fast things are going to pick up, but they're assuming it's going to take a while, particularly in the businesses that are short cycle. So all their, digital industries, things like that. On the upside is, of course, their automation business is doing well, because as factories are trying to distance their employees, automating their machines makes a lot more sense.
Why the central bank is it always more?
Yeah, that's interesting. The parts of the business that have benefited. So on the one hand, this is such a diverse business. You've got parts of the company that help companies to automate. And so as you suggest, there's been a boost there to that sort of digital working, more remote working. But on the other hand, you do have exposure to oil and gas, and that's a part that they wanted to sort of spin off some of that. So this is a business that's made up of very contrasting divisions, I suppose, at this point.
Absolutely, and you hit on a very important point there. The oil price is very important for Siemens. They have a huge gas and power division that supplies companies in the oil and gas sector that are directly impacted by the oil price crash that we saw in the last month. And of course, that business is hurting. Now, we didn't get a lot of visibility into how badly it's hurting. We know that they had a net loss this quarter, but because it's being spun off this year, we didn't get detailed numbers into there. And like you said, on the upside, automation is going to be big. And as we were speaking to executives today, they said this might actually be a long-term trend. They think that there's a possibility here that companies will see the advantage of automation, that they will bring back factory jobs into high-earning countries, because they see that this is a possibility. It makes more robust supply chains, and it helps keep companies running in situations like this pandemic.
Because he's looking at 10 years.
Thanks so much, Oliver Sackgau, joining us there with the latest on Siemens. And we're speaking to Joe Kaeser, the CEO of Siemens, a little bit later on in the programme, so don't miss that conversation just after the start of European equity market trading this morning. Now, let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash. Here are your top corporate stories this morning. ING has seen profit drop to the lowest since 2014. That's as the Dutch bank is setting aside €661 million in loan loss provisions. Net income also fell about 24%. Provisions have varied widely across Europe. Deutsche Bank set aside €500 million, whilst HSBC earmarked $3 billion. Airbus secured just 9 jet orders in April. That's as airlines clamp down on spending to deal with a crisis that could last several years. Airbus faces a radically different outlook than a few months ago. It slashed its output targets this year by about a third to cope with the fall in demand. The company says it may have to revise output again as the market evolves. Uber posted its first ever decline in quarterly bookings, but says the worst is now over. The ride-hailing company has never turned a quarterly profit and is unlikely to do so this year. It now expects to hit the milestone next year. Chief Executive Dara Khosrowshahi says that's thanks to cost-cutting that will eliminate more than $1 billion in expenses. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Still to come on the programme, all the job losses in every recession dating back to the second administration of Dwight Eisenhower, concentrated into one single month. That is an incredible assessment of the scale and the magnitude of what forecasters expect in today's jobs report from the United States. More on that next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. We've got just 20 minutes to go until the start of the European Equity Trading Day, just over 20 minutes. And European futures will be without London today, of course. It's a public holiday here in London. Elsewhere, we do see markets open and we do see some upside expected. That echoes a fairly buoyant session through the Asian session. And US futures also point to the upside by a little bit less than they did half an hour ago, but still to the upside by around 1%. Let's move to the corporate agenda and what we're hearing from company CEOs right now. Qualcomm's CEO says the tensions between Beijing and Washington will not hit the company's bottom line. In an interview with David Rubenstein, Stephen Mollenkopf says he still sees a tremendous amount of stability. Take a listen.
If you looked over the last 10 years, a lot of the infrastructure providers that would classically have been part of the Western ecosystem really consolidated into a small number. In fact, many of them sold or merged into each other. So now you really just have Ericsson and Nokia. Now, there will be a change in that market when things go virtualized, which essentially means the IT technology that you have in your chief information officer, that ecosystem of providers will be able to produce equipment as well. But it'll take a little bit of time. So that market will change a bit, but it really has to do with some of the moves that happened over the last 10 years.
I see. So the U.S.-China relationship is always complicated. Anytime in the history of the world when you've had two major economies, they always spar a bit. And now we thought for a while we had resolved a lot of that with our trade agreement. But now some people are blaming China for the COVID-19 problems around the world and the United States. Do you expect that the problems that will probably arise in the political campaign and so forth between the United States and China will impact your business?
Well, I would say it's too early to tell, but we have not seen that so far. If you look at our history with China, and we have a lot of history with China, me in particular over the last 7 years or so, essentially what's happened is, although there's a lot of rhetoric and political rhetoric, on the ground you see a lot of cooperation at the kind of technology ecosystem that we play in. So essentially, Chinese partners, a lot of big Chinese partners for us that are handset vendors, they have international businesses that we're helpful in establishing. We, along with Huawei, even though there's a lot of rhetoric east-west, we actually participate in the international standards bodies to make sure that 5G happens and it happens across the world in a big way. So essentially, underneath all of the rhetoric, there's still a tremendous amount of cooperation and stability in the business.
So you have said at one point you thought there'd be 200 million, I think, 5G telephones sold in the United States this year. Do you still believe that will be possible now with the COVID-19 crisis?
We do. In fact, we reaffirmed that on our earnings, recently.
Okay. So let's suppose Apple is producing, I believe, a 5G phone. Now you must have technology in it. It's supposed to cost, I don't know, $1,000 or maybe a little bit more. Do you think after COVID-19, with the economy going down a bit, people will spend more than $1,000 for a new 5G smartphone?
Well, I tell you what you tend to see is really two things at the beginning of a ramp of technology. Like when we saw this at 4G, we'll see this again with 5G. You see at the beginning fairly big uptick at the higher prices, which tend to be a little bit less price sensitive. You tend to see subsidies from the carriers to make sure that they can deploy it because there's an advantage for them to deploy it. But probably more importantly, you're seeing a big, I would say, growth in the scale of the handsets worldwide with 5G, even more so than you saw with 4G. For example, the first year of 4G, you didn't see as many phones launch, and you didn't see them launch across so many price tiers. You actually see a faster penetration through the lower price tiers with 5G. And, that's a good thing. It always happens, and it's happening quickly with 5G, and we're happy to be part of it.
Okay, now let me ask you, I assume since you have your technology in everybody's smartphones, you have to carry around lots of different smartphones so you can show that you like all of your customers. So do you have one day you use an Apple, another day a Samsung, or how do you tell people which one you use?
I do that, and I oftentimes get in trouble for being in the wrong place at the wrong time with the wrong phone.
So with respect to the Apple's 5G phone, is that now available or it's not yet available?
Well, it's not yet available, and I'll be honest, I never talk about a customer's product plan, even if I knew about them.
Really interesting conversation there, the challenges of managing a number of devices. Qualcomm CEO Stephen Mollenkopf speaking with Bloomberg's David Rubenstein. Now, today's US jobs report is forecast to show employers slashed about 22 million jobs in the month of April alone. That will mean nearly a decade of job gains have been wiped out in just one single month as the country shut down to control the pandemic. Joining us now to discuss, Bloomberg's Danny Berger. Danny, good morning. We've spoken about this with many guests, but we can't say enough just how historic, I suppose, these numbers are going to be. We already saw the devastating jobs numbers yesterday in the high-frequency data, the initial jobless claims. So what sort of fuller picture are we likely to get in today's monthly figure?
Yeah, just for one, Anna, we're likely to get a confirmation of what you said, the devastation we've seen in the U.S. jobless claims, expected to be 27 times the peak of the great financial crisis. But this data set, it's certainly more comprehensive. So when we look through the details, we'll likely get a better picture of just how long the economic and unemployment devastation is likely to last and what the post-coronavirus workforce is likely to look like. So we'll get a better idea of what the industry looks like. We already have a slight idea of this from the ADP but not just the industry, but the type of jobs. And that might show us that the wage gap is opening up even more. When we look at the hourly figures, it's likely to confirm that those that are lowest paid are the ones that have been laid off. The number of temporary layoffs or furloughs is likely to be very interesting as well. Last month, we saw a record surge that represented about 77% of unemployment was just temporary layoffs. On one hand, that's a positive sign because it means once the economy tap gets turned back on, those jobs can more easily come back into the market. Those workers can get back to work. However, if a lot of those job losses are becoming permanent, that means that the extent of this crisis is likely to play out for longer. And finally, the U6 number is one to look out for. This is the underemployment number. In other words, how many workers have decided to stop looking altogether for jobs? If that number has surged, it really just captures the despair hitting the American workers.
Yeah, indeed. And expectations do seem to be grim then. A lot of people talking about the just how dire this number is going to be then, Danny. But that said, we see a very different emotion being expressed in at-risk assets right at this moment, don't we? We see US futures pointing higher, a strong session through Asia, a bit of a disconnect, as might be entirely appropriate between what we're seeing in markets right now and what the data is telling us for the month of April.
Yeah, certainly. And I think part of that is the question is no longer, are the numbers going to be worse than expectations because the expectations are so grim, but it's, are they priced in? Now, you could look at the argument of Mohammed El-Arian, who says that it actually is just a legacy of what happened during the great financial crisis where Wall Street gets supported, big businesses do better, and that's what's being reflected to some degree in the market. But we are also seeing traders start to price in negative sub-zero rates in the U.S. really for the first time ever. That might be a sign that that really investors are saying the Fed is going to have to react even more with these jobless figures, or it could just be a technical blip, or traders could be saying, look, they are really grim payroll numbers, so we need to start hedging against disinflation, Anna.
Danny, thanks very much. Danny Berger there with the latest on the jobs reports. We've had analysis from Ian Shepperton a little bit earlier on in the programme, and plenty there from Danny. Lots of intricate detail to watch out for in this number to get any clues as to just how sustained this joblessness is going to be. Much of it won't be, of course, but there will be an element of that. Danny, thanks very much. Danny Berger with the latest there. Let's get a Bloomberg First Word News update. Here are today's top stories. In the UK, the government is playing down expectations that the lockdown will be significantly rolled back. That's as scientists warn the country's infection rate has actually crept back up in recent days. Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to address the nation on Sunday with a plan for a way forward. Sources tell us the rules may not change significantly until June. France will start rolling back its lockdown measures. It's joining Germany, Italy and the Netherlands in easing restrictions, but strict controls will remain on public transport in Paris, where infection rates are still high. Looser restrictions on businesses and stores will start coming into effect on Monday. The US Justice Department has taken the unusual step of dropping its case against Michael Flynn. President Donald Trump had put pressure on officials to stop the prosecution of his first national security advisor. That's despite Flynn's pleading guilty to lying to FBI agents. The decision spares the president the sensitive question of whether to pardon Flynn or not. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Minutes away from the start of the equity trade, 12 minutes in fact. Up next, we bring you some of the stocks to watch this morning, including ING. The Dutch lender sees profits drop to the lowest since 2014 as it sets aside money to cover potential coronavirus-related losses. We'll talk more about the banking sector and other stocks we're watching this morning. This is Bloomberg. welcome back to the European Market Open. We seem to have found reasons to be cheerful overnight in the Asian session and into the European session. And US futures also point to the upside. We do see the major averages over in the United States pointing to gains of around 1% at the start of the trading day there. We're minutes away from the European Open, though, so lots to talk about here in terms of the stocks we're watching. Let's get to those stocks to watch with Anne-Marie Hordern, who joins us once again from New York. Anne-Marie, let's talk about Airbus. Normally when we talk about aircraft orders for a big manufacturer, the likes of Airbus, we don't talk in single digits, but that seems to be what we're dealing with here.
Yeah, exactly. They logged net 9 orders for April, and then altogether they delivered 14 jetliners. So really, it's just an unprecedented dislocation we're seeing in the aviation market, and it puts Airbus in this delicate position, Anna. They need to be flexible with the airlines, where the airlines are doing everything they can to hold on to cash, and they need it desperately, this flexibility. But at the same time, Airbus needs to look out for their own revenue. The CEO said last week as well, they may have to revise its output targets yet again. They've already slashed output targets by a third this year. Still, Airbus is actually called higher in the market. Maybe it's this risk on we're feeling. But yeah, certainly these are numbers we don't normally see for Airbus.
Yeah, we'll see how all pervasive that risk on mood is. Maybe these figures deemed too historic already, as we are now in the month of May. Let me ask you about what's going on at Siemens. They've scrapped their 2020 guidance, at least from a profit perspective, and all parts of the business hit, but some areas probably more robust than others, as we were discussing earlier with our colleague Oliver Sackgown.
Yeah, some parts of Siemens is able to withstand the storm, but on the bottom line, this was still, they were still feeling it, even though they also kept some factories open. They did see slower orders, and they did have profits sink. The big takeaway, Anna, as you mentioned, is that abandoning the 2020 guidance, you just have to ask yourself, can any company at this moment actually provide that guidance, given the unprecedented amount of uncertainty? And I think one interesting thing Siemens did say as well, they say the bottom of the downturn is taking place right now in the current quarter.
But if you think about it, John, from the bigger
and down to the banking sector, we got numbers out of ING, the Dutch bank. We've heard from a lot of European banks in recent weeks, and the focus for many of them has been on the provisioning for bad debts around coronavirus, and the degree of visibility these banks have or don't have at this point about just how many of their clients will be able to pay back their debts is really interesting.
Yeah, exactly. This is why they're having to put aside hundreds of millions of dollars, European banks in general, just to be able to make up for that, depending on what their clients need. For ING, they saw the profit drop the lowest since 2014 this quarter. So that was a net income fall of about 24%. And as you mentioned, we are just seeing these provisions, and they put more money aside for these potential coronavirus-related losses. Similar tone we're seeing with the entire banking sector, really just around the world, Anna.
And I also know that
yeah, Anne-Marie, thank you very much. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern joining us there with a look at some of the stocks we're watching, a couple of industrial names and a banking business, of course, in the frame. Just looking at some research from Jefferies saying that first quarter numbers look solid from ING, good quality in the loan book, even though the CFO told Nehra Chehich earlier on they have no provisions guidance for the year. But that's a problem that many of the banks face, I suppose, not being able to guide on the level of provisioning that they need to put in place and having to make some heroic assumptions perhaps in that department. Let's talk about where we start the European trading day. 5 minutes to go until we get to the start of the European equity trading session. Euro Stoxx 50 futures do point to the upside, up by 0.8%. Let's ignore any FTSE movements today because we don't have London markets trading. It is a public holiday here in the UK, marking VE Day. The CAC 40 and the Xetra DAX both point to the upside, and in fact the Xetra DAX could be up by more than 1%. And US futures also point 1% higher at the start of trade. This is Bloomberg.
A lot of people sold their holdings. We tested the lows several months off the crash. Lo and behold, the economy stayed in there, and the stock market recovered. So the message we would have is you have to have discipline and understand your risk tolerance.
minute to go until the start of cash equities trading. Let's get to your headlines. Playing ball, China and the US agreed to cooperate on implementing their trade deal despite a blame game over the coronavirus. Asian stocks rise alongside European futures, with UK markets closed today. Damage assessments. Economists expect today's payrolls report to show 22 million job losses, taking unemployment levels to their highest since the 1940s. Minneapolis Fed President Neil Kashkari says the impact will be devastating. And profit sinks at Siemens. The engineering giant scraps its 2020 guidance as customer orders slump. We will speak to the CEO, Joe Kaiser, shortly. So just counting you down to the start of the European equity trading day, the futures were suggesting that we would see some positivity at the start of the European trading day. A lot to do with the more positive mood music on trade, it would seem, between China and the US. Some positive words between the two trade delegations makes a change from the market perspective, I guess, from the allegations around coronavirus that we've seen coming from the White House of late. And so as a result of that, we saw some risk-on moves in the Asian session, and we see that once again into the European session as well. So Euro Stoxx 50 up by around 0.4%. We see some moves to the upside coming through on other European equity markets. Don't pay any attention to London today, of course. It is a public holiday here in London, so that's not going to be the focus of things. But we do see Euro Stoxx 50 up by 0.7% as we wait for some of these markets to open up. But broadly speaking, we've got many of these European equity markets expected to make some modest gains. And as I was saying a little bit earlier on, we have US futures pointing to the upside as well. In terms of the sector picture, just briefly looking at where those gains are coming, and in fact, we've got all of the sectors in Europe in positive territory right now. Autos and auto parts, travel and leisure, some of the more volatile sectors, some of those being hit hardest by the coronavirus, moving to the upside this morning. So European markets opening to the upside. UK markets are shut for the bank holiday, as we've said. We'll get the US April jobs report later on today. It's expected to show 22 million jobs were lost in the United States. That's almost a whole decade's worth of jobs growth wiped out in just 1 month. Joining us now is Moritz Kramer, Chief Economic Advisor at Accreditors. Moritz, really great to have you with us. And I want to talk more with you about Europe and central banks' response to the crisis. We'll get into that conversation a little later. But starting with the US, we've got this jobs report coming out today. Expectations are obviously dire. We've seen the initial jobless claims numbers climbing. How would you caution us to view these numbers? How much attention should we give them, given markets seem fairly able to shrug off this pretty dire data at this point?
On the road ahead. In a week, as soon as a week, according to our reporting here at Bloomberg, we may have a call between Lighthizer and Leo He. Let's catch up with Kevin Cerulli down in Washington, D.C. to get the latest. Those trade talks, Kevin, what have we learned? What's on the agenda?
Well, in terms of trade, agriculture, and of course, just this broader notion of technology, I think that could also come up. But we've seen
it seems as if we might be having a problem with Moritz's line. So I will just break in for a moment while we try and re-establish some sort of connection with Moritz Kramer, Chief Economic Advisor at Accreditors. We've been talking all morning about the job story and what we're going to hear there. We are going to focus more on that jobs report and listen to what we've heard from various Fed officials running up to the jobs report. We'll try and re-establish our connection with Moritz Kramer because I really do want to hear what he has to say. But in the meantime, San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank President Mary Daly spoke to Bloomberg's Michael McKee in an exclusive interview. She addressed the shape of the recovery and why investors are pricing in a negative Fed funds rate. Let's take a listen.
That they are required to adhere to under World Health Organization's rule set.
It does seem as if we're having problems with the tape as well. So in that case, what we do is we take a short break here on Bloomberg TV. We try and put all the right communication tools in the right place, and we're back with you very shortly. Lots to discuss. Jobs Day here, of course, on Bloomberg.
In the Senate and in the House, as it relates to China, as it relates to the World Health Organization. So there's two competing storylines right now. One is the trade narrative, and the other is the national security concern. And I think that the latter is
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We were trying to have a conversation there with Moritz Kramer, who's Chief Economic Advisor at Accreditus. Let's try and rejoin that conversation, shall we? Moritz, we were getting your thoughts on how we should view this jobs report, which we know is going to be devastating. What will it tell us about the shape of recovery for the US economy?
Yes, hi Anna. Let's try again. No, I think, as you said, the number will be awful, and we knew that because we had the claimant counts already, which are sort of since the outbreak over 30 million. I don't think it tells us very much about where this is going to go. I think the claimant counts are slowly declining, but there's still huge numbers every week. So a lot of it will really depend, obviously, on the economic normalization. There are tentative signs of opening up the economy. This is the U.S. is a very service-based economy. So services, especially where you need sort of personal sort of interaction and footfall, is much more impacted than manufacturing. So any sign sort of a research in infection numbers would clamp down on that, and that would be truly catastrophic, I think. I mean, these numbers are bad enough as they are, but if you had a second wave and a second wave of unemployment as well, I think this would be truly, and I hate to use this word, but totally unprecedented in modern history.
Yes, I was listening to a couple of Fed officials, Raphael Bostic, talking about, Raphael Bostic and Neil Kashkari, both acknowledging how awful these numbers are going to be, but both suggesting that maybe a depression scenario would be averted. Given what you just said there, Moritz, perhaps it is whether we end up in a second wave of the virus and therefore a second wave impact on the global economy. That might dictate, I suppose, whether this ends up in recession or just quote-unquote recession.
Yeah, no, I think that's right. But I think we also learned something from the Great Depression. The policymakers would react differently. And I think the U.S. could actually take a few hints from us over here in Europe, where sort of the increase in unemployment is also pretty bad, but it's much more subdued because there are more labor market schemes that dampen this shock, like most specifically, of course, like short-term work schemes and also more flexible working arrangements. I think you can cushion that blow, but you need policies in place. Right now in the U.S. that doesn't exist. And therefore, I think the lessons that we've learned from history, the lessons we can learn from each other, would, even under a downside scenario with a second wave, prevent sort of a Great Depression scenario. That is just sort of beyond the realm of my imagination right now. But it doesn't have to be similar to the 1930s and all that came after it to be sort of truly corrosive for the social fabric of society and the future governability of our countries. I'm not saying that we will be descending in anarchy, but it's going to be much harder to create sort of consensus around sort of future-oriented policies, and it's not particularly easy in the U.S. right now, as we all know. So this is a big concern of mine.
This is a big concern, and I'll get to the ECB in a moment and some of the fiscal policies also. But on the Fed, we do see markets now starting to test the idea of negative interest rates in the US. In fact, Fed futures curve is pricing that in for 2021, even though many Fed officials have said they don't see anything in the European experiment around negative interest rates that makes them want to go down that road. How likely is the Fed to introduce negative interest rates, do you think, Moritz?
Well, I think it's a good chance it's going to happen. When I hear the Fed officials talking about sort of how negative interest rates haven't really worked the way intended elsewhere, reminds me of the way that ECB officials talked about negative interest rates in like Sweden and Denmark or other places before they did it themselves. I think in the end, I would agree that negative interest rates have been disappointing in Europe in terms of their effect, but I think they could be much more powerful in the US, partly because the US is a much larger debtor nation, has much more debt also in the private sector and much more debt actually at variable rates, if I think about mortgages, for example. So the impact on purchasing power and therefore domestic demand could be actually much more effective in the US than it has been in the EU, where you don't have this large debt and we don't have a lot of debt, comparatively speaking, in terms of variable rates. So if I had to bet, is it a toss of a coin or is it a little bit sort of better odds? I think it's going to go that way. It's just the pressure to throw the whole kitchen sink and everything you have at the problem will just be so strong that I cannot see that they just draw, which is an artificial line at zero.
You mentioned some of the ways in which Europe is in a better position with the existing unemployment furlough schemes in place, Moritz. Unfortunately, though, at times of crisis like this, we see questions around the euro's existence being asked, don't we? So does that sort of existential threat around the euro, does it rise up to counter any of the positives that are being achieved by having quite robust furlough schemes in place? Does that weigh on European assets?
No, I don't think it does. I mean, we don't see sort of much ballast in the pricing of European assets right now, especially if you look at the fixed income markets. And so the bellwether you always want to look at, of course, is the 10-year Italian government bond, which is currently showing a yield of around 2%, which of course is much higher than Germany and other sort of so-called northern or central core European countries. But remember, in the financial crisis, this number went up to 7%. So I don't think there is a sign of panic or unraveling of the euro area, and I don't think this is likely at all. I think there's broad understanding, sort of this side of the populist divide at least, that the implications economically and socially of an unraveling of the euro area would be sort of probably putting everything to the shadow, even sort of the current economic crisis that we're seeing. So there's great reluctance to even contemplate that, and I would still be more worried about the fact that there's too much probably trust put into the belief that the central bank can fix everything for everyone. And the ECB has been super active. I think they've been doing a good job so far, but they cannot resolve the situation, sort of lack of growth. They cannot solve issues of insolvency. They're there to paper over liquidity issues, etc. So there's too much trust, and I think we've come into a situation of where the central bank independence is questionable. Not independence from politics, but from the market. So I see it increasingly difficult how the ECB could reverse course towards normalization without risking a sell-off and a potential sovereign debt crisis 2.0, which in itself would create deflationary pressures, forcing the ECB to ease again. So how can they get out of it? I see fewer and fewer options in the longer term.
Fewer options, and yet the ECB makes the point, well, Christine Lagarde makes the point that she needs all kinds of tools right now. And is that being challenged by the German Constitutional Court's ruling this week? Is ECB independence in trouble because of that ruling?
I think it's a very important ruling. I don't think there's been enough appreciation of the meaning of it. I do think that the toolbox has just been raided by the justices, because what could happen is that the Bundesbank would be prevented from participating in the QE program. That would be pretty significant, because this is the largest economy, and the Bundesbank would have a loss of voice, and influence on the governing council. I mean, there's never been, in my mind, a bliss of love between Germany and the ECB and the Bundesbank and some of the colleagues at the ECB governing council. But it would become much more shrill, especially sort of in a year where Germany goes to the elections. I was surprised by the ECB's reaction to the ruling, which seemed to be pretty blasé, saying we took note, and the European Court of Justice has ruled this constitutional. I think this goes much deeper than is currently appreciated.
Okay. Moritz, thank you so much for joining us today, and thanks for sticking with us through those slight technical glitches at the start. But Moritz Kramer, Chief Economic Advisor at Accreditus, always good to speak to you on the programme. Coming up, Siemens scraps its full-year forecast as Europe's largest engineering company saw profits sink at all divisions. We'll speak to the CEO, Joe Kaeser. That's coming up next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Open. 18 minutes into the European trading session. Remember, London is closed. I'm in London, but London is closed today. Elsewhere in Europe, we do see plenty of trading, though. Euro Stoxx 50 up by 0.9% at this hour. Let's talk about what's going on at Siemens. The company has scrapped its full-year sales and earnings forecast. That's after Europe's largest engineering company saw profits sink at all divisions. Second quarter adjusted EBITDA from its industrial businesses fell by 18%. Let's talk to Joe Kaeser, who is the Siemens CEO and is waiting patiently for us right now. Joe, good to speak to you as always on the program. It seems that your share price is responding positively to your forecast for a moderate full-year revenue drop. You seem to be quite resilient, or the market sees you as quite resilient then, given that forecast. But is that true?
Our first stop was the home of an 80.
Well, good morning, Anne. Thank you for the time. And I'm happy to see that the market is responding well to what we have been saying. Now, obviously, Siemens has been very early in restructuring the company to a very resilient portfolio, be it healthcare, be it industrial automation, and also the actions we have been taking on the energy side. We are right on plan with our spin-off of the Siemens Energy business. So we will have, by that time, we will have a very, very well-focused company portfolio. So I think that's what we are looking at. And of course, times are turbulent and they are complicated and they are very hard to deal with because there's so much uncertainty from other partners and areas. But the fact of the matter is there will be a time after Corona. And that's also the time we look at to get prepared for the upswing and how we can benefit from that in a proper way. And I always say to my people, the night is darkest before dawn. So think about the future too, without neglecting what needs to be done now at a very, very severe global crisis.
Yeah, some comforting words, I'm sure. In terms of the balance sheet and how you prepare the balance sheet for this crisis, then, Joe, you've recently secured another 3 billion euros in credit lines. Do you have concerns around liquidity?
Word of mouth, mostly. And what's your role in all this?
No, we don't. We really don't. I mean, you know, cash is not endless, obviously, so we are mindful about our cash position too, but we have a very experienced, very strong CFO who holds things together very well. As you know, we have had our AGM early February in 2020, where we paid out the dividend of €3.90 per share, which was up 10 cents from a prior year. So we are done with that one. By end of September, we will bring the Siemens Energy asset to the market as a spin-off. That means this is a dividend in kind of material size. So that means that there will be shareholder value associated with that too for fiscal 2020. On the liquidity side, this is true. We did secure a 3 billion loan, but that loan actually is supposed to transfer to the Siemens Energy assets so that they are well financed and well, in a good position for a successful start into their public company environment by end of September.
The most important thing is that you need to take care of electronics.
Interesting that you're sticking with that timetable for September for Siemens Energy. Why stick to September when we've seen such devastation in oil prices?
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better.
Well, I mean, first of all, our Siemens Energy is the most complete product spectrum which you can imagine in the energy field. We do have conventional power generation like gas turbines, highly efficient gas turbines and steam turbines. We do have the grid. We do have oil and gas as one of the 4 areas, but you also do have the Siemens Gamesa renewable energy, which is the world's among the world's largest renewable energy companies. So we have a very, very complete area of energy, and that basically means that we are second to none to also design the future after the corona crisis. And there will be a future also in energy. So, and then this is a spin-off and not an IPO of traditional nature. So that means all that we do is we will have a solidly financed, well-prepared company going to the market on its own. We will, as we have always said, deconsolidate the energy business from Siemens AG. That means the new Siemens AG will be a highly integrated industry infrastructure technology company with a significant share on the software, highly focused, and we do expect also there, through that de-risking, a re-rating of the Siemens AG share going forward.
And Joe, you've managed to keep a lot of your factories open, you've kept your plants open through all of this, and you've employed some social distancing. As other businesses get ready to go back to work, what advice can you give them on that social distancing and how you've prepared the business?
It helps me sleep at night.
Yeah.
I think it's as much for the people that are.
But first of all,
do things that is.
we are not going back to work. We have been working. Many people have been working from home in a very efficient way. And that also, brings me to the point that once we are through the worst and have more certainty about what the future will look like and when, then we need to also rethink the way we work in our company. We have seen that digitalization is not just something which we very successfully sell to our customers in the industrial areas. We also can apply that, and we've made very good experiences on how to effectively work from home, remotely, decentralized in our company. So we will also think about what that will mean for our productivity and efficiency. Having said that, obviously we had basically all our factories open except the ones we needed to close due to regulatory matters, which is about 30 factories still closed as we speak. I mean, we have been very, very mindful about our people. And I always said priority number 1, and that is not negotiable, is the safety and the health of our people, our employees, as well as the people of our partners when we visit their sites for service and the like. So we have made good experience on how to manage factories with distances. We have been rebuilding the flow in the factory from a highly dense environment to a 2-meter distance environment. We have been giving out masks in a very early stage. Okay. We've been closing down the canteens in those areas where people have been socializing. So you're well prepared. We know what you're doing. Everything what we can control, we do control. However, we have to say that there's a lot of uncertainty out there in the supply chain.
Yes, Joe. Absolutely. Joe Kaeser, thank you very much. Nice place to leave the conversation. The Siemens CEO, Joe Kaeser, joining us as the company reports results. Up next, we'll talk about the first ever quarterly decline in rides at Uber. That story next. This is Bloomberg. Welcome back to the European Market Open. 30 minutes into your European trading day this Friday. No trading here in London, of course, because markets are closed for a public holiday for VE Day, in fact. But we are trading up and trading in other parts of Europe. And so let me tell you what is going on there. We've got Euro Stoxx 50 up by 0.8%. The CAC 40 and the Xetra DAX both making gains. In fact, the DAX up by just over 1%, 1.2% higher. So some decent gains coming through there. US futures throughout the Asian session really have been pointing to the upside. They continue to do so. They are losing a little bit of momentum, though, as we go through the session. Let's just have a look at where we are from a sector perspective. I've pulled up the GRR function on the Stock 600, and it tells me that construction is the biggest gaining sector, up by 1.5%. Industrial goods and services up by 1.4%. We know that the Siemens share price is doing well today on the back of the revenue guidance we got there. Autos and parts also flying high, so it seems some of the more beaten up sectors gaining today to the downside. Some of the more defensives like retail, healthcare and utilities is the textbook kind of risk on day for stocks, it would seem. Let's get to your first word news stories this morning. Some of the big stories we're covering across the Bloomberg terminal. China and the US have agreed to cooperate and work toward implementing their Phase 1 trade deal. The Chinese Vice Premier Liu He talked with US Trade Chief Robert Lighthizer and Treasury Secretary Stephen Mnuchin. And in a readout from the call, the US said that both countries fully expect to meet their obligations under the deal. The most unprecedented economic crisis in peacetime. That's what we are living through, according to the ECB's president, Christine Lagarde. She says policymakers will do whatever it takes to help the economy weather the shock. Christine Lagarde spoke on a webinar organised by Bloomberg.
Really have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature, and that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate.
The number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits has topped 3 million for the 7th straight week. It's a sign there's little relief in sight for an economy reeling from the coronavirus pandemic. It brings the 7-week total of jobless claims to over 33 million. It also points to potentially unprecedented job losses in the payrolls report due out later on today. Global news 24 hours a day, on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Let's focus in on some more corporate news then, and the worst is seemingly over for Uber. It saw booking numbers drop for the first time ever, but the ride-hailing business says it's already starting to recover from the effects of the coronavirus and expects to report its first adjusted quarterly profit next year. Joining us now is Bloomberg opinion columnist Alex Webb. Alex, your take then on what we heard from Uber and the fact that they say they seem to be through the worst.
Yes, it really highlights the advantages that they've been, of the strategy they've been pushing under Dara Khosrowshahi, the CEO, of diversifying, particularly into food delivery. Food delivery really offset the decline in rides, and I think the current situation means you're not having to do quite as much discounting, marketing. Those sort of costs aren't as extreme as they have been. Now the question is whether that trajectory is sustainable.
Provides various services from booking banquet.
And when we think about this business, Alex, we think about it overwhelmingly as a passenger transport business, and yet it is the food delivery business that, as you say, has made it more defensive against these current threats. What does the balance between those two look like then for a business like Uber into the future?
I mean, at the moment, the food delivery is about in the most recent quarter, it was almost 5 billion, and rides was just short of 11 billion. So, about 45%-ish of the total, and that's something they, of course, are trying to increase. The pace of growth in eats has been significantly greater for several quarters now than rides, and they're trying to expand into more adjacent spaces, like freight, for instance. At the moment, that's a tiny business for them, less than 200 million. Now, the question remains on the profit profile, the margin profile of those businesses. We think that they lose money on every single delivery still, and in Uber, in a food delivery, there are more people taking a slice out of the pie. There's the restaurant, there's the driver, there's Uber itself. So there's a question on whether they can actually turn that into a long-term profitable business, particularly when it is so competitive. When you've got Grubhub in there, you've got in the UK Just Eat and Deliveroo and Takeaway.com. These companies are fighting over a very thin slice of margin.
Yeah, I mean, please tell me, Alex, that we will all go out for dinner again at some point. I'm clinging to that idea. Let me ask you about something else that Uber is busy doing, though, and that is a bit of a shake-up in the electric scooters business. What is Uber's involvement here? We know about Jump, of course, their bike-sharing business, but what's going on with Lime electric scooters?
So Lime and Bird are really the two big global players in this space in electric scooters. Of course, in London, we have Lime as electric bikes, simply because scooters aren't allowed, electric scooters at any rate. And Uber has invested in that, led a new round, which it looks as though it's trying to tidy Lime over. Now, it's also, as part of that deal, lumping its own bike sharing business, Jump, into Lime. There there's been a huge sort of multiplication of scooter sharing in recent years, and I'm inclined to think that there's a consensus growing around the fact that Lime might be the winner in this space. You can only, as with so many of these businesses, in any given city, there's probably only going to be one company that emerges as the winner. We've got Google and Uber now consolidating around Lime. The big chunk of cash they're pumping into them, $170 million, to tide them through this crisis, I think suggests that those companies at least think that Lime is going to be the winner.
Alex, thanks very much. Thanks for joining us. Bloomberg opinion columnist Alex Webb talking to us about all things tech and specifically around those numbers from Uber. Coming up on the programme, we return to industrials. ACCA sees net assets slump by 52% in the first quarter as the company faces the fallout from the coronavirus pandemic and the rout in oil markets. We speak to the CEO. That conversation next. This is Bloomberg.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
Her Senate seat, Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat
Welcome back to the European Market Open. We're 40 minutes into a trading day that looks broadly positive for European equity markets. Of course, depleted volumes, though, today because London is out of the fray, a public holiday here in London. Let's get a Bloomberg Business Flash for you. Some of the top corporate stories we're covering here at Bloomberg. Siemens is abandoning its full-year earnings forecast. It says orders in the second quarter slumped, highlighting the extent of Germany's industrial malaise. The European giant was able to keep factories open, though, at a time when many plants were forced to close. But lockdown restrictions severely affected Siemens customers. Profit fell in all divisions. The stock, though, trades higher on revenue expectations. ING has seen profit drop to the lowest since 2014. That's as the Dutch bank is setting aside 661 million euros in loan loss provisions. Net income also fell about 24%. Provisions have varied widely across Europe. Deutsche Bank set aside 500 million euros, whilst HSBC earmarked $3 billion. Uber posted its first ever decline in quarterly bookings, but says the worst is now over. The ride-hailing company has never turned a quarterly profit and is unlikely to do so this year. It now expects to hit the milestone next year. Chief Executive Dara Khosrowshahi says that's thanks to cost-cutting that will eliminate more than $1 billion in expenses. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Back to the jobs conversation and the Fed outlook. San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank President Mary Daly spoke to Bloomberg's Mike McKee in an exclusive interview. She addressed the shape of the recovery and why investors are pricing in a negative Fed funds rate. Let's take a listen.
In a distressing scenario. Like every other company in the United States and even globally, they're feeling a lot of pain right now because we've had to shelter in place for public health. And they know that. They want to do the right thing, but they are definitely feeling the pain. Now, when thinking about getting past this, they're doing everything in their power to get their finances in order, take advantage of the programs that are available either from Congress or the Fed to ensure that they can get past this and be ready to reopen, but do it safely. No one who I talk to is looking at a V-shaped recovery. They really think this will be gradual and it will take time to build confidence back up for both workers and consumers as they re-engage in economic activity. But they are more optimistic than you might think. They're ready to reopen and re-engage.
I know you want the Paycheck Protection Plan to help, but is there some evidence that it's doing that? Are companies hiring back workers now?
Well, the Paycheck Protection Program is really about keeping workers that they have. And when the economy reopens, then we expect those workers to come back and actually perform work. But right now, most of the country remains in shelter in place. And so we're just providing emergency support to businesses and to employees with unemployment insurance so that we can get through this and wait to reopen.
Well, the Main Street program still not up and running. Is there a chance that that's going to get started too late to be of real help?
Well, the Main Street program, one of the things that with all the Fed's facilities is there have been these what we would call announcement effects, that when we say we're going to have a facility, the markets start to function better. And we're already seeing that across the board in all the areas where there were dislocations. So, no, I don't think it's going to be too late to be effective. I think it's already helping markets do the lending that's so important for American businesses and households.
I don't really want to get into the alphabet business.
Order submitted. Order filled.
But you were kind of negative about the idea of any kind of growth this year. You didn't see a couple weeks ago any kind of expansion until 2021. Is that still your view?
My view is that 2020 as a whole, so let's move out of the quarterly math and just think in annual data, that 2020 as a whole is going to be a negative year, and then we'll start to see positive year in 2021. I think that's about as good as forecasting can get right now, this quarterly forecasting. Forecasting is always a tough business, but it's become very tough right now because it's so dependent on the evolution of the virus and what actions we have to take to constrain it.
Obviously, the markets are seeing things a little bit differently. I'm wondering what you think of that and the idea that just a short while ago, the Fed funds futures market priced in negative interest rates starting in January. I know that's not a policy procedure that you guys are really interested in, but what do you think of the way investors are looking at it?
I think investors are looking at it as, essentially the coronavirus is with us until we get a vaccine or some nice way to control it and, helpful way to control it. And they see that as distant, and then they price that in. And that's what we're all dealing with. But I am an evidence-based optimist, I guess, and the evidence I'm seeing is we came into this coronavirus with a strong economic momentum, one of the strongest economies in our lifetimes, and we're already seeing, businesses are fundamentally entrepreneurial, and we're already seeing them start to think about, okay, how do we re-engage while we live with the coronavirus until we do get a vaccine or some other remediation program. So I have a little bit more optimism there.
Municipal finance is kind of in tatters around the country. What are you hearing from cities and states in your district?
Well, cities and states in my district are really in trouble. They're struggling, and they're trying to do the thing that we're all trying to do, which is figure out where can we cut costs when revenues go down. So they're facing tremendous declines in revenues, and then they're figuring out where can we keep essential services and what cuts can we make. So this is just hard, and we're working actively with all of our states and localities to think about what's the best way to make these difficult choices so that we can all get to the other side of the coronavirus and be well positioned to go forward.
That was the Fed's Mary Daly speaking exclusively to Mike McKee. We are seeing a positive session for European equity markets here in Europe. Remember, the London market is closed, but elsewhere in Europe we see equities moving higher. US futures also point higher. We'll be back with more on the markets next. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Welcome back to the European Market Open. We are just coming up to 50 minutes into the trading session in Europe. Such as it is, London out, of course, for a public holiday. So no trading here in London, but elsewhere we see some gains being made across European equity markets. Now, ACCA saw net assets in the first quarter fall to just over 24 billion Norwegian kroner, down 52% from the previous quarter. That's as the coronavirus pandemic and oil market rout clouded the outlook for the energy-focused investment company. I'm pleased to say we're joined by Øyvind Eriksen, and right now the CEO of Aker. Good to speak to you then, Øyvind. Let me ask you about the oil sector, your exposure to it. What are you expecting in terms of oil prices? What assumptions are you making about when we get a meaningful increase in oil prices?
Well, so far this year, it has the markets have been extraordinary in basically all aspects, and in Aker we expect that it will take some years before the oil market is back in balance. So we're preparing our portfolio companies for high volatility and a low oil price for the next couple of years, and hence it's our strategy and ambition to produce oil and gas at the lowest cost possible, because that's the best way to prepare the companies for the said volatility and low oil price scenario.
Are we going to see a structural shift to a lower oil price environment, though, even beyond the next 2 years, Øyvind? I know there are limits to how much we can foresee the future, but sure, we see weak prices in the short term, but even out into the medium and long term, are we looking at much lower oil prices, do you think?
Well, I'm reluctant to speculate in the longer-term oil price outlook because experience tells that it's very hard to predict. It's also a risk that we're about to accumulate a longer-term different imbalance, because oil companies have now stopped investing in new capacity, and if demand comes back, it could also be a challenge longer term to produce the oil and gas the world will demand. But we're not making a bet on that. We're rather assuming, for the purpose of our strategy and planning, that there will be a structural shift and that we should be able to run profitable and good operations also in low oil price scenario longer term, and hence what I just said, the importance
order filled,
of
order
costs
filled, order cancelled, order filled, order cancelled, order cancelled.
And Øyvind, you have a sizable stake, 40% in Aker BP. We saw the dividend being cut there. Do you think there's a chance that the dividend will have to be cut further at Aker BP?
Well, the board of Aker BP will consider and decide upon dividend payments quarterly. So we reduced dividend for the second quarter by 2/3, and management guided to the fact that the nominal level paid in the second quarter will be the point of departure for the board assessment in the quarters to come. But the board will obviously also take into account the market volatility and the market outlook. But the guiding is, as I said, pay 1/3 of the original policy.
Given what you said about the future of oil prices, Øyvind, and the uncertainty there, I know that in the last oil downturn, your business used the opportunity to build up Aker BP, to do some mergers and acquisitions. Do you see similar opportunities out there right now, assets that look attractively cheap?
Well, I think it's too early. Also, the M&A market has more or less stopped. So I think it's a wait-and-see modus in most organizations for the time being. But going forward, our expectation is that consolidations will happen both in the exploration and production industry segment and in the oil service industry. And it's core business at Aker to explore also transaction opportunities in order to turn this crisis into an opportunity.
Just briefly, can I ask you about your lobbying of the Norwegian government? They want to make changes to the petroleum taxes. Are they listening to the industry? I know you and others in the industry have been calling for change. Any sign the government is listening to you?
Yes, definitely. We have had a lot of contact with the Norwegian government and also the opposition in Parliament. And most political parties in Norway acknowledge the need for initiatives to stimulate new activity in the Norwegian oil and gas industry in general and the Norwegian oil service industry in particular. So the discussion is more about what kind of changes to the petroleum tax regime in Norway will be most efficient in order to stimulate new investments and more activity. So I'm hopeful that we will be able to conclude a stimulus package during the course of May or June this year in order to facilitate more activity.
Oyvind, thank you very much for joining us. Oyvind Eriksen, the Aker CEO. That is it for the European market open. European markets are now open and open to the upside, up by around 0.5% in France, up by just shy of 1% in Germany. US futures do continue to point to the upside. It is, of course, jobs day in the United States. Look out for those numbers early afternoon European time. This is Bloomberg.
has always been
damage assessment. Economists expect today's payrolls report to show 22 million job losses, taking unemployment levels to their highest since the 1940s. We'll speak to Larry Kudlow this afternoon. US fatalities from the coronavirus topped 75,000. Reports suggest the White House blocked CDC reopening guidelines. The UK and France, meanwhile, prepare for some easing measures from next week. And playing ball, China and the US agreed to cooperate on implementing their trade deal despite a blame game over the coronavirus. Welcome to Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chahich in London. Let's get a check-in on the markets, and we're seeing a clear risk-on tone ahead of that non-farm payrolls report. Unimaginable, record-breaking, heartbreaking are some of the adjectives being used to describe what we could see. 1 month of job losses to wipe out a decade of job gains. But what we've heard on the US-China trade talks perhaps is what giving risk assets a lift. You're seeing green on the screen in terms of US futures and European equities. The UK is closed, by the way. Happy bank holiday if you're watching from the UK. The Nasdaq has also wiped out its losses for 2020. Yesterday, the 2-year yield hit a record low along with the 5-year yield. We're fairly steady there today on a 13 handle, the 10-year yield on a 64 handle, and oil catching a bid, heading for a second weekly gain. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News now. Here's Ritka Gupta. Hey, Ritka.
Hi, Naira. China and the US have agreed to cooperate and work toward implementing their Phase 1 trade deal. Chinese Vice Premier Liu He talked with US Trade Chief Robert Lighthizer and Treasury Secretary Steven Mnuchin, and in a readout from the call, the US said both countries fully expect to meet their obligations under the deal. The most unprecedented economic crisis in peacetime. That's what we're living through, according to the European Central Bank President Christine Lagarde. She says policymakers will do whatever it takes to help the economy weather the shock. Lagarde spoke on a webinar organized by Bloomberg.
Really have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature, and that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate.
In the UK, the government is playing down expectations the lockdown will be significantly rolled back. That's as scientists warn the country's infection rate has crept back up in recent days. Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to address the nation Sunday with a plan for a way forward. Sources tell us the rules may not change significantly until June. And the US Justice Department has taken the unusual step of dropping its case against Michael Flynn. President Donald Trump had put pressure on officials to stop the prosecution of his first national security advisor. That's despite Flynn pleading guilty to lying to FBI agents. The decision spares the president the sensitive question of whether to pardon Flynn or not. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Naira.
Ritika, thank you so much. Now let's get to our top story. We get April's jobs report in the US today, and historic job losses are expected. 22 million Americans are forecast to have lost their jobs in the month of April, with the unemployment rate rising to 16%. Joining us now is Fiona Frick, CEO of Unigestion. Fiona, welcome to the show. Great to have you with us. It's interesting because if we look at equity markets, and Mohamed El-Erian has pointed to this many times, they seem to keep looking through the underlying economic data, including the initial jobless claims number north of 3 million that we got yesterday. Yet bond markets perhaps telling a different story. Fed funds futures starting to price negative rates in 2021. That dragged the 2-year and 5-year yield to record lows yesterday. Which asset classes are you taking your cue from, Fiona?
So we agree that it's a very different story between what the bond market or the gold market or the USD currency is telling us and what we call risky assets such as equity and credit. We agree that the macroeconomic environment is very tough and we have a recession which is exceptional and very different than the one we had in 2008, where it was sequential between different sectors, and while the one we have in 2020 is violent and all over the place. But we see that the response of central banks and the response of fiscal policy is also very, very high and exceptional. So we think that part of the recession will be mitigated by what the central bank and the government are doing. We see also that the market sentiment, which was very, very bad in March, has start to get a bit better.
So this is where we
volatility is
stand
normalizing.
today. The public still doesn't know
Liquidity is
who
getting a
provided
bit
the emails
better.
to
Credit
WikiLeaks.
spread are getting a bit
Meanwhile,
better.
Assange is still
So I
running
would say that
WikiLeaks and still
we
releasing
think that there will
documents.
be
In March
volatility going forward
2017,
because
he
there's a
started
lot of
publishing documents from
uncertainty
the CIA's Center for Cyber
in
Intelligence
regard
called
to the
Vault
COVID
7.
and the economical backdrop. But we are not negative on growth assets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no
with
government
selective
secret will be
bias,
too
and we
far
like
from
credit
exposure.
and some equities,
Assange
which
is
is
still
emerging
in
markets.
the embassy. Maybe he'll leave.
Or
Maybe he
quality
won't.
equities.
Yeah, and Fiona, I take
his work has been done.
Yeah, and Fiona, I take your
Changed
point
the
that
way
growth
people think
assets
about
do
their
seem
governments, about their
to be
own
looking through the
secrets,
data
about
because
their
they're
own
looking to
ability,
that
and
exceptional
really the world
stimulus
has
on the other side. But are these markets, growth assets, actually pricing in negative rates from the Fed, or is it more about the stimulus in terms of supporting the credit market and the fiscal stimulus as well? A negative rate, something that investors are actually expecting from the Fed?
Negative rates are not necessarily negative for equities. It means that the world is more in deflation, and that the central banks are doing things in order to make sure that we have a recession which is as less lengthy as possible. So I think it's true that it looks very negative like that, but it's quite usual that it's quite normal that there is negative rates if you see everything that the central banks are doing and buying instruments. But in a certain way, these negative rates, plus the fact that central banks are buying credit and all sorts of other instruments, means that the discount rate for equity is very cheap today.
Okay, makes sense.
Order
if we look at the
submitted.
jobs
Order
data as well,
submitted.
Fiona,
Order submitted.
the devil's
Order
going to be in the
submitted.
detail in
Order
terms of trying to
submitted.
assess
Order submitted.
whether the job
Order
losses
submitted.
are broad-based
Order
across
submitted.
industries
Order
and whether
submitted.
those losses are going to be prolonged or short-lived. If the report today suggests that we could see prolonged, broad-based job losses, will the market mindset shift at all?
It depends. I think the market mindset in equity is very strange because the rally that we had in April was around a few stocks, and it was mainly around a few technological stocks, which, as you can see, the Nasdaq is positive now for the year. So a lot of the rest of the equity market is not as positive as that in the economy. So there is a lot of dispersion between sectors. Coming back on your jobless claim, it's true to say that we have an increase in jobless claim in the US, which we have never seen because now 16% of all workers are unemployed compared to 4.4% pre-crisis. But it was a very violent move. And what we expect is at one point it will start to get better. So we see another deterioration in May, but probably things will start to get better in June. We don't think that all jobs will be recuperated because some of the companies, due to the lockdown, etc., will not survive. So some of the jobs will have to disappear. But we see something that gets better from June.
Okay, something that gets better from June. Does that mean, you said a moment ago that you're sort of neutral on growth assets. Does that mean in terms of your skew, you're more likely to add to risk rather than take away, or is it just too hard to judge right now?
So we like some kinds of equity. So I think one thing that says quite well what we think in equity is that we prefer resilience than efficiency. And what has become very important when you look at equity today is the quality of the company, its balance sheet, its liquidity, etc. So we like quality growth companies because they are resilient and they can face a recession which is perhaps longer than other companies. We don't like necessarily very cyclical companies. And we think that this crisis is a sort of Schumpeterian, creative destruction. The stronger will become stronger and some of the weakest will disappear. So we still remain positive on technology, etc. And we also like emerging markets, especially Asia, because we think that there at least the sanitary crisis seems to be managed, and these countries are getting out of lockdown and the economic activity is starting to pick up.
But the reason it's being called revolutionary.
Okay, so that's the risk assets, Fiona. Where's the protection in the portfolio? Treasuries, gold, cash?
Right now we're living in a world.
Gold, I would say.
Really,
it's a nice protection. Having a bit more dollars is a nice protection. So it's really about having a sort of straddle strategy between risky assets and some defensive assets such as gold and dollars.
We're going to see machines communicate
Great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us. Fiona Frick, CEO of Ejecution. And coming up, for reaction to that US jobs report, we'll be talking to US National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow. Don't miss that interview after 2:30 p.m. London time. And with the Eurogroup set to meet later today, we'll speak to Eurogroup President and Portuguese Finance Minister Mario Centeno. Don't miss that exclusive interview next. This is Bloomberg.
May have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 million in 7 years of US funds. Will the first 5G service pop up in big cities sometime?
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
Economics, finance, politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Neera Chehich in London. Now, the Eurogroup meets virtually today to discuss the euro area economy as efforts to tackle the coronavirus crisis continue. It comes after the European Commission's spring forecast, which predicted a deep and uneven recession with a, quote, uncertain recovery expected in 2021. Joining us now is Mario Centeno, President of the Eurogroup. Mario, great to have you on the show with us. Thank you so much for joining. Look, Europe has come under quite a bit of criticism in terms of coming together to fight the crisis. On the planned recovery fund, that's been one of the key points of discussion, a sticking point, if you will. There's a discussion on how to distribute it, whether it should be loans or grants or both. If part is distributed as loans, what maturities should be applied?
Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad.
Thank you for having me. We have been quite fast, flexible, innovative in the response to this crisis. And I think the recovery fund needs to follow these guidelines. So I think it must be sizable. We are creating shortfalls and gaps both on investment and income because of job losses and very bad news for firms in terms of their profits. So we need to make up for all these losses during the recession. And it must be suited to the situation, which means that the accumulation of debt requires this fund to be able to spread the costs of the crisis over time. So we need long maturities, definitely, and we need a common approach by all European countries.
Okay, you need long maturities. Interesting. I wonder then whether perpetual debt is a possibility, Mr. Centeno, or maturities close to 100 years, for example.
Well, we are waiting for the Commission to present its proposal. I think we definitely need to go all together, all European countries. This response must be available for every country. The response so far has been quite asymmetric across countries, and the European instruments must be there to fill in these gaps in responses across countries. I don't know if 100 years is the right number. I just think it is important for us to be able to set up a common instrument that suits this very important question on spreading the cost over time, because we cannot risk having a second wave of effect of these very deep crises when we recover. So this is my take at this moment.
Mario, you talk about asymmetric responses from countries, which of course is to be expected. But how quickly do you think you can come to a consensus on a common instrument? Because that's what the market's waiting for.
Yes, we have already started our common response with the three backstops that the Eurogroup agreed, and according to the European Council, must be made available until June the 1st. These three backstops take care of workers, businesses, and sovereigns. These are insurance nets that are very important for all countries to generate this level playing field. The same thing must apply to the recovery fund. Recall that if you add automatic stabilizers, state guarantees, and discretionary fiscal measures, the European Union countries together had up already for 4 trillion euros in response. This is a very large number. Now we have to allow for a swift, and we are expecting the European Commission at any moment in time in the next couple of weeks to come up with a proposal. That proposal will be within the next MFF, so the next 7 years budget for the Union, and we expect it to be front-loaded and available already this year.
Now, on the ESM credit lines, you've already said that the maturity should be long, but can you give us a more precise idea in terms of a range of years for those?
Putin blamed the protests squarely on America.
We are having a meeting of the Eurogroup today, as you referred in your introduction, and it is precisely on the ESM. I don't want to advance precise numbers, but we are talking on maturity that can be up to 10 years. So we really think that period will be suitable for what we intend to do with this instrument, and I think it will be long.
You think it will be long? Okay. In terms of the concerns about conditionality associated to the credit lines, have those concerns been overcome, Mr. Centeniu?
And similar views on NATO and sanctions.
I think so, and the decision that will be finalized next week in the Board of Governors of the ESM will make very clear that the conditionality is on the COVID period, which means that this line must be dropped in expenditures that are related with this COVID period. This is the only conditionality that will be in the line. After that, countries must continue its pledge to meet the criteria of the Stability and Growth Pact, which we already have to do currently, so nothing new on that front.
Okay. Several countries in Europe now have started easing the lockdowns, and there's all kinds of different predictions in terms of where we go from here on the Eurozone economy. What kind of recovery do you see? Do you see a V-shape starting in the second half of the year, or something more protracted in terms of a recession?
That is precisely where all our uncertainty is. We don't know how the epidemiological curve will behave in the future, but we are preparing for that. And the first step, of course, is easing the lockdown restrictions. We are going step by step in a very coordinated way. Of course, each country is in a different position vis-à-vis the epidemiological curve, but the lockdown measures are being coordinated in all countries, and all the European economies understand how important the single market is. Most of our countries are quite dependent on exports to other Euro area and European Union countries. So we really want to coordinate this. Well, but definitely this is the biggest uncertainty dimension. Remember that this crisis was not about the economy. This is a sanitary crisis. The economy, the European economy, was growing for 25 consecutive quarters, large amounts of employment created. This is not about the economy. This time it was generated by the sanitary crisis, and that's where all uncertainty is right now.
Mario, I need an answer from you, yes or no, but does the fragmentation of the economic recession between the South and the North put the euro at risk, yes or no?
Order filled. Order filled.
We are going to avoid that. We are doing whatever it takes to do it, so my answer is no.
Order canceled.
Mario Centeno, Eurogroup President, much appreciated. Thank you so much. This is Bloomberg.
searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the map.
He started China Pages, yellow pages like website, but it didn't take off. Then Mayo, the government agency, was shamed. SoftBank.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Naira Chehij. Coming up on the show, we speak about the state of emerging markets with veteran investor Mark Mobius, the founder of Mobius Capital Partners. This as the IMF sees developing nations needing more than $2.5 trillion in external financing. And more broadly, we're seeing a risk-on tone across markets in European equities, in US futures, and with a little bit of a weaker dollar as well, with the US jobs number in focus later today. This is Bloomberg.
And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it first unveiled in China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange, but it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. In 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO. After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Mobile has really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to the US. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and fraudulent goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's campaign philosophy.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker and really able to communicate with others and
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's fifth largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it's served him well.
Yet another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
I was actually poor.
No foreplay?
Eat your bag of Lay's with a smile on your face.
If all the diseases have been taken, I'll take a tax.
We're all going to be permanently scarred by having lived through this pandemic.
This is my first pandemic. I don't really know what I'm doing. You know, I'm trying to figure this out as I go.
How soon will anybody get on an airplane?
The quantas of 2021, 22 will be very different from the quantas of 2019.
Frankly, it could take a year or 2 years for that traffic to return.
How soon will anybody stay at a hotel?
It's going to take a while, and I think we have very, very limited visibility. And I think what will come back first is domestic businesses.
How soon will anybody go to a mall?
We plan to reopen over 90% of our Starbucks stores by early June.
The fact that these places may be open doesn't necessarily mean that they'll be doing business.
That was investors and CEOs from Sam Zell to IHG's Keith Barr discussing the challenges of reopening amidst the coronavirus pandemic. Let's get the Bloomberg First Word News. Here's Ritika Gupta. Hey, Ritika.
Hi, Naira. The number of Americans filing for unemployment benefits has topped 3 million for a seventh straight week. It's a sign there's little relief in sight for an economy reeling from the coronavirus pandemic. It brings the 7-week total of jobless claims to over 33 million. It also points to potentially unprecedented job losses in the payrolls report out later today. Traders are now pricing in the possibility the Federal Reserve will cut its policy rate below zero. Fed funds futures extended their rally with prices for early next year surging above 100. That's the level that marks the boundary to negative interest rates. Chairman Jerome Powell has consistently pushed back against the idea of negative rates. In the UK, the government is playing down expectations the lockdown will be significantly rolled back. That's as scientists warn the country's infection rate has crept back up in recent days. Prime Minister Boris Johnson plans to address the nation Sunday with a plan for a way forward. Sources tell us the rules may not change significantly until June. France will start rolling back its lockdown measures. It's joining Germany, Italy and the Netherlands in easing restrictions, but strict controls will remain on public transport in Paris, where infection rates are still high. Looser restrictions on businesses and stores will start coming into effect on Monday. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Naira.
Ritika, thank you so much. Now, the International Monetary Fund said that the global economic outlook has worsened since its latest forecast 3 weeks ago. It also said the world can expect more waves of financial market turbulence. Developing nations' external financing needs probably will be far above the $2.5 trillion that the IMF previously projected, and the fund says it will need all of its $1 trillion in current lending resources, and it isn't being shy about telling countries how much support is needed. Joining us now to talk about emerging markets is Mark Mobius, founding partner at Mobius Capital Partners. Mark, great to have you with us. Thank you so much for joining us today. Emerging market equities had their biggest monthly gain in 4 years in April. Investors, strategists, traders that Bloomberg have spoken to think that the next selling frenzy in stocks will break out by September, but then we see a recovery by year end. What trajectory do you see for emerging market equities into year end?
I think emerging market equities will probably outperform the developed markets for the simple reason that, first of all, they drop more than the developed markets to a great degree, but also the fact that the increasing correlation that's taking place between these various markets around the world, including emerging markets, means that when there is a recovery in the United States in particular, then you see these emerging markets reacting much more forcefully. And of course, we still have the phenomenon for emerging markets is high growth that we're seeing in these countries. So a combination of all these factors makes me believe that we will probably see outperformance in emerging markets.
Interesting outperformance, because this survey that we did actually saw people respond and say that emerging markets would underperform developed markets. So it's interesting that you see that differently, Mark. In terms of the regional variations, because of course we don't want to talk about them as one block, what area of emerging markets do you expect to outperform the most?
Of course, it would be Asia, simply because you're seeing, despite this shutdown and all the problems with COVID-19, we're seeing higher growth in Asia, and that's been the case before the crisis, and I think will continue after the crisis. China will recover. As you know, China is one of the early recovery points, although there are certain parts of China that are seeing relapse, but generally speaking, they're seeing recovery.
Order canceled.
Like,
order canceled. 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 Order canceled.
Okay, have you been making changes to the portfolio then in terms of allocating more to Asia and perhaps specifically China and away from places like Latin America, for example?
Not really, because what we've done is look at all the holdings that we had before the crisis and looked at those stocks that were looking very attractive
at that time before the crisis, but were very expensive, and now we're doing switching. In other words, going into those stocks that were very attractive, but now have come down in price. So it means that we're investing in Brazil, we're investing in Turkey, in other parts of the world. But of course, the biggest weighting is in Asia, in places like Korea, China, India. Those are the places where we're focusing. So we're looking globally at individual companies, because that's really the basis of our investment technique. But the weighting, of course, is higher in Asia, but has not necessarily increased.
Okay, interesting. Mark, the pandemic has pushed many emerging market central banks to try QE for the first time. And it's a big discussion at the moment, using QE to finance budget deficits, monetary financing, in other words. If we see more of that, and I know there are distinctions to be made between specific markets in emerging markets, but do you think we'll see capital flight as a result of that?
No, I don't think so. I think the interesting thing about this quantitative easing is that it laps over into these emerging countries. And in fact, we may even see a weakening of the dollar because of the tremendous flow of dollars in all these other countries, thereby strengthening some of the currencies in these other countries outside the U.S. So I believe at the end of the day, this quantitative easing will be a boon to many of these emerging countries.
Will it be highly inflationary? And if it is that a bad thing?
Oh, there's no question that you're going to see inflation. The normal measures of inflation will show some inflation. But we're in a very strange situation these days. We're in a sort of a deflationary environment because of technology pushing into the areas that normally you wouldn't expect declines in prices. So there will be, in some countries, slightly higher inflation, but I believe overall, on a global basis, we're in a deflationary environment because of technological changes, despite the fact that you see this incredible increase in money supply.
Mark, I spoke to a guest this week that said, beware of companies in emerging markets, for example, that have to do social service at the end of all this, such as banks, particularly public banks. That was her view. If you look at sectors, specific company sectors, and I know you invest in individual companies, but are there any trends that you're picking up as a result of coronavirus in terms of things to buy or avoid?
Well, there's no question. Companies with strong balance sheets are essential. I mean, any company with weak balance sheets, we're avoiding with like a plague. And then with banks, the problem with banks, although some of them look very interesting and have a nice history, the reality is that their bad loan portfolio is increasing at a pretty rapid rate. And as you know, a lot of the numbers regarding bad loans don't come out immediately. They come out later once the tide is out, as Warren Buffett has said. So we're very cautious about financial institutions generally, because there's some opportunities, but we have to be extremely cautious.
Mark, you were recently in South Africa. I just want to know whether you're still looking for opportunities on the continent, or if you think the effect of coronavirus there will be so bad that you're rethinking that strategy.
Yes, we're still investing in Africa, in Kenya. Of course, we have Safaricom, and in South Africa, we're investing in Clicks and looking at some other companies there. So there are opportunities, despite, in the case of South Africa, the dire macroeconomic environment. But a lot of these companies are able to survive and even prosper under such conditions. So no question, we have not written off Africa. And I believe that looking forward, the growth in Africa is going to be very, very good in many of these countries.
Mark Mobius, founding partner at Mobius Capital Partners. Delighted to have you with us. Thank you so much for your time today. And just some news breaking in the past couple of minutes that China's first quarter current account deficit has come in at $29.7 billion. Coming up, all the job losses in every recession dating back to the second administration of Dwight Eisenhower concentrated into a single month. That's the magnitude of what forecasters expect in today's jobs report. More on that next. This is Bloomberg. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Neera Chehich in London. Now, San Francisco Federal Reserve Bank President Mary Daly spoke to Bloomberg's Michael McKee in an exclusive interview. She addressed the shape of the recovery and why investors are pricing in a negative Fed funds rate. Let's take a listen.
Like every other company in the United States and even globally, they're feeling a lot of pain right now because we've had to shelter in place for public health. And they know that. They want to do the right thing, but they are definitely feeling the pain. Now, when thinking about getting past this, they're doing everything in their power to get their finances in order, take advantage of the programs that are available either from Congress or the Fed to ensure that they can get past this and be ready to reopen, but do it safely. No one who I talk to is looking at a V-shaped recovery. They really think this will be gradual and it will take time to build confidence back up for both workers and consumers as they re-engage in economic activity. But they are more optimistic than you might think. They're ready to reopen and re-engage.
I know you want the Paycheck Protection Plan to help, but is there some evidence that it's doing that? Are companies hiring back workers now?
Well, the Paycheck Protection Program is really about keeping workers that they have. And when the economy reopens, then we expect those workers to come back and actually perform work. But right now, most of the country remains in shelter in place. And so we're just providing emergency support to businesses and to employees with unemployment insurance so that we can get through this and wait to reopen.
Well, the Main Street program still not up and running. Is there a chance that that's going to get started too late to be of real help?
Well, the Main Street program, one of the things that with all the Fed's facilities is there have been these what we would call announcement effects, that when we say we're going to have a facility, the markets start to function better. And we're already seeing that across the board in all the areas where there were dislocations. So no, I don't think it's going to be too late to be effective. I think it's already helping markets do the lending that's so important for American businesses and households.
I don't really want to get into the alphabet business of V's and W's and things like that, but you were kind of negative about the idea of any kind of growth this year. You didn't see a couple weeks ago any kind of expansion until 2021. Is that still your view?
My view is that 2020 as a whole, so let's move out of the quarterly math and just think in annual data, that 2020 as a whole is going to be a negative year, and then we'll start to see positive year in 2021. I think that's about as good as forecasting can get right now, this quarterly forecasting. Forecasting is always a tough business, but it's become very tough right now because it's so dependent on the evolution of the virus and what actions we have to take to constrain it.
Obviously, the markets are seeing things a little bit differently. I'm wondering what you think of that and the idea that just a short while ago, the Fed funds futures market priced in negative interest rates starting in January. I know that's not a policy procedure that you guys are really interested in, but what do you think of the way investors are looking at it?
I think investors are looking at it as, essentially the coronavirus is with us until we get a vaccine or some nice way to control it and helpful way to control it, and they see that as distant, and then they price that in, and that's what we're all dealing with. But I am an evidence-based optimist, I guess, and the evidence I'm seeing is we came into this coronavirus with a strong economic momentum, one of the strongest economies in our lifetimes, and we're already seeing, businesses are fundamentally entrepreneurial, and we're already seeing them start to think about, okay, how do we re-engage while we live with the coronavirus until we do get a vaccine or some other remediation program. So I have a little bit more optimism there.
Municipal finance is kind of in tatters around the country. What are you hearing from cities and states in your district?
Well, cities and states in my district are really in trouble. They're struggling, and they're trying to do the thing that we're all trying to do, which is figure out where can we cut costs when revenues go down. So they're facing tremendous declines in revenues, and then they're figuring out where can we keep essential services and what cuts can we make. So this is just hard, and we're working actively with all of our states and localities to think about what's the best way to make these difficult choices so that we can all get to the other side of the coronavirus and be well positioned to go forward.
That was San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly speaking exclusively to Bloomberg's Michael McKee. And coming up later today, we'll be talking to U.S. National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow. Coming up, weathering the shock, the ECB president says she has no choice but to go beyond conventional policies. We'll bring you more of our exclusive conversation with Christine Lagarde. That's next. This is Bloomberg.
Climate change is the defining issue of our time, so we've redefined how we cover it. With clear data and rigorous journalism, we rise to the scale of the challenge to reveal the breadth of possibility. We look at stories from every angle to provoke debate, spotlight solutions, and make sense of the greatest crisis of our generation. Bloomberg Green, solutions for a changing climate.
It is critically important that the markets stay open in this time as opposed to trying to take breaks in the middle. I think that that'll just push off the situation a little bit, but actually could create other pent-up issues if you do close the markets.
It's a very intense balloon. Can then be expressed in a different way.
Economics, finance and politics. This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Neera Chahij in London. ECB President Christine Lagarde said she has no choice but to go beyond conventional policies to combat the coronavirus crisis. Francine Lacqua spoke to her yesterday as part of an online discussion alongside IMF Managing Director Kristalina Georgieva. Take a listen.
Central banks, ECB included, are driven by their mandate. They have the privilege of being independent institutions, accountable to, for myself, the European Parliament, to which I report back and am accountable to, and I go every 3 months to tell about our action and our tools and how we measure them and how we assess them. But we are also mandate driven, and mandate dictates that we do whatever is necessary and whatever is needed in order to actually deliver on our purpose, which will be a factor of circumstances. To give you an example, we are currently, and we've all said the same thing, going through exceptional circumstances. The global economy and the euro area, where I'm located and where I have to be active, is facing this unprecedented shock that we could not have imagined. Well, in that case, you clearly have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature and that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate, whether it is to avoid the tightening of financing condition, or whether it is to make sure that monetary policy is transmitted across all jurisdictions in the euro area. That's what we need to do. And we are actually doing it, and we will continue doing so, because that's what drives our action.
What's on top of your worry list as a central banker?
You know, it might surprise you, but I fear 2 W. W number 1 is war, because I think that on the top of everything that we have at the moment, that would be just the most aggravating factor that we could face. And my second W is the second wave, if we ever had a second wave. When we look at analogies, you know, like the Spanish flu, unnecessarily called Spanish for that matter, the second wave was even worse than the first. So those are the 2 things that I have on my mind from, you know, a humanitarian, from as a person. Now, if I look at the economic consequences of all that, clearly, even without those W's that are my fears, I think that we have the most unprecedented economic crisis that we have seen in peacetime. I've said that before. And the damage that it is inflicting on our economies around the world, that Kristalina knows better than I do at this point in time, is really causing damages to potential output, to families, to jobs, to the capacity to bounce back. And we simply have no real good sense of how badly economies are affected. We're all proceeding on the basis of scenarios because we simply don't know. And it's all going to be a factor of how we get out of those lockdown measures, at which pace, at which sequence. And if we do, we don't know either how fast and how strong the recovery will be, because it will be a factor again of the measures that are taken at this point in time. So that's really the situation that we have. And in the face of that, we have to take all possible measures and policies to help with maintaining the situation, sustaining it for as long as necessary to weather this horrible shock, and help families, firms, and governments bounce back and move into a recovery phase. Clearly, you know, the nearly 4 million people affected around the world, a quarter of which are affected in the euro area, is on my mind all the time. And I also venture beyond those borders, because I think of all people in the developing world, which clearly is taking a big hit and will continue to take a big hit, despite the fact that health systems are not as solid as they are in advanced economies.
That was ECB President Christine Lagarde. Now, in the past hour, the WHO has confirmed that COVID-19 originated in bats. In a briefing about the origins of the virus, it said that the Wuhan wet market played a role in the outbreak, but it also said that not all early patients had contact with the market. We brace for 22 million job losses in payrolls data out later today out of the US. Ahead of that, we're seeing a rally in European equities and US futures. Treasury steady across the curve after the two-year yield hit a record low yesterday. This is Bloomberg.
Another day of risk off across the financial markets. We bring you special coverage of all the price action and implications here on Bloomberg Television.
So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. Use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature for the bronze. We use a very, very sort of fluid quite scotch. You've got to practice this. You've got to be able to judge
This morning, an unemployment rate unimaginable amid a social safety net inadequate. This morning, a jobs report dramatically worse than that of September 1945. It might be, quote, the worst economic report in American history. Watch bonds, and at that, watch the guessing of when and how far the Fed will cut the target rate. Will the market tell Chairman Powell negative interest rates are here to stay? And, quote, We may allow ourselves a brief period of rejoicing. Winston Churchill, 75 years ago today, on VE Day. Good morning, everyone. Tom Keene in New York, Anna Edwards in for Francine Lacroix in London. And Anna, thrilled to be with you, honored to be with you today with your coverage of 10 Downing Street. How will the Prime Minister celebrate this important day?
Well, I know we're all going to be listening to another Prime Minister about 3 o'clock UK time. Tom, you quoted him just then talking about Winston Churchill. We are going to get a broadcast of what he said at that time, 75 years ago. Really interesting, the parallels between then and now, of course, limited as they are. Certainly a very difficult time to be celebrating 75 years since VE Day, Tom, given we are not able to go out and celebrate in the street as so many did 75 years ago.
It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck.
Well, just extraordinary week that it's been on this Friday, of course, all focused on the depth of the jobs report that we will see at 8:30 New York time. That was adjusted over the last 2 days with a difficult ADP report on Wednesday and a really challenging and grim weekly jobless claims report yesterday. So we look to 8:30 this morning. Right now, with our first word news in New York City, here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. Anna, the top trade negotiators for the US and China have agreed to cooperate on that trade deal. It's the first time they've spoken since the agreement was signed in January. So far, China is running behind the pace for buying more US products. The uncertainty caused by the coronavirus outbreak could hurt Beijing's ability to meet those targets. It's likely to be the worst US jobs report since the end of World War II. The numbers are released at 8:30 a.m. New York time, and they're expected to show that employers cut 22 million jobs in April because of the coronavirus outbreak. The unemployment rate probably will hit 16%. That would be the highest since the Great Depression. The British government is trying to dampen expectations that the coronavirus lockdown will be significantly rolled back. On Sunday, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out a plan for how restrictions will be eased. Bloomberg's learned there may not be a major change until June. The UK's infection rate has crept up in recent days. And the IMF warns that the global economic outlook has gotten worse since it last forecast, and that was just 3 weeks ago. It says the world can expect more waves of financial market turbulence. IMF chief economist Geeta Gopinath says developing nations will probably need more than the $2.5 trillion in financing that was previously projected. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna, Tom.
And equities, bonds, currencies, commodities. I'll tell you, folks, you take the surveillance nap as I did yesterday, and you wake up to a different bond market. It's just simple. The 2-year yields caved in yesterday. The German yield, yes, to that greater negative yield, but far more the U.S. 2-year note to well under a 0.13% at one point. We're watching it carefully. And of course, Anna, that we saw negative interest rates modeled in the WIRP function on the Bloomberg terminal. That's what everybody uses, folks, to game the future of interest rates. I'll tell you, Anna, there was a seismic shift in the data yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. Those negative interest rate expectations shown in Fed funds futures really asking questions of the Fed. How much does the Fed really want to stick to all those comments they've made in the past, Tom, about how they see nothing in the European experiment with negative interest rates to convince them that they need to go down the same path, as if the market doesn't quite believe the Fed and all those statements. No doubt they will surface again. I've been looking at stocks in Europe, gaining, of course, off our highs, but waiting really for the jobs report that you've referenced, Tom, earlier on. I put the euro in fairly flat this morning, but I'm reading plenty of an existential nature around the euro right now. On the one hand, the job story might be cushioned by governments in Europe. On the negative side, though, all these questions about the future of the euro keep circling, and Moody's later will review Italy and Spain and their ratings, so we'll watch for that. Also, I put in oil because we're set for a second weekly gain, in case we hadn't noticed.
Yes.
I've kind of been around wooden boats.
I'm glad you mentioned oil up there with Brent crude well over $30 a barrel. To give us perspective after this exhausting week, to give us perspective into the jobs report and particularly on the writings of the weekend into an eventful next week. Simon French joins from Panmure Research. We're thrilled that he could join us today. Simon, I've got 8 ways to go, but let me start with the zeitgeist of still shock over the Bank of England's forecast yesterday. Folks, there's an alphabet soup of recovery guesses, and decidedly the Bank of England has modeled a down 14% and abrupt up 15% return. Simon, did that surprise you? Was the governor being too optimistic?
Morning, Tom. Morning, Anna. He was. Unfortunately, the truism in labour markets is that, and I speak as a labour market economist who's modelled this, it is much easier to fire than it is to hire. But there will be a lag trying to get back from what is expected, even in the UK, with extensive furloughing of workers, and we expect unemployment to peak around 10% towards the end of the year. For that to get back to below 4%, where we went into ahead of this crisis, the bank expects that to happen by 2022. I'm afraid I'm much more cautious. I expect it to be a much more prolonged rehiring cycle.
Simon, the shock of lower interest rates yesterday and the negative yield indicated by the WIRP function on the Bloomberg. Jay Barry at JP Morgan wrote of technical reasons that we saw the thrust to a negative interest rate forecast. Was it that, or was it the real understanding of the rate market over the depths of this jobless economy?
It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. Like, this is it.
So I think there's probably more weight on the second one of those arguments, but we're also starting to see a bit of a shift in the thinking around tolerance for negative interest rates. You mentioned in the introduction the fact that Jay Powell and the Fed has seen nothing to like about the negative interest rate environment in the Eurozone. But that was also the case for the Bank of England until yesterday, and I thought it was a fascinating interview that Francine had with Andrew Bailey. He is not following Governor Carney in saying he doesn't see any advantage in negative interest rates. He's leaving that option open. Will we now see that same read across into the United States? I think that's part of the story as to why we saw that seismic move in bond yields yesterday.
There's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be.
Yeah, it was quite a stunning move, wasn't it? Looking at those moves in bond yields, I mean, what do you expect the Fed to do with that? I've read some thought pieces that suggest the market is trying to lead the Fed in that direction and asking whether the Fed is going to stand up and say, no, we won't go there. What's your assessment of that tension, Simon?
Well, Anna, as usual, I think you've nailed the challenge here for Jay Powell. It's a communications piece. What is the marginal monetary policy tool at the moment? We have assumed that it is now at the zero lower bound of the nominal Fed funds rate. It's going to be bond buying, and bond buying moving up the risk curve. But actually, does the marginal tool now shift back towards the policy rate, and does the Fed funds rate go negative? I think part of getting clarity in terms of pricing will be for Jay Powell to set out what the Fed's thinking is regarding the marginal policy tool for the next bit of stimulus should it be required to support the recovery in the US economy.
It's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router.
I was really interested in your notes around the Bank of England, Simon, and this applies to central banks globally. They're all trying to wrestle with an equation that says shut down economy for X for 1 week equals what damage to economy, and whether you can take that into the future and use that to assess the length of a lockdown and its impact. How close are we to being able to establish that? Because that's quite difficult, because the longer we're locked down, the more scarring we risk.
We do. The Bank of England's scenarios yesterday assumed that each 2 weeks of additional lockdown impairs output growth for the year by 1.25%. Now, to Tom's comments at the top of the show, he's got 8 ways he could go. I'd argue the Bank of England, all of us have got many more than that in terms of potential outcomes in this. But we are in a phase right now where that kind of scenario analysis is helpful to try and make the really difficult and subjective political decisions around leaving lockdown. There has to be the behavioral science, the economic science, the healthcare thinking brought together, and a singular decision with all these conflicting scientific data points.
You know, Simon, we're all riveted to the punditry and people guesstimating into the future. As Ritika Gupta said in the news on Gita Gopinath of the IMF, are we just rationalizing our way to another broad set of trillions of dollars of fiscal assistance?
So I'm not really looking at.
We are. I think we have to acknowledge that we are in a period, to steal a phrase recently used by ex-Governor Mervyn King of the Bank of England, radical uncertainty. This is a set of economic circumstances for which there is certainly no modern precedent. And therefore, in terms of the policy response, not only is there a quantity question regarding how much stimulus is required from those insurers of the last resort on the fiscal side, supported by the monetary side, but also what profile that takes, because the economy, the gift that capitalism gives us is creative destruction, and creative destruction off the back of COVID-19 will lead to a quite a different composition of output, composition of the global economy. That creative destruction needs to be allowed to operate, and therefore striking the balance between protecting the existing supply side and letting the new supply side grow is key.
Okay, this is a really arch theme, and it frankly, folks, goes back to August of 2007. Are we trying to do this painlessly, Simon? And I don't mean any ill will towards those that are grievously hurt by this, but are we allowing creative destruction within our system of finance?
At the moment, I'm on the side of the policymakers who are urging protection of the existing economy. What I'm trying to do, which I think all your viewers and listeners will be trying to do as well, is project forward where social distancing starts to ease, or how policy moves dynamically to support creative destruction, because there was a period of time 10 years ago, 11 years ago, when perhaps the adjustment that was necessary wasn't allowed to play out. And while there are significant health and human impacts of creative destruction, there's also, over a longer term view, much more upside through enhanced productivity to go out there and grab.
Well, it's going to be interesting to say the least. Simon French with us, and we will continue. He is with Panmure, of course, in London. Anna Edwards and I, socially distant as always. We'll give you more conversation here on these historic events that we're seeing. John Farrell with Lawrence Kudlow. Look for that after the jobs report in the 9 o'clock hour. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
keeping more option open. Two of my colleagues on the committee voted to do more QE now. Other members of the committee thought that it was a sensible decision to take in our next meeting when we may have some more information.
That was the Bank of England Governor Andrew Bailey, of course, in his socially distant interview with my colleague Francine Lacroix in the last 24 hours. Simon French and Pamela Gordon is still with us. Simon, I'm going to ask you something deliberately provocative here, just to wake up anybody who at 5:16 in New York is still maybe asleep. Where does this crisis leave capitalism, Simon? And I know we haven't got an entire thesis amount of time. After it's been sort of saved by the state and the taxpayer, what kind of free market economy are we left with on the other side?
Well, part of the answer, it's a good provocative question, part of the answer will be determined by the degree to which a balance sheet overhang in the corporate sector, underscored by federal agencies around the world, whether that's going to be persistent in terms of the seniority of that debt, or whether that debt is going to be written off and enabled or diminished in seniority to enable capitalism to recover. What you fear, perhaps, is that if that retains its seniority, it slows the recovery, and perhaps most crucially, will give policymakers the feel that they have a role, a more stronger allocative role in the economy going forward, which I think personally would be quite a mistake.
Do you see us on our way to some sort of debt jubilee, some sort of grand write-off, a grand deal on that, Simon?
I do. I think that's part of the delicate calculation we were talking about before the break around what you don't want to do, of course, is introduce moral hazard. You don't want to also keep zombie companies that otherwise would have gone to the wall in business. That's delaying the creative destruction role we were talking about. But some sort of debt jubilee that recognizes that part of engineering a V-shaped recovery and getting those enormous job losses we've seen in the US back down, people back into employment, will mean that corporate balance sheets need to be cleaned up, and a debt jubilee would be part of that solution.
Debt Jubilee was such a good band, Simon. They did Emerson, Lake and Palmer like no one. Simon, what is a debt jubilee?
What is a debt jubilee? Debt jubilee effectively is saying, the principle that you have taken out of the burden of debt is going to be either totally or partially written off. Now, historically, we've seen haircuts, we have seen reductions in coupon. A jubilee in pure form, writing it off, I think is unlikely because of those moral hazard issues that we talk about. But actually, a partial jubilee to reduce that burden over what was a non-fault period of time for most corporates is probably the kind of thing that policymakers will be looking at to engineer a V-shaped rather than a U or an L-shaped recovery.
Jubilee sounds like something constructive and positive. Okay, great. Who loses in a debt jubilee?
Well, that's a great question, and one of the risks, of course, is that you start to generate a lack of confidence in the ongoing capital value of debts, which, of course, while liabilities on some balance sheets are assets on others, you generate an inflationary spiral. I think that's one of the risks that policymakers are prepared to start looking for the white of the eyes of inflation before they start weighing that up as a risk. But clearly, the costs of inflation, who loses, it's potentially that ripple around the economy in terms of enhanced inflation premium.
Absolutely superb. Simon French, thank you so much, with Panmure. We've been doing a lot on politics, and of course we had Speaker Pelosi the other day, Lawrence Kudlow with John Farrow later this morning, and then we move on to the gentle lady from Los Angeles and Watts. Maxine Waters is chairman of the House Financial Committee. She will speak to us about this historic moment. That jobs report, we do that at 8:30 this morning. This is Bloomberg.
is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Siemens has abandoned its full-year sales and earnings forecast. Europe's largest engineering company reported profits that fell in all divisions. Siemens saw orders slump due to the impact of the coronavirus outbreak. It expects a moderate decline in revenue for the year ending in September. Uber says the worst is over. The ride-hailing service reported that quarterly bookings declined for the first time ever, but it says business is already starting to recover. Uber plans on cutting more than $1 billion in expenses. Shanghai Disneyland sold out of tickets for its reopening on Monday. It's a sign Chinese consumers are prepared to spend in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak. The theme park has been shut down for 4 months. Shanghai Disneyland normally has a capacity of 80,000 visitors, but only a third of that will be allowed in now. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna, Tom?
That's it.
Ritika, thanks so much. Let me do a data check. I've really been remiss in doing that in the hour. Let's get right to it. The VIX under 30, showing that good equity market. We had a 29 handle earlier, right now 30.04. Futures up 28, Dow futures up 238, nicely over 24,000 as well. European banks a little soft today. And in the yield market, I'm sorry, extraordinary. About 1 p.m. yesterday, the 2-year yield resets right now 0.1349, 10-year in, 30-year being nowhere near like the 2-year yield. And just in the last hour, the German 2-year yield has come down another notch, more negative yield. Anna?
So Brian could definitely write.
Yeah, stunning stuff we've seen in yields in bond markets. The stocks here in Europe up by 0.6%. Siemens really flying though, despite what Ritika was saying there in the business flash. The fact that they gave a moderate full-year revenue drop as their guidance, that being taken well by markets, and that giant up by more than 5% this morning. Coming up, we'll speak to Valentin Marinov, Credit Agricole's head of G10 FX research and strategy. We'll talk about the strength we've seen in the dollar. We'll ask about existential crises in the euro as well. This is Bloomberg.
I just had spot. Everything the rappers say is better and funny and smart and rude. You know, it's more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really works.
This is lit, and I think people take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he
best we can do in a situation like this is to learn together, cooperate as much as possible, and those that are stronger do more, so those that are weaker can ride on measures taken elsewhere.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went
Kristalina Georgieva of the International Monetary Fund, an exceptionally important webinar virtual meeting yesterday with Christine Lagarde of the ECB with our Francine Lacroix, and it really brings up the idea of institutions scrambling within the financial soup. Valentin Marinov joins us right now with Credit Agricole, usually on foreign exchange, but Ann and I decided to rip up the script today and go away from the usual Marinov interview because he is very, very perceptive about the news of the moment, which is, will the United States join Europe in negative rates? Valentin, let's start with the obvious forecast. Would you suggest we will see some form of negative interest rates in the United States?
Well, that's not our official view. At least so far, there's nothing to suggest from the Fed's official communication that there's any appetite whatsoever to cut rates below zero. That said, it is also the case that last week, when the Fed had a chance to indeed deliver a technical hike of the interest rate on excess reserves, they decided not to do so. So that floor that would have been put in place really under the Fed funds rate was really not put in place, and as a result, that is at least partly the reason why the Fed funds futures are now implying negative rates for 2021.
And I see this morning, folks, off the WIRP function, we're not going to show it because it's wicked complicated, but all you need to know is that impulse yesterday afternoon has sustained overnight through Asia and Europe as well. Valentin, have negative rates been successful? I mean, Fed officials watched the show. Give them a primer from Credit Agricole. What is it meant for the society that Kristalina Georgieva was speaking of?
Happens by accident.
Well, it is the case that really overall the situation at the moment is rather complex. Overall, it is certainly one of the tools, negative rates are one of the tools that could be considered in fighting the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic consequences. That said, the jury is still very much out on whether the policy could indeed deliver more positives, and given that the costs associated with negative rates are still quite considerable. If anything, what we've seen so far in terms of track record, really, the evidence is rather mixed. On the positive side, you get weaker currency, you get easy financial conditions, but on the negative side, you have certainly rather diminished bank profitability, which could ultimately lead to financial stability risks. And in talking about currency weakness, we can only refer to the Swedish crown and indeed, obviously, the euro, whereas for other funding currencies, the likes of the Swiss franc or indeed the Japanese yen, the benefit of currency depreciation was nowhere to be seen. Actually, to the contrary, it seems like it led to further currency appreciation. So a rather mixed really track record. So overall, as I was saying, I don't think that the Fed will be considering negative rates anytime soon, not before they have exhausted all other options that seem to be on the table at the moment, really further aggressive QE, potentially going down the list of assets they could consider in their asset purchases and so on. So overall, I should also stress that in terms of impact, negative rate for a currency with sizable current account deficits like the dollar could be quite significant. It is the case that most of all of the currencies where we have negative rates at the moment are current account surplus currencies that are offering funding to the rest of the world. For a currency that is actually borrowing from the outside, that could be quite a disaster, frankly.
And Valentin, how do we play the dollar? From what you've said there, you said that this didn't weaken, negative rates didn't weaken the yen or the Swiss franc, and both of those are havens. The dollar has been a real haven through this crisis. So how do we take that knowledge and apply it to what we're going to see on the non-farm payrolls data later on today? Expectations are set for something really, really bad. Yeah. But what do we know about positioning around the dollar and how the dollar will respond?
Yeah. Well, the overall tone of the discussions I've been having with clients is that a lot of negatives are already in the price, not necessarily only in the case of the U.S. Economic experience, but overall for the global economy as a whole. So a fairly disastrous payroll sprint lies ahead. I think a lot of negatives in the price already. However, already following the ADP we had on Wednesday, we had 20 million or so unemployed really out there. So from that point of view, to have a real sustained market impact, the print has to be much weaker, which seems fairly unlikely at the moment. So in terms of market impact and positioning how the dollar will respond from here, what is quite interesting is that investors are quite selective when it comes to the dollar, and where there are certain currencies, as you mentioned, the yen, the Swiss, where really the investors like to see the dollar weakening. There are other currencies like the European currencies, the pound, and especially the euro, where investors are more comfortable really buying the dollar, really expressing a more bullish view. And I don't think that the payrolls will change all that much in this type of price action. You would expect that the dollar to continue to potentially really lag behind the likes of the yen, even gold, especially if dollar rates remain where they are or actually drift lower in the wake of the number. And at the same time, I think that any rallies in euro dollar or indeed cable may be selling opportunities at this stage.
And so are the fortunes of the dollar pegged to whether we see a second wave of infections from the virus then, Valentin?
Well, these are the risks for the, if you wish, medium to longer term. At the moment, the markets, not necessarily the FX markets in isolation, but the broader investor community seem to assume that the worst of the pandemic is behind us. We have a number of governments considering already implementing easing measures. They're opening up their economies. The big risk in that, however, is a premature opening up, which will mean that the virus may resurface later in the year. So instead of the V-shaped or U-shaped type of recovery that many have in mind at the moment, we're dealing with a W-shape, a double-dip recession, and that risk may be particularly pronounced in the case of the U.S., potentially because of a rather rushed really opening up of the economy, which may mean that the risk of the virus returning remains quite significant. So, given that, yes, so from that point of view, you would argue that there are some risks ahead for the global markets as a whole, and in that environment, I think the best way to express a more, say, bearish dollar view would be against other safe haven currencies like the Japanese yen and indeed Swiss franc.
Valentin, we get a headline from UBS, the Union Bank of Switzerland, where they're going to offer a negative rate holiday to some clients after they took their money out of UBS. The public won't put up with this. And this buttresses up against Ken Rogoff and, frankly, the late Marvin Goodfriend talking about if we're going to do negative interest rates, we have to do them with a bigger, larger impulse, a greater magnitude. Are we doing negative interest rates sort of in a half-assed kind of way?
Well, it is the case that it really very much depends on the economy we're dealing with. I mean, Switzerland is a case in point where really all parts, the government, central bank, and all, they're working in tandem. They're working together with one goal to discourage further Swiss franc depreciation. And in doing so, really announced one of the biggest QEs out there, right? So if you look at the balance sheet of the Swiss National Bank relative to GDP, that is the biggest in G10, really, especially compared to those of the Fed and other central banks. But the important thing there is that negative rates could work only in tandem with other aggressive easing measures. In isolation, or indeed when they are not accompanied by aggressive fiscal measures, or indeed aggressive, they may actually ultimately fail. And the Eurozone may be the best example for that, where you really have the ECB trying to deal with that in isolation almost.
Just brilliant. Valentin, we're going to come back. Valentin Marinov with us with Credit Agricole. Let's keep moving right now with our first word news in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. One economist says this might be the worst macroeconomic data report in U.S. history. The government comes out with an April jobs number at 8:30 a.m. New York time. They're likely to show that 22 million jobs were lost. That's 11 times the previous record decline at the end of World War II. The unemployment rate probably hit 16%. That would be the worst since the Great Depression. A malaria drug touted by President Trump failed to help patients with coronavirus stay off ventilators or live longer. That's according to a study in the New England Journal of Medicine. Tests on the drug hydrochloroquine were conducted at 2 hospitals in New York. In Germany, the number of new coronavirus cases rose the most in a week. That comes just days after the government declared the first phase of the pandemic to be over. Germany is preparing to open restaurants, hotels, and all shops, plus professional soccer matches will resume. Democrats are accusing the Justice Department of bowing to political pressure in the Michael Flynn case. The department took the highly unusual step of dropping its prosecution of the president's first national security advisor. That's despite the fact he had pleaded guilty to lying to FBI agents. The move spares President Trump the politically sensitive question of whether to pardon Flynn. Well, we use 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna, Tom.
Ritika, thank you very much, Ritika Gupta, with your news update there. I should tell you that coming up later on programming, Lawrence Kudlow, National Economic Council Director. That interview, 9:30 a.m. New York time, 2:30 p.m. in London, so around 4 hours from now. Don't miss that conversation on Jobs Day. This is Bloomberg.
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order submitted. Order filled.
somewhere else, or the incredible, or being able to have that kind of...
Welcome back to Surveillance here on Bloomberg TV. We're still with Valentin Marinov of Credit Agricole. He's stayed with us, I'm pleased to say. And Valentin, let me ask you about one of the other big developments of this week, and that is around the European Central Bank. The German Constitutional Court and its ruling there. Has it reduced the room for manoeuvre of the ECB? Is that what we've learned this week?
Well, it certainly has added to the uncertainty when it comes to the implementation of ECB's QE program. And adding to that uncertainty is the fact that the ECB itself didn't even try to talk to the to the German Constitutional Court, effectively relegating the whole matter to a purely internal German matter there. So I think that kind of attitude between two important institutions in the Eurozone as a whole is not helping. I believe that from here, the ECB will try to sidestep the issue, if you wish, by putting a greater emphasis on the PEPP program, the pandemic purchases of assets, which has not been mentioned by the German Constitutional Court explicitly, and by implication, where the Bundesbank should be able, in principle, to participate further. That said, the same reasons that the court used to criticize the ECB's implementation of QE may be used for PEP as well. So the story is still evolving, and the uncertainty will likely increase from here.
It is Jobs Day in America, Valentin, and to Anna's good question on the struggle in Europe and all this constitutional stuff, frankly, I don't understand fully. Is Europe going to revert with higher unemployment back to the permanence or hysteresis of that higher unemployment?
Well, that's one of the risks, definitely. It is the case that at the moment where really the crisis that has hit the Eurozone, the biggest crisis since the introduction of the euro, there is a lack of solidarity, there is lack of institutional leadership that could help us really get the type of fiscal and monetary stimulus that will help us avoid negative outcomes that you've just described. So from that point of view, if it is the risk of a permanent carrying, if you want to use that kind of really language, is very much there. And the longer it takes for the institutions of the Eurozone to arrive at a compromise, the greater that risk. And it is unfortunate, again, that the sectors of the economy, the services sector that are the hardest hit, are also the sectors that are instrumental for the growth outlook of the historically weaker members of the Eurozone, also fiscally weaker members, the likes of Spain, Italy, and indeed Greece. So the other concern for the investors now from the purely FX side really is that persistent evidence of fragmentation in the EGB market that just wouldn't go away despite the ECB's best efforts.
Yeah, those tourism exports won't be what they once were. Valentin, thank you very much. Valentin Marinov from Credit Agricole, head of G10 FX Research and Strategy. Coming up on the programme, we'll stick with the theme there around the ECB, weathering the shock. The European Central Bank president says she has no choice but to go beyond conventional policies. We'll bring you more of our exclusive conversation
Order
with Christine
filled.
Lagarde.
Order
That's
filled.
next. This
Order filled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order cancelled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted.
is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Rishika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Another sign that J.C. Penney could be headed for bankruptcy. The struggling retailer didn't make a $17 million interest payment due yesterday. It's the second payment J.C. Penney has skipped in a month. Bloomberg has reported the company was searching for assets to back a loan that could finance a bankruptcy. The Justice Department has launched an antitrust investigation into some of the biggest meatpacking companies in the U.S. Bloomberg's learned the probe began before the coronavirus outbreak. The disease prompted the meatpackers to shut down a number of plants because workers got infected. 4 companies control about 80% of the market: Tyson, JBS, Cargill, and National Beef. And JP Morgan says net interest income won't fall as much this year as expected, but the bank may need to set aside more money in future quarters to cover bad loans. Last month, JP Morgan said that the U.S. economy could decline by as much as 40%. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna, Tom.
Ritika, thank you. Ritika Gupta there for us with the Business Flash. Now, Europe is, of course, struggling every bit as much as the United States with the fallout from the coronavirus. Earlier this week, our colleague Francine Lacroix spoke with the President of the European Central Bank, Madame Christine Lagarde, as part of a panel discussion.
Central banks, ECB included, are driven by their mandate. They have the privilege of being independent institutions, accountable to, for myself, the European Parliament, to which I report back and am accountable to, and I go every 3 months to tell about our action and our tools and how we measure them and how we assess them. But we are also mandate driven, and mandate dictates that we do whatever is necessary and whatever is needed in order to actually deliver on our purpose, which will be a factor of circumstances. To give you an example, we are currently, and we've all said the same thing, going through exceptional circumstances. The global economy and the euro area, where I'm located and where I have to be active, is facing this unprecedented shock that we could not have imagined. Well, in that case, you clearly have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature and that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate, whether it is to avoid the tightening of financing condition, or whether it is to make sure that monetary policy is transmitted across all jurisdictions in the euro area. That's what we need to do. And we are actually doing it, and we will continue doing so, because that's what drives our action.
What's on top of your worry list as a central banker?
You know, it might surprise you, but I fear 2 W. W number 1 is war. Because I think that on the top of everything that we have at the moment, that would be just the most aggravating factor that we could face. And my second W is the second wave, if we ever had a second wave. When we look at analogies, you know, like the Spanish flu, unnecessarily called Spanish for that matter, the second wave was even worse than the first. So those are the 2 things that I have on my mind from, you know, a humanitarian, as a person. Now, if I look at the economic consequences of all that, clearly, even without those W's that are my fears, I think that we have the most unprecedented economic crisis that we have seen in peacetime. I've said that before. And the damage that it is inflicting on our economies around the world, that Kristalina knows better than I do at this point in time, is really causing damages to potential output, to families, to jobs, to the capacity to bounce back. And we simply have no real good sense of how badly economies are affected. We're all proceeding on the basis of scenarios because we simply don't know.
Order filled.
And it's all going to be a factor of how we get out of those lockdown measures, at which pace, at which sequence. And if we do, we don't know either how fast and how strong the recovery will be, because it will be a factor again of
Order
the measures
filled.
that are taken
Order
at this point in
submitted.
time.
Order
So
submitted.
that's really the situation that we have, and in the face of that, we have to take all possible measures and policies to help with maintaining the situation, sustaining it for as long as necessary to weather this horrible shock, and help families, firms, and governments bounce back and move into a recovery phase. Clearly, you know, the nearly 4 million people affected around the world, a quarter of which are affected in the euro area, is on my mind all the time. And I also venture beyond those borders, because I think of all people in the developing world, which clearly is taking a big hit and will continue to take a big hit, despite the fact that health systems are not as solid as they are in advanced economies.
AR overlays holograms.
Christine Lagarde of the ECB, with Ms. Georgieva of the IMF as well, an important conversation with our Francine Lacroix. Let me set up the next hour and get you to 8:30 this morning, where we will go beneath the headline data of, without question, the most historic labor report. And I'll be bold here and say in the history of the nation. The backdrop of that is simple. Equities surge higher with the VIX under 30. There is a new oomph to the market in the last 20 minutes. Coming up, Catherine Mann of Citigroup. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
And that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. They wrote things that in less than a decade, their all-purpose brand strips the glass that
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop.
Across a Europe shattered by the pandemic, we remember 75 years ago and a victory in Europe. An extraordinary moment here. I think back to 5 years ago where we saw so much occurring. Today, the celebration and remembrance of the bravery of so many soldiers as well. Really quite something. We do not see Prince Philip or the Queen. We see Prince Charles and Camilla at this remembrance. Anna Edwards, just extraordinary.
Yeah, quite poignant images of that lone piper, the lone bagpipe playing. Prince Charles and Camilla have been enduring, experiencing, passing their days in lockdown up in Scotland, and so we see this Scottish imagery in front of us today. Lots to remember 75 years ago, of course. Red Arrows, those iconic British aircraft have been flying across the Thames in commemoration and celebration, but of course many celebrations here in London and across the United Kingdom have had to be cancelled, or at least scaled back markedly, Tom, because of the lockdown regulations that are still in force, and even as we anticipate some lifting of those in the weeks ahead. Very strange times to be thinking back to 75 years ago, I suppose.
Oh, it is a most odd time. Anna Edwards, thank you so much. We welcome all of you around the world today, and it has just been an extraordinary week, and all of my time of doing this, I look at the jobs report that we will see today, and frankly, the economic data we have seen out of England with GDP contraction back to 1706. It is an extraordinary Friday. We need a news summary with our news. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. Anna. The top trade negotiators for the US and China have agreed to cooperate on that trade deal. It's the first time they've spoken since the agreement was signed in January. So far, China is running behind the pace for buying more US products. The uncertainty caused by the coronavirus outbreak could hurt Beijing's ability to meet those targets. It's likely to be the worst US jobs report since the end of World War II. The numbers are released at 8:30 a.m. New York time, and they're expected to show that employers cut 22 million jobs in April because of the coronavirus outbreak. The unemployment rate probably will hit 16%. That would be the highest since the Great Depression. The British government is trying to dampen expectations that the coronavirus lockdown will be significantly rolled back. On Sunday, Prime Minister Boris Johnson will set out a plan for how restrictions will be eased. Bloomberg's learned there may not be a major change until June. The UK's infection rate has crept up in recent days. And the IMF warns that the global economic outlook has gotten worse since its last forecast, and that was just 3 weeks ago. It says the world can expect more waves of financial market turbulence. IMF economist Geeta Gopinath says developing nations will probably need far more than the $2.5 trillion in financing that was previously projected. Global news 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna, Tom.
Thanks so much, Ritika. I want to get through the data very quick to get to Dr. Catherine Mann. Certainly, equities elevate today and continue to elevate in the last 2 hours. And the yield market is absolutely remarkable as we see pressure to lower yields in the 2-year space. Anna?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at what's going on equity markets then, as that dominates the fixed income story, the fixed income trade. Where will the Fed go in response to that move in the markets in terms of rates? This is what we've got on European equity markets, up a touch this morning on European equities. I also put in the euro because we've been writing I've seen quite a lot of writing over recent days around the existential crisis that exists within the euro, and certainly the challenge from the German Constitutional Court, very topical this week. Tom?
Anna, thank you so much. We are thrilled to bring you on this historic day of economics and indeed politics. Catherine Mann of Citigroup. Dr. Mann, good morning. It's been an exhausting week for all. Let me get to the single point estimate of Citigroup and where you think this unemployment rate will go. What should we see this morning at 8:30?
Well, I mean, I think there's a range of numbers that are going to potentially come out here, but I think what's more important is, you know, frankly, it almost doesn't matter what the number is because the range is so large. I think what matters is to think about where we are going forward. I mean, I think the market is priced in a really bad number. They're expecting action by the Fed to actually deploy some of the programs that they've put into place, a really dramatic set of programs that they've put into place. It's time to, you know, the market is expecting some action to be done with that program. So in terms, I think the number is really not going to be a key element here. It's going forward. What happens to people who are furloughed, who think of them as furloughed? Do they stay furloughed or do they end up getting fired. So I think we have to look beyond the number that everybody knows is going to be the greatest since.
Right. Catherine Mann, Economics, Dr. Mann, out of Brandeis, at OECD, and now at Citigroup, has always been a courageous economics. I hear that from Gita Gopinath, that the IMF was making real clear more is needed. Do you agree with Dr. Gopinath that there's been an undermeasurement of the fiscal impulse that's needed, and we need more now?
So I think we have to distinguish between what's been done in a lot of countries that represents filling the hole. In other words, we have an extended period of time here when there's no economic activity, people are not earning income, there's no revenue on business side simply because of the shutdowns. So what we have so far is to fill that hole. There's nothing yet about stimulus, really, because there isn't, people are not able to go out. So we are pre-stimulus in terms of what fiscal and monetary policy are doing. And I think that there's an issue about targeting. I think there's an issue about what are we going to do going forward that's going to put into place the capability of the economy to make up the hole. Filling the hole is one thing, but according to our projections, and I think that they're generous, I think that when we come out of this next year, the virus is contained and we have growth resume next year. We still will have lost GDP from the level of GDP compared to January of this year, and that loss in GDP, the stuff never made up. I think that's a real problem because that is the experience post-great financial crisis. And of course, the damage associated with lost GDP is something that is associated with productivity growth. It's with young people not having a wage profile of their elders, these sorts of things.
And Catherine, you talked there about what sounds like we've been in a phase of recession support, really, before we even get to the stimulus phase. But are US authorities doing enough in terms of that recession support? I was reading a Bloomberg opinion piece yesterday that talked about work-sharing schemes, and apparently these exist in some states, and they're not widely advertised or widely used, where you cut the pay of some staff and then you top that up with a fraction of unemployment benefit that the state pays. I use it just as one example of maybe there are other tools that should be being lent on right now in the US to try and limit damage where that is possible and sensible to do so?
Well, there are countries where there is a stronger institutional structure in place for those kinds of schemes. The US is not one of them. The US is not a country that kind of institutional structure. And frankly, it's not going to be able to be created kind of on the fly. So the strategy that the U.S. has pursued as part of its whole makeup is alternative strategies of unemployment benefits, extension of unemployment benefits, this top-up of unemployment benefits. These are the strategies to deal on the worker side, more generous than frankly in the past. But I think there's also the challenge on the other side, which is there's a lot of businesses that aren't making any revenues either, and a strategy to try to top up that's the PPP program and some of the other corporate support. That's been a little bit more challenging to take into place. And again, there is no institutional structure in the past to do anything about that.
We're in a 3-hour conversation with Catherine Mann of Citigroup. We'll try to squeeze that into our next section as well. We're thrilled that Dr. Mann could be with us on this historic day. We're going to speak to Catherine Mann and then move on to other voices. Carl Riccadonna of Bloomberg Economics will really drill down into the jobs report. We'll see that at 8:30 this morning. And then on to the treatment from the White House. The duties will be great for Lawrence Kudlow. Our John Farrell will quiz him on the state of the American economy. Please stay with us with Futures Elevated. This is Bloomberg.
An internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered
Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
Any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of Monitoreo was the hacking program, and that really sort of foreshadowed a couple of decades of use and abuse of technology.
That's very silly.
Report on investigations.
Assange's views and hackers laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, and disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, mostly given to them anonymously. It's very simple. They get the information in one end, and out the other, with sometimes minimal interference. So Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind of the leader, and really pushes the journalistic enterprise.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we
We're
know.
keeping more option open. Two of my colleagues on the committee voted to do more QE now. Other members of the committee thought that it was a sensible decision to take in our next meeting, when we may have some more
There was no source
information.
bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier
How's
Bradley
the Bank of
Manning.
England
In
governor, of
2010,
course,
Manning
Andrew
provided
Bailey,
Assange and
speaking
WikiLeaks with
about his
hundreds of
outlook for the
thousands of
future
leaked
of the
government
UK. The
WikiLeaks
outlook it
quietly
faces
began
potentially
releasing
the
the
worst
documents in
economic slump
February of
in
2010,
Europe. Catherine
then
Mann,
made
City
big
Global
headlines
Chief
in
Economist,
April
is
by
still with us.
posting what is now
Catherine,
known
some of the
as the
headlines
collateral
yesterday I
murder
saw around the
video.
UK saying it was going to be the biggest slump since 1706 or some such year, which seems quite incredible. Let me ask you about your base case, though, for the global economy. Looking at the research that you've been doing, it seems that your base case is a bit more optimistic than a U-shape. Is that
They went
right?
on to post more
And
than
if so, why do you take
90,000
that
leaked
view?
documents known as the Afghan
Well,
war
I think
logs,
there are
390,000
there's a
documents known
number
as the
that
Iraq
is
war logs,
the
and
projected
250,000
contraction
private
in
messages
the
between
global
diplomats
economy,
called
and
cables
our
in what is
projected
now known as
contraction
Cablegate.
now is
These
the
leaks were met
greatest
with
since
very real ethical
the Great
questions.
Depression.
The
So
problem with
we have a
publishing
big number, and it's
was that a number of
both a deep
confidential
number
sources
as
from
well
US
as a
diplomats
very
could face
rapid
real danger
deterioration in the global economy. So
Then
I'm not sure
Secretary
I
of
would put us
State
on the
Hillary
optimistic
Clinton drove
side,
the point home that
and we continue to get downgrades coming in on economies. So I think the question, though, is there are three different time periods where
shortly after Cablegate, the
presentations of the
Swedish
data
government
that
issued
give
an
you
arrest
different
warrant for
impressions
Assange
about
on
what
allegations
prospects
of
for the
rape and
economy are.
molestation.
If you're very
He
high
claimed the
frequency, in
allegations
other
were
words, you look at
fabricated to get him
quarter
extradited
data
to
and
the United
annualize
States,
it,
a
that's
claim
where
the
these
US government
enormous numbers
denied.
come from for the
Either way,
deterioration in the
Assange's
second
next
quarter
move was
for
seek
most of
refuge in
Europe
Ecuador
and the
Embassy,
US.
which really was the beginning of the
You
new
have to add
chapter in
that.
his
That's a
life and what
Q2
was going
number
around, which
coming
is him
in,
being stuck in
expected
London.
to be really, really
what was supposed to
poor.
be an
But
office
if
in an
you
embassy is
if
now
you're in Asia,
Assange's self-imposed prison
your
to this
bad
very
number
day.
was in Q1.
But that doesn't mean he's slowed down.
And
Since being trapped in the embassy,
the
WikiLeaks has
improvement
released
in
files about
Q2
Guantanamo Bay prisoners,
will be
Syrian
sort of
political figures, and the draft to the
asynchronous
Trans-Pacific
with
Partnership.
the
And then came
downturn,
the
the really
2016
horrible
US
downturn
election.
in Europe and the US. So if you add them up to the global economy, that this very asynchronous behavior in between
Over the course of
Asia
68 days,
and
WikiLeaks
the US.
released
Now,
20,000
if you take
confidential
a
Democratic
time
National Committee
horizon,
emails.
which is year
In
over
terms of
year,
the
it's the same
presidential
data.
race,
You're just
if you look
presenting
right
it in a
here,
different way.
when Assange
It looks
released the
more
first
like
batch
a
of
U
emails,
because
Trump
this
actually
asynchronous
takes his first
nature of
lead against
Q2
Clinton.
between Asia and Europe and the US is
Once
kind of
WikiLeaks
washed.
started exposing
And then there's
secrets
this
of the
third
Democratic
dimension,
Party,
which I already
Julian
mentioned,
Assange
which is on the
became a
level of
hero to
GDP,
many on the
which
right
actually
for
doesn't get recovered until next
From the
year.
emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign
Dr.
manager,
Mann, I've
Nick
got
Rizzotto,
8 questions
and
and
also
time
how
for
the DNC
one,
squashed
and I
Bernie
am
Sanders'
going to go
campaign.
back to your
One thing we don't
claim
know
as you
is who gave
redefine
Assange
the
the stolen
language
emails in the first
and the
place.
relationship of China and the United States. Then you spoke of a codependency. Now we're speaking of divorce.
Assange claims.
What are your thoughts on the relationship of Beijing and Washington?
And it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public
last
still
year was
doesn't
a
know
very,
who provided
very
the
tense
emails to
year
WikiLeaks.
with the trade
Meanwhile,
war,
Assange is still
and
running WikiLeaks
we had
and
come
still
into
releasing
January
documents.
thinking that
In
there
March
was, there was
2017,
this
he
phase
started
one
publishing
agreement that was
documents
pretty
from the
limited,
CIA's
but
Center
it
for
seems that it
Cyberintelligence called
was
Vault
putting
7.
the relationship
CIA, the
kind
agency
of on
charged with
the
finding and
deterioration deterioration on pause anyway. It didn't really seem to be much of an improvement, but at least the deterioration was on pause. And of course, where we are now is there was this one phone call that seemed to be positive back in March, and now things have really deteriorated again. There's no question about that, and the trajectory is not good.
We're going to have to leave it there. We are out of time. Catherine Mann, we greatly appreciate you being with us on this day of truly historic economic data. Dr. Mann with Citigroup. Coming up, we're going to move forward our conversation. As I mentioned, Carl Riccadonna will be with us later, but Ellen Zentner will join from Morgan Stanley, folding in a really interesting and nuanced view of Fortress Gorman. Ellen Zentner next. This is Bloomberg. Stay with us.
Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Siemens has abandoned its full-year sales and earnings forecast. Europe's largest engineering company reported profit that fell in all divisions. Siemens saw orders slump due to the impact of the coronavirus outbreak. It expects a moderate decline in revenue for the year ending in September. Uber says the worst is over. The ride-hailing service reported that quarterly bookings declined for the first time ever, but it says business is already starting to recover. Uber plans on cutting more than $1 billion in expenses. And Shanghai Disneyland sold out of tickets for its reopening on Monday. It's a sign Chinese consumers are prepared to spend in the wake of the coronavirus outbreak. The theme park has been shut down for 4 months. Shanghai Disneyland normally has a capacity of 80,000 visitors, but only a third of that will now be allowed in. And that's the Bloomberg Business Flash. Tom, Anna?
Ritika, thank you. Ritika Gupta with your Business Flash. European equity markets still making some headway, Tom, but waiting really for the jobs report. That really important monthly jobs number coming out later on, early afternoon European time. But of course, London is closed today. We're all a bit distracted by thinking back 75 years to VE Day. But for the moment, from a markets perspective, we make modest gains.
My home life was...
Well, we saw the ceremonies there with Prince Charles and Camilla, and of course these are the ceremonies of our John Farrow speaking with Lawrence Kudlow. They do this after every jobs report, but today will be truly extraordinary. Later this morning, the President of the United States at the World War II Memorial in Washington. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper. I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that were happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's a real ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that I didn't want to be a daughter was to become a
Good morning, everyone. Bloomberg surveillance. It's been an extraordinary day. The emotion of VE Day that we saw in London, and of course the president at the World War II monument on the green there in Washington. We'll see that at about 11:30 today. And amid all this, an absolutely historic jobs report, and of course worries of the market, equities up and bonds down, and even discussion of negative interest rates. We will take a few moments at Bloomberg to discuss for our global audience an absolutely historic case for our Department of Justice. And this, of course, is the case of General Flynn. Our Martin Schenker joins us, head of all of our content, running our Washington shop for many years. Marty, I think that everybody who follows this story has followed it since the bombshell of yesterday
Order
afternoon.
filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order
I
filled.
am unclear what happens next. Marty, what happens next?
Well, what happens next is the attorneys for the Justice Department go before the judge handling the case.
Order filled.
And
Order
make their
filled.
motion
Order
to
submitted.
drop it.
Order
drop his
filled.
guilty plea.
Order submitted.
Now that
Order
judge
filled.
has to
Order
accept
filled.
it.
Order canceled.
He doesn't
Order canceled.
legally have
Order
to do
submitted.
that. So
Order
there
submitted.
still may be
Order
a moment
canceled.
of drama
Order
when
submitted.
they go before that
Order
judge.
filled. Order canceled. Order
Well
canceled.
said. Now,
Order
it's a single
canceled.
judge,
Order
and we'll assume
canceled.
there's a
Order
political bent
canceled.
there, as there is
Order
with any
canceled.
judge at any moment. Is there an appeals process after that where we get into the niceties of a 2-to-1 vote? Or can I go for the drama, Marty? This is going to the Supreme Court.
Former NFL
No, I think that if the judge accepts the Justice Department recommendation that he withdraw the guilty plea, that's the end of it. I do not think anybody else will try to appeal that decision. But of course, if the judge says, I'm not accepting that, you pled guilty before me, then it becomes an extraordinarily dramatic and could be a constitutional crisis, ultimately. But, I mean, if it goes the way it should in normal times, and God knows what normal times are, then the judge will accept the withdrawal of the case, and that'll be the end of it from a legal perspective, but not from a political one.
Marty, we haven't talked to you in way too long. You are the synthesis of all of our coverage of this pandemic. What has struck you the most of how our news team has adapted to this pandemic?
Well, I guess the most striking thing is how we all working remotely are still keeping track of the various threads of this story, which changes not just day to day, but hour to hour. Every day is a new day, and underlying and underpinning the entire journalistic effort is the understanding that we simply don't have answers to a lot of things that are still to come. So the uncertainty and our ability to be factual is under tremendous strain. And I think it's a tribute to all of our journalists that we've been able to do that.
Marty, we spoke to Christine Lagarde of the ECB this week, and she was talking about two big risks. And one of those was that we might see a second wave of infection. How much is that influencing what you're seeing in Washington at the moment as we witness this conversation between the CDC and the states and the White House about how lockdown is lifted? How much nervousness is there around that possibility of a second wave?
Also in this race to
well, I think there's a tremendous amount of nervousness, Anna. As you know, in the pandemic of 1918, it was the second wave that was the deadly wave. And if there is to be one, and many of the epidemiologists say that there will be, that is the critical issue, is whether a second wave, which many predict will happen, will be deadlier than the first.
In Boston and Moscow.
That would be, obviously a human tragedy, but it also would be have tremendous political implications in the 2020 election.
Yes, and talking about that 2020 election, Marty, is there any sense that that could be interrupted at all by this outbreak, or are we confident enough in the systems that are behind this, maybe the postal voting, something that seems fairly antiquated in the digital age, but is used widely in many places I know. Is the process going to be robust?
Well, that is, when I talk about unprecedented times and what that we're living in, the Constitution stipulates the election will be held on the first Tuesday of November. And there is obviously conspiracy theories left and right that somehow this election will be either delayed or suspended if there is a second outbreak. So there is a legitimate concern about that. I would suspect that it will happen. There will be vigorous efforts to allow for mail-in voting. But if there is a second wave, who knows what will happen?
Marty Schenker, thank you so much. Head of all of our content and coverage here at Bloomberg News on this eventful Friday. No question about that. We need a news update in New York City. Here's Ritika Gupta.
Thanks, Tom. One economist says this might be the worst macroeconomic data report in U.S. history. The government comes out with the April jobs numbers at 8:30 a.m. New York time, and they're likely to show that 22 million jobs were lost. That's 11 times the previous record decline at the end of World War II. The unemployment rate probably hit 16%. That would be the worst since the Great Depression. A malaria drug touted by President Trump failed to help patients with coronavirus stay off ventilators or live longer. That's according to a study in the New England Journal of Medicine. Tests on the drug hydroxychloroquine were conducted at 2 hospitals in New York. In Germany, the number of new coronavirus cases rose the most in a week. That comes just days after the government declared the first phase of the pandemic to be over. Germany is preparing to open restaurants, hotels, and all shops, plus professional soccer matches will resume. And Democrats are accusing the Justice Department of bowing to political pressure in the Michael Flynn case. The department took the highly unusual step of dropping its prosecution of the president's first national security advisor. That's despite the fact that he had pleaded guilty to lying to FBI agents. The move spares President Trump the politically sensitive question of whether to pardon Flynn. Global News, 24 hours a day on air and at Quick Take by Bloomberg, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg. Anna, Tom.
Ritika, thank you so much. Again, equities rise today. Bonds still showing price up and the yield down, particularly in the 2-year space as well. Coming up, of course, our John Farrow in conversation with Lawrence Kudlow. Look for that in the 9 o'clock hour. And then the Congresswoman from Los Angeles and Watts, Maxine Waters, will join us. Of course, the chairwoman of the House Financial Services Committee. Stay with us on this historic day for economics. This is Bloomberg. Bloomberg Surveillance, this Jobs Day. Anna Edwards in London. I'm Tom Keene in New York. Now joining us, and we're really going to focus on the jobs report, Carl Riccadon of Bloomberg Economics. He's been just wonderful at giving us perspective on the scope, the scale, and the duration of the job loss that we've seen. Carl, what will you look for this morning at 8:30?
Well, good morning, Tom. What we're looking for this morning is just a colossally bad jobs report. The focus really should be on that payroll change, because things like the unemployment rate will be distorted by folks who may not be considered to be actively looking for a job, and so they'll fall out of the participation ranks instead of out of the ranks of the employed. As we look at the unemployment rate, things like average hourly earnings will be totally distorted as we furlough lower wage workers, and that'll cause a spike in earnings. So really, the contraction in the work week is key, and also the payroll change is key.
Right.
And to put a little bit of perspective around this, Tom, the losses we are expecting today. So my team is forecasting worse than consensus number, a decline of 23 million. To put that in perspective, if we add up all of the job losses of all of the recessions dating back to the second term of Dwight Eisenhower, so the late 1950s, add all of those job losses together into a single month, and that is what we will see in the month of April 2020.
Right. Brilliant. Carl, brilliant perspective there. And of course, that leads back to Eisenhower's first term, which was true deflation in America. I want you to link for our viewers and listeners, Carl, the linkage of price decline, disinflation, or outright deflation to the wage flatness or wage decline that you would expect to see in coming months.
That's an absolutely correct connection, Tom, and we can layer in some additional deflationary factors as well. So in the very short run, we have CPI coming up next week. We will see the collapse in oil prices, dramatically pushing down prices. Layer into that the collapse in commodity prices more broadly, and that is disinflationary. Layer into that a third layer, which is the appreciation of the dollar, which drives down import prices. That's the third layer. And the fourth layer, which is most important, is this massive dislocation in the labor market, which will basically obliterate worker bargaining power. That's the single largest input cost in almost any industry. And so with this very high double-digit unemployment persisting at least through the end of this year, then that is going to drive down production costs. So there's some supply chain issues and whatnot that could be inflationary. We see that, for instance, in meat prices in the U.S. at the moment. But broadly, as we look at the macroeconomy, we are looking at a disinflationary, if not deflationary environment prevailing until we get the unemployment rate back down to 5%. That's a story for definitely another day.
Yeah, indeed. And Carl, good morning to you. I've been looking at some of the Fed commentary around this jobs report. Neil Kashkari, just as many people have done, saying this is going to be a devastating number, but saying that we would avert a depression scenario thanks to the policy measures. Raphael Bostic also saying that a depression scenario is less likely than some others. Your thoughts on how we stop a recession turning into a depression over a longer period in the US?
Well, that is by far the most important question of 2020, even more important than some of the healthcare questions we're asking at the moment. We're going to see an unemployment rate at levels that we last saw during the Great Depression, not recession, depression. And so with the unemployment rate at that level, it is critical for a massive policy intervention. We've already gotten that from the Federal Reserve in terms of interest rate policy and the alphabet soup of additional programs layered on. What we need is additional fiscal support. So we saw phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, trillions of dollars of aid propping up the economy. That was just about the right size to get the economy through the second quarter. But as we go into the back half of the year, we will still be contending with unemployment in high teens, most likely. That is a debilitating level of unemployment. And so we are going to need to see
more
that?
fiscal
The
stimulus
superstar
to
wrestler
support the
appears
economy
out of
until
nowhere, sprinting
conditions
down the aisle
normalize.
to save the
The
match.
reopening is not going to be able to accomplish that on its own. So my hope is that in
That's
a
a spoiler.
devastating
So it should
jobs
go as
report
no surprise
for the
that
month of
World
April
Wrestling
today,
Entertainment, known
the
as the
silver
WWE,
lining will be
the most
that this
popular brand of sports
catalyzes, this
entertainment
focuses
in the world,
fiscal
is prepared
authorities
for any
on the need
swerves
for
that come their
additional
way.
support
So here's
in the
the
back
story
half of the year.
how the WWE learned
Yes.
to see the
And
swerve
I wonder
coming.
if that need for fiscal support becomes more targeted, more specific then, Carl, because we talked
So I
to
spoke to
Catherine Mann
Bloomberg
of
reporter Felix
Citi
Gillette.
earlier
I'm a
on,
writer for
and we
Bloomberg
didn't get a
News
chance to
for
talk
the
about
global
her
business
analysis about how this
and
plays
came to see
out by
and I'm the
sector, but I
US
think it's
Treasury
interesting. She
reporter
contrasts
at
work,
Bloomberg.
in
Exactly
inverted
how the
commas, versus
WWE
play,
is
and
positioning
those
itself
involved in
for
the
an
play
all-out
part of
global
the economy
invasion,
will be
which starts
suffering
with a
much more
massive
and will be
change to
hit
their
for much
lucrative
longer,
pay-per-view
it would
model.
appear. I wonder whether these fiscal responses have to become much more targeted as we go into the second half of this year.
Pay-per-view events came up.
I think we have such a massive problem on hand that there's a great risk of being too clever by half and too targeted, too elegant in the execution. We saw some of those problems with the Small Business Administration loan to grant program and the administration of that program, where the plumbing got clogged up and things that should have worked very well didn't really work that well. The size of this problem calls for blunt instruments, and things like unemployment insurance and the supplement unemployment insurance are a great way of filling the income void that's occurring as a result of the unemployment issues. So yes, there's room for these refined, well-engineered policy measures, but we should just make sure that money is getting into the economy where it's needed, and unemployment insurance and some of the business aid, the broad business aid programs are really the way to do that. So I'd be more in favor of the blunt instrument than the specific targeted program.
was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete
Carl,
with them,
a great perspective to get today. Thank you very much. Carl Ricadonna, Chief US Economist for Bloomberg Economics, of course. Up next, we'll turn from the economics to the health crisis, and we'll speak to Dr. Andrew Pekosh. He is Johns Hopkins University Bloomberg School of Public Health professor and virologist. We'll ask about potential mutation of the disease, and indeed how technology can help us track it. This is Bloomberg.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American man. Until 2015, when WWE fans started to hashtag Give Me a Chance. Since then, WWE has hired 30 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to the broader set of people. Let's attract more females. And after we attract more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening the base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more economic.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're friendly to China, Europe,
This is Bloomberg Surveillance. I'm Ritika Gupta. Let's get the Bloomberg Business Flash. Macy's is delaying the release of its quarterly earnings report. The department store chair blames what it calls significant disruptions in its operations because of the coronavirus outbreak. Macy's also expects to take an undisclosed charge for goodwill impairment. And sticking with retail, another sign that JCPenney could be headed for bankruptcy. The struggling retailer didn't make a $17 million interest payment due yesterday. It's the second payment JCPenney has skipped in a month. Bloomberg has reported the company was searching for assets to back a loan that could finance a bankruptcy. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Anna, Tom?
Ritika, thank you so much. It is an historic day of news flow, no question about that. And of course, the backdrop is a pandemic. With us now, Andrew Pekosh with Johns Hopkins University and the Bloomberg School of Public Health. I should point out that the philanthropist of the School of Public Health is Michael Bloomberg, the founder of Bloomberg LP, and of course his television and radio operation as well. He has donated to his Johns Hopkins University. Andrew Pekosh, I want to step back. I remember crystal clear the path from Jonas Salk to Dr. Sabin in about 1961-63, and those little pink drops that were a polio vaccine. When we get a vaccine for this horrific virus, is that what it's going to be like? We're all going to line up and get drops in our mouth?
Order filled.
Well, you know, it's really difficult to predict the future, but I would imagine that we are going to get a massive vaccination program going in place. The vaccines that are currently in the lead in the pipeline are ones that are going to be given by injection. And so I think it'll be a little bit different from the polio pipeline. But I do think that everything looks like vaccines are going to be the game changer here. And once those things get online, there'll be massive plans to initiate vaccination campaigns across the country and, in fact, across the world.
Thank you very much for coming here.
What is your best practice to get to that miracle point?
At least until
well, you know, things have been moving forward at light speed when it comes to vaccine testing. Just this week, the FDA and the NIH gave approval to move into the second phase of vaccine testing with a number of the vaccine candidates. The first phase was just the safety testing. I haven't seen that data yet, but I assume since they've been approved to go into the second phase that the safety data has come out looking really good. And now the second phase is going to be the critical one where they really start to look at how those vaccines are functioning. Are they making the right immune responses that we predict would protect people from infection?
Good morning to you, Andrew. Let me ask you about the mobile technologies that many countries are employing to try and get us out of lockdown and to reopen economies. Here in the UK, I'm talking to you from London, and by the middle of this month, there is a hope that there will be wide use of an app that, if it's taken up sufficiently, would be able to help in that endeavor. How excited is the medical community about this as a way of fighting the virus?
Well, you know, the mobile apps are going to be a way for us to really do incredibly effective contact tracing, meaning once we find an infected individual, that's going to be an objective, independent way to try to identify where that person has been and who might have come in contact with them. And for that recovery phase of this pandemic, that's going to be the critical way that we're going to use to try to minimize the number of cases. Of course, there are some implications in terms of privacy, and so some people are feeling a little bit leery about this technology. But when it comes to just straightforward, being able to track individuals and therefore slow down the infection spread, it's going to be an incredibly useful tool for that purpose.
Order submitted.
Andrew Pekosh, to you and all of you at Johns Hopkins University, thank you for your perspective each day. Dr. Pekosh with the Bloomberg School of Public Health at JHU. This has been an extraordinary day. Not only the remembrances of VE Day that we observed in London, and of course the President later this morning at the World War II Memorial in Washington, but also this economic backdrop. I urge you to stay with us across all of our platforms, including Bloomberg.com. including radio and television, as we move to 8:30, and truly an historic report. The backdrop, futures are higher, decidedly higher, with the VIX well under 30, and we see yields sustained, lower yields this morning, particularly in the 2-year space. So we'll see you at 8:30 for some shocking history of this labor crisis. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg.
Order filled. Order submitted. Order submitted. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order canceled. Order canceled. Order canceled.
He leads the company that operates 4 of the most popular cable channels for women, producing a wealth of content distributed around the world. After helping to create MSNBC and CNBC, David Zaslav took the helm at Discovery in 2007, where he moved quickly to streamline the company and relaunch channels so he could take it public, all within the span of a year. Since then, Discovery's market cap has quadrupled. And now, Discovery is coming to terms with a new world, one where viewers increasingly turn to streaming services for their programming and are moving away from Discovery's core business of traditional cable channels, leading Zaslav to make the biggest deal of his life, betting once again on content. On this edition of Bloomberg Big Decisions, David Zaslav.
David Zaslav, thank you for joining us. Great to have you.
Great to see you.
So you've just completed the biggest deal of your career, I believe, $12 billion for Scripps. Why did you do it?
Well, it's interesting. There's a financial reason, and there's also a strategic drive that we think could really work for us. Here, we're in the cable and free-to-air business. Scripps is in the cable and free-to-air business. And so we both do the same thing. It's what we do for a living. It's what we know how to do. It's what we do every day when we come to work. And so we feel that we're quite comfortable in putting these two companies together. And the synergy gives us the opportunity to, we think, have a target of doubling our free cash flow. So we generate about $1.4 billion in free cash flow. Scripps generates about $8 billion. And we think we can get to 2.8 or 3 through revenue synergies by coming up with a lot of cost synergy, mostly cost synergy. And so in a turbulent time, if we can emerge with almost $3 billion of cash, it creates like a moat in a turbulent time. We're different than most media companies in the world, and there are a lot of great companies. But whether it's Disney or whether it's Rupert or Comcast, NBC, CBS, they're mostly in the scripted and movie business. Netflix, Amazon, that whole side of the business is focusing on, as if it was a soccer field, the ball is scripted series and scripted movies. So it's very crowded, it's getting very disrupted, and the number of scripted series have gone from 200 to over 500. And Apple and Amazon and Netflix alone are spending almost $20 billion on top of these companies. So we look at that and we say that we're not that. Well, we're on the other side of the business. The other side of the business is we own all of our content. It's real-life entertainment. We see ourselves as a global IP company, whether it's with Oprah, with Discovery, with Animal Planet, with ID and crime or science or cars. And with Scripps having food and HG and cooking and travel, we put it all together now, and we're on a different area of the field. And so we say very good luck to them. I think there's a lot of great companies. It's going to be very disrupted. And our game is to take those great brands around the world, and as people over the next few years look to pull content onto devices and phones, we think the functional value of food, home, cooking, science, cars, that we'll do better, or we have a chance to do better, than if somebody was going to pay to watch The Crown on a mobile phone. So a lot of it is about owning IP and figuring out a way to get to mobile where people will pull your content.
Well, let's talk about getting to mobile, because that's the big disruption everybody in media is talking about as a practical matter. How will this help you get to scale, as it were?
Well, we're about 20% of the viewership in the U.S. at any given time. And we have 4 of the top 6 or 7 cable channels for women with HG, Food, ID, TLC, and then we have OWN that's #1 for African American women. So I think we have a great menu to offer to an advertiser. Discovery is in 220 countries. We have an average of 10 channels in every country in the world. So we're kind of a factory machine of driving IP all around the world. And so we could do what very few media companies could do. We could do a global offering of food. We could do a global offering of all of our content.
In this new world of streaming, will viewers be watching for platforms like HGTV or Discovery, or will they be looking for programs like The Crown, like Game of Thrones?
Well, it's hard to tell behaviorally exactly what people are going to do. But by doing this deal and generating free cash flow and taking a look at the assets that we have, by owning science globally, by owning every piece of IP that we own effectively, except for sports, we're long IP. We've spent a lot of money to own it on all platforms, and that gives us the opportunity. If Amazon said, I'd like to do an offering globally, the only other media company that could do that would be Disney, and it would be in the kids space. And so we would raise our hand and say, terrific, we have a great family offering. And so for us, it's about the long tail. And we think in the end, people that love food are going to pull it. We're not sure exactly how it's going to work, but we think the fact that we own all of our content and we have passionate viewers that they love us like they love a sports team. They'll come home and they put on HG all day long, or they'll put on food. And so we have a sustainable growth business with our synergy. And then we have all this IP that we could take direct to consumer, and we've started to do it.
Can you win in streaming without going through the bundlers? I mean, do you have to be on Hulu? Do you have to be on YouTube? Or can you do it directly? Is your product strong enough?
We don't know. Everywhere else in the world, we're on almost every skinny bundle. Here in the U.S., we're in most of them. We're not on Hulu, and we're not on YouTube. but we're on most of the others. And people love our channels. And so, one, we think that over time we'll get on those skinny bundles. We hope to. We'd like to partner with our distributors because they helped us build our business. And in many cases we are. We're partnering with AT&T on DirecTV Now. We partner with Brian on Comcast on his offerings, with Charter. So that's the best way to do it, kind of regionally. But there is an opportunity for us to go direct to consumer ourselves, which we're already doing in a number of areas, in cars and in sports. But we could also go to those big companies. If you take a look at what NBC, ABC, CBS, and Fox spent 3 years ago, and how much is being spent by Amazon, Netflix, Apple, and Google, you know, there's a massive amount of share shift that's going on there. And these are real global companies, the likes of which we've never seen before. So if any one of those companies wanted to offer for $5.99 a compelling family-friendly service, you know, we would either be most of it, we would argue we'd like to be most of it, or we could be all of it and see how it goes. Because anywhere you go in the world and you say Discovery or Animal Planet or ID or Oprah, people know our brands and they value them.
How will you make that decision about whether you go direct to consumer or you go through middlemen, essentially? How do you make that decision as CEO?
Well, look, right now it's not a fair fight because the direct-to-consumer businesses, the Netflix, the Amazons, we in media used to trade at about a 14 multiple because the view was that this great dual revenue stream cable and free-to-air business would go on forever. And the view now is that it's getting disrupted by some of these direct-to-consumer platforms that are global. There's a question of who's going to emerge and be the winner. We think, looking now, it's only the second or third inning, but we've carved out a very compelling spot of quality brands that people love, that we can offer globally, and we could offer them ourselves.
You stepped up big time on sports. That was a variation from what people had expected from you. Why does that make sense for you? You talk about disruption in media. There was a time not too long ago when you were the disruptor in chief, in some sense. I watched you from Capital Cities ABC across the street as you created MSNBC at NBC. You created CNBC. How does this compare with that disruption when you disrupted broadcast? Basic cable came in and really disrupted it. How does it compare? What did you learn from that experience you can apply now?
Patience. In that case, Jack Welch and Bob Wright were committed to try and take the broadcast business into cable. For people that were around at that time, it was pretty unusual. And it's important because the business that you think you're going to launch that's going to work is never the business that works. The audience is always going to tell you what they get nourished by. And that's what our business is about. That's what most businesses are about. When we launched with Oprah, the Oprah Winfrey Network, we had a dream, Oprah and I, that it was going to be about living your best life. And we looked strategically at the space and said, we can do this. But when we went out with the content, Super Soul Sunday worked terrific, but a lot of the other stuff was too earnest and the audience went away. And we had to figure out, what are they going to come back for? And it took us a lot of years, but we started to listen, what do you like? That's what our business is about. We don't want everyone to watch, but the Oprah Winfrey Network now is the #1 network for African American women. So for us now, we've broken our company in half, essentially. We got half the company that's about growing our channels, doing what we believe we can do as well or better than anyone in the world. Then there's a whole group that has to figure out, okay, how do I get over the top? What do people want when they consume content over the top, you know? And I think you have to be willing to recognize failure and use it kind of optimistically. Good, we know that now.
And you can do it without the blockbusters.
The way people watch our channels, they don't, it is hit driven if you're a broadcast network. The way people watch our channels, they come home and HG gets me. Discovery is my channel. TLC in Middle America is the channel that I love. I love Oprah, that's the channel that I watch. That's how they curate. Where do I get nourished? That's the business that we're in. We think that's going to be sustainable, and we think that ultimately they could either pull one of those really big, expensive platforms, or when they're looking to pull something that they want that's family friendly, with brands they know, characters they know, everywhere in the world, for a lot less than they would have to pay for that, we look different. And we got to, over time, we'll see if it's an aggregated offering, if it's an individual offering, but I think we got a game. But the first thing we got to do is execute on this.
You stepped up big time on sports. That was a variation from what people had expected from you. Why does that make sense for you?
Well, first, we're in every country. So when I say we're in every country, we have a sales team, we have a distribution team, we have creative people, we have marketing people, and we have strategic people. So we kind of know each country. And so when we looked at sports, Eurosport was not being individually fed into every country across Europe. So when we bought Eurosport several years ago, we looked and said, we can use our sales infrastructure. We could use our distribution infrastructure to drive more carriage. We could use our sales and marketing people. And it was a little bit of a leap, but it was driven by the idea that content used to be about getting inside of the television box, that rectangle. And even if you had content that was just okay, second or third choice, you did okay. When we launched our direct-to-consumer sports player 3 years ago in Europe, so we reach across 750 million people in Europe. We have the tennis, we have the cycling, we have the winter sports, we have summer sports, we have the Olympics. So we figured we have a great offering, 750 million people, $8, we should be able to do terrific. And we wrote 10 things that we thought we knew for sure. 8 of them were wrong. And the users told us. They said, okay, you know, we tuned in for the French Open, but we didn't want to watch Tour de France. We love tennis. Or they told us that maybe the most interesting takeaway that we applied to the Olympics is that when people consume content on a device, they expect to hit the device when they get up in the morning and see content. And then they expect a few hours later to hit that device. You need to multiple publish. So if speed skating is starting at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the people that love speed skating have to get up in the morning and see a 1-minute video or 2 1-minute videos or some information about, and we downloaded 700 pieces of short-form content in 21 languages every day to our Olympic player. And that's one of the reasons why we were able to aggregate about 500,000 subscribers. They love the sports IP, but they really, when people look at content on a device, they expect to be entertained and nourished whenever they hit it. And if you hit it and nothing is new, you're disappointed.
Can you do that and not step up into the really high-priced sports projects? Because that, to some extent, sounds a little bit like ESPN in the United States in the early days. They had lesser sports, And then they had to get in the NFL, they had to get in the NBA, and that, as you know, costs enormous amounts of money. Can you have a strategy that stops short of that?
Well, opportunistically, we have taken football. But we haven't taken football where we get in a bidding war with anyone. If you want to offer your content on a pan-European basis, there's only one place to do it, us. Or if you're a federation, if you're the Speed Skating Federation, you could sell it in every country. And the difference between the U.S. and Europe is in the U.S., it's one culture, one language, and everybody likes the same four sports, essentially. 90% of viewing, 80% of viewing is football, baseball, basketball, hockey. In Europe, there's a lot of sports that are number one in Northern Europe that are number 10 in Southern Europe. And if you're a federation, you know, we're the one stop. And we've been very effective about getting a lot of content. And all the sports content we have with Eurosport, we've, as much as we can, we've gotten it long term, and we own it on all platforms.
You have scripts, as you say, you need to execute on that now. But is that enough for Discovery? Are you on the outlook for further acquisitions?
This is news, but not as you know it. This is TikTok by Bloomberg, the first and only global news network built for Twitter. 24/7 news streaming live on Twitter.
You have scripts, as you say, you need to execute on that now. But is that enough for Discovery? Are you on the outlook for further acquisitions? Do you need to get bigger scale?
Well, look, as I said earlier, we're in a different place of the soccer field than everyone else. So we think if we could execute on this, own all those passion brands globally. Scripps never took food and HG and cooking and travel around the world. So we have an opportunity to take all that IP, we'll convert it into 48 languages, and we'll start to spread it around. So that'll be a revenue synergy if viewership increases, and we think it will. In Latin America, we've bought some of their content. But I like our hand here. We got some work to do. We got to pay down some debt. We got to prove out that we're going to generate that free cash flow and that we really did build a moat. But at the same time, we're going to be working really hard about learning how consumers consume content on devices. And we're talking to every distributor, because we're better off if somebody that's already in business with you and you're already paying a $100 bill can then have a chance to check a box and pick us. Today in the U.S., there's probably 25 or 30 million subscribers that are broadband only. The one service that's being marketed to them heavily is Netflix. And the industry built us, we built them, and together I think we're going to come up with something that's going to be pretty compelling in terms of a skinny bundle, because it's not sensible to have Netflix have all that field without us on it.
You said you need to pay down some debt because you do have more debt on your balance sheet than a lot of other media companies do. You said you're going to save $350 million a year on Scripps. How are you going to do that? That's a lot of money, as you and I both know, to save in an operation.
Well, look, as we've looked at putting these businesses together, and it's early days, it's only been 5 weeks, but we've been working on it very hard for 6 months going up to it. We think that's rather conservative. These are one-over-one companies. We have 12 channels in the U.S., they have 6. So we're in the same business. We have 220 research people, they have 140 research people. We have 650 salespeople, they have 550 salespeople. And their people are really good. We put some of their people in charge in our new structure. And the idea is, who are the best and the brightest? Because when we looked at it, we said when it comes to nonfiction, who are the best 2 producers of nonfiction content, and who is best at monetizing it? And we looked and we said, in some areas they're better than us, in some areas we're better than them. We put these 2 together, and we will spend $3.5 billion on content, maybe growing to more than that. This is a hard business. We're in the business of creating stories and characters and getting people to turn on their TV and love it.
You've referred a couple of times to John Malone, who's a shareholder, doesn't control your company by any means, but you know him well. What is it like to have John Malone as somebody you can call up and say, should we do this, should we do that? What do you think about what's going on?
Well, I think about my last 30 years in this business, and it's sort of like what you want for your children. You are who you hang out with. And it really helps define you, the narratives that you hear, the questions that you hear. And so I look back over the last 30 years and, 15 years listening to why Jack didn't want to do an acquisition that we brought him, or what we need to do with cable, how we need to do it. Bob Wright, one of the most successful guys running NBC. The Newhouse family, Donald and Cy Newhouse, and Bob Myron, who's a genius and has been in the cable business and built Bright House, and John Malone. And so when I think about where people should be spending their time, yes, you'd like to get the right job. Yes, you'd like to think that you're going to make some money. But I took a 50% pay cut to go to NBC from a law firm because I thought I can get to hang out with the guys at the Peacock, and maybe someday I'll get to meet Jack. And a lot of the way I see the world, I still talk to Jack all the time. So I'm hearing Jack's voice, I'm hearing Bob Myron and Donald Newhouse's voice, and I'm hearing John's voice. And so for that alone, I'm one of the luckiest guys.
It strikes me that you're now running Discovery, which really appeals in the United States to a lot of the middle of the country. People that the President of the United States probably wouldn't object to. In fact, I understand the President of the United States is a fan of Shark Week. Actually, I read that someplace.
I hope he's a fan of a lot of our stuff. I think, I hope.
You helped create MSNBC. That is a channel in a very different place. What do you think about the media landscape today in the United States in terms of politics? Because it seems to become much more polarized.
Well, I can just say that the business changed. When we launched MSNBC, Brokaw and I and Andy Lack and Tom Rogers, there was a group of us, and Jack said, we're going to launch the best news network in America, and we're going to use the #1 news division in the world to do it. We had this amazing library. We structured a deal with Microsoft to get them in. They wanted the library at the time, and that was our ambition. I'm not going to game out the different news networks in America, but we have to be practical and recognize that at least some of them are following that model, because you on the one hand you want to do the best journalism possible. On the other hand, you want people to watch you, and you want them to watch you for as long as possible. And part of the way we as human beings determine our success is, are we in third place? Are we in second place? How many people are watching us? How many people love us? And so I think that's the journey. And luckily, I'm not going to be one of the guys to figure that out.
Well, but let's talk about how you keep score. That leads us exactly to a great conclusion here. How do you keep score? I mean, I see that now you've jumped up in the rankings, actually, including broadcast and cable. Big step up with Scripps. Is that the way you keep score? Is that how you just tell whether you, David Zaslav, are succeeding?
No, because there's lots of books that have been written about, more scale tips you over. So we're staying in our lane. And what's going to be successful for us, and we've made this decision. On every one of our channels, we've said, if you don't love us, if you're not one of the passionate viewers that loves survival, if you're not one of the people that love science or that love crime, go find some other channels that you love. When we're creating content for our channels, we want global audiences that really affiliate and have a passion for our characters and our message. And a big piece of that is we're not going for the best rating. We're going for the most potent audience that says, they get me. When I go there, I see something that I love. And if we put something on any of these channels that looks like we're going for ratings, they'll immediately say, what's this doing on here? And so they're quite clever, and you just got to continue. This is what we do for a living. Figure them out on TV, and try and figure them out in terms of the devices as to what they're going to love and what they're going to pay for.
David Zaslav, thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Thanks, David. Good to see you.
Coca-Cola, a 130-year-old iconic brand and a dominant force in the $800 billion soft drink industry. Synonymous with globalization, Coca-Cola operates in over 200 countries worldwide. The beverage behemoth now has a new CEO. James Quincy spent the last 2 decades rising through the ranks at Coca-Cola. Now, as head of the company, Quincy aims to win over a new generation that shuns sugar, and to show the world that he takes the environment seriously, even as he adapts to a new world of technology. James Quincy sat down with us for an extended conversation. We wanted to understand how he plans to use innovation to transform every aspect of Coca-Cola. attempting to change its culture while managing a global checkerboard of regulations and tax regimes.
But at what cost?
Coca-Cola operates in a lot of different countries, which means there's a lot of different regulatory systems, a lot of different legal schemes you have to really adapt to. Let's talk about a couple of those. First of all, the United States. The tax cuts. How does it affect Coca-Cola?
Yeah, we're still working through the numbers. I mean, our tax rate last year effectively was about 24%, so it's not the biggest change to us. Because we're an international company, the absolute rate hasn't affected us as much as perhaps some of the more domestically focused enterprises. But we're positive on removing the territorial system. So we think the simplification is positive in the long run. To the extent that it helped create more demand, that will be good news too. We're still working through the numbers that we'll lay out on our earnings call. Of course, we're part of having some of the money overseas, but in the end, if it generates more economic growth, that will lift all the boats.
Does the expensing of capital investment affect you at all?
Not in a great amount. I mean, it will make some difference. We'll lay that out, but that's not the biggest moving piece for us.
And if there is significant incremental cash available to Coca-Cola, have you decided yet, does it go into capital investment? Does it go into buybacks of shares? Does it go into dividends?
I mean, we weren't short of cash at the end of the day, so we've been a successful company. We've got the resources we need to invest in the marketplace. We're still working through exactly how the puts and takes work, because obviously you've got to pay tax on the cash first, or in addition. So we're looking at how we use all that and how we make the right capital allocations.
One of the really big issues for the United States right now is the so-called dreamers. These are the young people who were brought here as children. And the question is, do they get to stay as adults, essentially? Do you have at Coca-Cola people who are really uncertain about whether they can stay or not? There are about 700,000 more or less nationwide.
Yeah, we have some people in our company and in our bottling partners who fall under the Dreamers or the DACA program. We would love government to find a way to make proper underlying immigration reform, and including finding a solution for the Dreamers so that it's not so disruptive and that they can stay. So hopefully they'll find a path to that. Of course, partial solutions may be necessary, but we would love to see fundamental reform.
You ran Mexico for Coca-Cola at one point, so you have seen this issue on both sides of at least our southern border. Do you see a path forward, a constructive path forward on immigration?
I think there's a path forward, but I think it also is connected, and it can't be completely disassociated when you think about long-term fundamental reform from getting both economies to grow. In the end, part of what drives the informal immigration is the disparity in the economic outlook. So having a community of North America where all the economies are growing actually helps solve that problem too. So I think leadership from the United States to drive growth will help solve some of these other issues too.
You've also seen NAFTA from both sides of the border. You've seen that issue, which is another hot issue right now in the United States. Has NAFTA overall been good or bad for the United States?
My view would be that free trade deals are good overall for all participants, and I think it's been good for North America and all the countries in it. Doesn't mean it's perfect. Very few free trade deals are perfect, so can it be made better? Yes, I hope they can make it better, but I don't think we should start deconstructing global trade. I think it's been a powerful engine for lifting all boats. It doesn't mean it solved all problems. There are questions of income inequality. There are questions of not all the rules were perfect and need to be improved. But let's go forward, not backwards.
So when President Trump first came in, he was very closely allied with many people in business. He consulted and he had panels that he talked with as well. Do you get to talk, either President Trump or the administration, about things like NAFTA? I mean, do they consult you, or do you make your views known to them?
When there are things where we have a view or it affects our business, we make our views known either directly to the administration or through many of the business forums, like the Business Roundtable. There are enough points of intersection collectively and individually with the administration that they know what we think.
So from that, do you have any sense of where we're headed with NAFTA? Because there are conflicting reports. I mean, the Canadians seem to be preparing for actually U.S. withdrawal. There are a lot of people in Washington saying, no, we're not going to withdraw. Do you have any sense from your point of view of where we're headed?
My view on negotiations is you've got to let the negotiators negotiate. And if you're not in the room, you don't know what the answer is until it comes out. So I think the important thing for those that aren't in the room is to keep saying what they believe to be true, what they believe to be the areas where things can be made better. And then the negotiators have got to get in the room and thrash it out, and trying to work out what color the smoke is coming from the room doesn't lead you anywhere until they come out and tell you what the answer is.
Your native country has voted in a referendum to leave the EU. And I won't ask you what you think about that, but tell us how that's developing. I mean, is there a soft landing there that you can see? How would we get to it?
It does a bit go back to my point about negotiations. You're never really sure until the cake is cooked. I think the logic of the economics is a softer rather than a harder Brexit. I think in the end, whilst it won't be a catastrophe one way or the other, life will be better. There'll be more economic growth if it's a softer Brexit, but there's a lot of details and a lot of different points of view to work out, because in the end, the referendum wasn't between do you want this or that. It's like, do you want this or not want this? It wasn't a referendum around the version of the exit, which is kind of where we're trapped at the moment. And of course, there's a lot of negotiations going on. It's very important to get it right for the UK and to some extent for Europe as well.
Whether it's Brexit or whether it's NAFTA, how do these trade issues affect Coca-Cola's business?
I think one of the great benefits of the Coca-Cola system is we're global, but we're extremely local. I mean, we manufacture in every country virtually that we sell it. Virtually everything that's sold in the US is made in the US. Virtually everything that's sold in Mexico is made in Mexico. Virtually everything that's sold in the UK or France is made in that individual country. So the global trade restrictions or openings don't tend to affect us heavily in the moment. To the extent that they reduce or increase total economic growth, that's what matters to us. And so I think philosophically we're pro global free trade because it drives economic growth. Therefore, let's focus on making those deals better because it will provide the wealth to then solve a lot of society's problems.
You came in and took over Coca-Cola and really trumpeted innovation as critical to your future. I believe you have a chief innovation officer, but maybe you're the chief innovation officer in some sense. How do you innovate in a 130-year-old company that's so well known around the world, has been there for so long, has such an entrenched perception of people's views?
It's hard. I mean, any institution that's been around a long time, whether it's a company or a government or any organization, it's going to be very hard. So I think, from my point of view, if I'm not the chief innovator, I'm certainly the chief agitator for innovation. And what that means is, driving the culture to try and do a few things upon top of everything else we do. Stay curious. If we're not curious about the outside world, about the consumers, about the customer, about what's changing, how will we innovate? But curiosity just leads you to an insight. It's very passive. You need to drive empowerment so people feel they can go and do something, that they're not waiting for head office to make the decision, that they can get up in the morning and go and do something. And I think the next thing is, you've got to be inclusive. You've got to try and connect the pieces because we've got a tremendous global knowledge and tremendous global system. Sometimes your idea has already been tried somewhere else. So connect to the other parts of the system. And lastly, we probably fell into the trap of trying to make things perfect before we did anything in the past. No, we need to learn from some of the software companies, have version 1.0, 2.0, 3.0. That gets us both innovation and speed. And if we keep pushing those four things, I think we'll make progress.
And how do you know? How does James Quincy know whether you're getting the innovation job done? And I mean that in the sense you're sitting atop a very large organization, a lot of people spread around the world. How do you judge whether the word's getting down and people are already changing their behavior?
It's hard to know, but the only way forward is to look for multiple signals. There's no one number or one metric that's going to give it. Yeah, so we have employee surveys where we ask people. We can look at the sales number and measure the success rate, or the number and the success rate of the things we put into the marketplace. We can look at what our research and development pipeline is generating, and are we really getting new patents? Are we really making progress? So I think one has to have a dashboard to look across and say, is there progress?
How is technology changing the way you do business, and for that matter, your workforce?
This is news, but not as you know it. This is TikTok by Bloomberg, the first and only global news network built for Twitter. Objective reporting that you can trust. curated comments that provide insight. TikTok by Bloomberg. 24/7 news, streaming live on Twitter.
Technology. It's disrupting just about every company that we know of today. How is it affecting Coca-Cola? And first, talk about how it's affecting your relationship with your consumer. How you deliver to your consumer, things like e-commerce, how you market to your consumer.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of look at it in three buckets. How we engage with consumers, there used to be TV advertising, now there's social media. The ways of engaging with the consumer are changing rapidly. Who the customer is and how the shopping actually happens is changing rapidly. And of course, internally, it's changing rapidly. With the consumer, around the world, TV is still the biggest vehicle, maybe less so in some of the developed economies, but around the world it's still the biggest vehicle. But a lot of it's going into social media. We work closely a lot of the new tech companies in social media, trying to find ways to continue to have a brand role. I mean, in the end, someone's got to pay for the content to be developed, whether that's through advertising or sponsorship. So I think there's a lot of change going on. We're adapting. I think we feel we're kind of towards the front end, but what I'm totally clear of is going to be different in 5 years, and it's going to be very different in 10 years. And we're going to have to keep investing in innovation and keep evolving to stay close to the consumers.
As you look around the world, which markets do you see the fastest innovation when it comes to e-commerce? When you just sort of get on your app and you order something up, it gets delivered, for example. Is it China? Is it the United States? Is it Europe?
I actually think that places like Shanghai and some parts of Western Europe are on the cutting edge, along with some of the bits of the U.S. But really at a par. I mean, the U.S. in many respects, there's a lot of advanced e-commerce, but I can tell you it's very advanced in places like Shanghai and Western Europe as well. And the penetration of e-commerce in aggregate is even higher in some of those places than even the U.S. So, when you want to learn what's going on, I would be just as tempted to tell you go to Shanghai as stay in New York.
And how do you market in that circumstance? I mean, we're used to going to a fast food restaurant, for example, and there's a Coca-Cola there. It's on the menu. Yeah. So let's have that Coke or that Diet Coke. Yeah. You don't have that when you're on your app.
No, but you have to get it. I mean, if you went back even 2 or 3 years in China, for example, when a lot of the apps and the mobile payment systems came in, we weren't on the menu. Actually, even worse, we were trying to sell perhaps a returnable glass bottle to the restaurant, which had no way of being in the delivery system. So we've had to re-engineer our business system very quickly to both be present on the app. So what's the virtual representation of what you'd normally see in the store? And how do we change the packaging portfolio so that we can be part of the delivery system? And you have a lot of places in Shanghai where food ordered on apps and delivered is 30–50% of the restaurant sales.
That's the relationship with the consumer. Talk about Coca-Cola as Coca-Cola. How is technology changing the way you do business, and for that matter, your workforce?
It's changing it in lots of profound ways. I mean, in simple terms, you know, you go back 10, 20 years, we were a large company and we're one of the few that could afford to invest in expensive IT systems and do our own stuff, our own programs, our own server farms. You wind forward to today, that's no longer the model. We've had to move to the cloud. We've had to move to standard programs that whole industries use, and we had to use the mobile. The one thing I always say to the IT department is, just put it on the phone. Everything can be done on the phone. Let's just move everything to mobile on the phone. The old days of IT had training budgets. Why? Everyone knows how to use the apps on the phone. So it's profoundly changing the way that we work, and I think it's going to continue to flow through the organization. We have a big program of digitizing the company.
Does that translate into fewer employees as a practical matter because of the efficiencies from digital?
I think for sure it changes into a different profile. I mean, people are having to adapt to doing things in a different way. We've actually made a lot of changes in our IT departments to move to a different skill set. So it's certainly changing the nature of employment and the sorts of profiles you want. Whether we buy the services ourselves or we buy the services or do it ourselves makes a difference as to where the employees are. But net, more employment's being generated in the economies.
So can Coca-Cola compete with Silicon Valley and the digital startups when you're trying to recruit the young computer scientists?
Well, Atlanta is a very fast-growing economy. The state of Georgia has been ranked, top 1 or 2 of place to do business in the U.S. for many years in a row. The local political system has done a great job. So has the city. So it's a very competitive economy there, and we do very well in it. We're happy to see Atlanta and Georgia growing, and they've done a lot to invest in tech startups and the media industry in and near Atlanta, and it's being very successful.
As you look toward really substantial growth in these new beverage categories, are you looking at acquisitions? Are you looking at organic growth? I mean, you have been inclined, I believe, to look for smaller brands, startup brands, bringing them along. Is that the future path to a significant degree for Coca-Cola?
I think it's going to be both. I mean, we have grown organically, but we have made these bolt-on acquisitions, as we call them, the little small ones, the niche brands. I think where we see that something is a really good idea, we invest in them. Sometimes we buy them, sometimes we just invest with them. But there's a quid pro quo. They get the capital that we inject, yet we can introduce them to the globe, not just the country that they've launched in. And that's helped us double the number of billion-dollar brands that we sell around the world. So I think it's going to be an and strategy rather than one or the other.
It's interesting. It's a total beverage company. It's not a food company. I mean, there are some competitors who said, let's become a food company, at least in part. Why did you make that decision, and does it make you any more vulnerable, forgive me for saying, but even to acquisition? I mean, you're what, $200 billion market cap? It's a pretty big acquisition, but there are some pretty big consolidations in the food industry out there.
I think firstly, we're focused on beverages because that's where the greatest synergy and the greatest application of our know-how and our fabulous global bottling distribution system is. It's the thing that can be most synergistic with what we've already got. And the market for beverages is one of the best growing markets in the whole of the supermarket or in the other stores. So it's a great market. We have a good position. We can create a lot of synergy. So it's a question of choices. I sometimes say never say never, which then causes confusion because people say you haven't ruled anything out. I say no. It's a question of what's most logical, and beverages are the most logical thing for us to do first because we stick to our knitting. In terms of how we think about the consolidation. In the end of the day, I'm pretty convinced that investors, gold star goes to those that grow with expanding margins. Growth is the name of the game. If the category's got no growth, then optimize the margin. Okay, but that's still silver prize largely over the long term. So I'm pretty clear. If we focus on driving top-line growth, which we believe we can with our strategy of total beverages, we will attract an investor base that will be very happy with us over the long run.
By 2030, you want to be getting a bottle back for everyone you put out there. That's a lot of bottles for Coca-Cola. How are you going to attract all that plastic? World without waste. Great goal. You have a big new packaging announcement. Why is it important to Coca-Cola, not just as a corporate citizen, but as a business?
You know, it's important to us for a very core part of our values. We've always believed that to have a healthy business, you need to be operating in a healthy community. And one of today's biggest problems is packaging waste. We've done a lot on making things recyclable. We've actually invested a lot of R&D in making progress on reusing it. What we need to do is collect it. So this announcement is about the big missing piece in generating a world without waste, which is collecting back the plastic and creating a market economy for that collected plastic. And I think that's going to do great things to help us grow into the future without creating waste, which is good for us and it's great for communities.
How are you going to attract all that plastic? By 2030, you want to be getting a bottle back for everyone you put out there. That's a lot of bottles for Coca-Cola. How are you going to attract all that plastic?
Well, to give you an idea of the dimension, we need to bring back, every person in the world, if they bring back 2 bottles a month, we bring back all our bottles. That's our objective. 2 bottles a month for every person. We collect every bottle we put out. How are we going to do it? Well, there'll be different systems in different countries. You know, every country needs a solution, but it won't be the same everywhere. There are kind of places where it's reasonably advanced in Europe, to more informal economies where the collection happens. So there's going to be different solutions everywhere. We're going to have to work with NGOs, other industrial companies and governments to put in place these solutions. But it's absolutely doable. And I think that's what's exciting about setting the objective.
But we're very conscious of this in the United States, but what about in other places, like China, for example?
Yeah, look, I think the emerging in the developed countries are where more of the problem is than the US or Europe, which is probably at the leading edge. So we need to do more there. But recognize in a lot of these countries, there is some informal collection system already going on across a wide range of waste. What we need to create is the circular economy. We need to create value for that. So often in the case, and we did this in Mexico, for example, you go back a little more than 10 years, it was less than 10% of the plastic was recycled. Now it's 60%. How? The informal economy was collecting the waste, but there was no market for it. No one wanted to buy it. So we went into the marketplace and bought the plastic, invested in factories to recycle that and reuse it in our bottles. So I think there's a model there for the Chinas and other parts of the world on how to create value out of plastic and get it reused.
You've laid out a bold strategic vision for your company called Total Beverage Company that includes things beyond Coca-Cola and even beyond Diet Coke. It goes on beyond that to these 5 categories. What's driving that? Is that basically to get away a bit from sugar drinks?
Actually, we're following the consumer. when you look at what's happening around the world, as the world is urbanizing, as people have got more disposable income, they're spending more money on a range of things, including beverages. So what's important within that growing market of beverages is they want more choice. Different people want different things. So if we really want to be able to serve the customer, serve the consumer, we've got to follow them. We've got to get into more categories. Coke is likely to remain the heart and soul of the company. It's the world's biggest fast-moving consumer good brand, but we need more. We need to offer consumers what they want all day long. We have to offer choice, and I think that's what's going to guide us forward. And in a way, it goes back to where we started. If we pay a lot of attention to what the consumer wants, they will take us to where the business needs to grow, and then it ultimately ends up in growth for the business.
I understand that on average around the world, people consume about 8 ounces of a beverage per day. And Coca-Cola, I was told, is about a half an ounce. What is your goal? How much of the market share of total beverage can you really take globally?
I mean, I don't think there's a end of history moment when we reach nirvana. I think what we're looking to do is gain share every year. I mean, it's a competitive marketplace. We have a lot of well-funded competitors doing a lot of exciting things. So we're focused on is can we serve the consumers and gain a little bit of share each year and generate a growing business system. That our objective is to create value for everyone who touches that business system, whether it be the economics of the people who are in the value chain like the customer, or even society with initiatives like the packaging one, you know, which I think builds on our heritage of creating shared value in the world. You know, 10 years ago or so, we set ourselves the objective of being water neutral by 2020, and we achieved it a few years early. So we return to the environment all the water we use, which is one of the things that gives us confidence that we can achieve this packaging objective. So we get business growth and doing it in the right way for society.
Okay, thanks very much. That's where we're wrapping up there. This was terrific. Thank you so much. That was really fun.
Thank you.
That case was for fraud.
Unprecedented, historic, horrific. Investors wait for April's jobs number, which will reveal the scale and breadth of the destruction caused by the coronavirus. And we can work it out. Top trade negotiators for the U.S. and China pledge to follow through on their trade deal and cooperate on the economy and public health. and it's the buy everything rally. Equity, bonds rise, all driving U.S. short-term yields towards record lows as forward rates flirt with negative Fed funds futures for the first time ever. Welcome to Bloomberg Daybreak on this Friday, May 8th. I'm Alex Steele. So I said the everything rally. Let's see what that actually looks like. You had the Nasdaq yesterday erasing all the losses for 2020. Equity markets building on that gain today. It's a risk-on rally in the currency market, with the exception, obviously, weaker dollar in the G10 space. Also, the yen trading a little bit heavy today as well. In the bond market, take a look at the 2-year. 12 basis points is where we are as the buying continues across the curve. 17 basis points for the 3-year and 28 for the 5-year. Watching that as we head into the jobs number as well. The interesting thing here is that the market, at least the equity market, appears to be very much distancing itself from the underlying economic data. It's also a story of bonds versus equities telling that similar story. Joining me now with more to discuss is Torsten Slok, a Deutsche Bank chief economist. Deutsche Bank expects non-farm payrolls to come in at minus 23 million. Torsten, before we get to this dichotomy between economic data and the equity market, let's get to your expectations. What are they? What are you looking for?
Yeah, so we're of course looking for very bad numbers. This is so unprecedented in so many ways. And as you've been covering also so well here with Mike and also Constance over the last hour, it is really all the details in the report that will be most interesting. But the big picture remains that we will have a big jump in the unemployment rate. We will, of course, also have a big decline in the number of jobs, more than 20 million. And all that does, of course, begs a lot of questions about what is the composition, who are the people who are losing their jobs, and all those details become very important for our conversations about what is the trajectory of the recovery looking forward.
Yeah, so what do you expect to learn from that? So if we say that the breadth is not as big as we thought, or the loss of the breadth is much, much more than we thought, how does that inform your expectations of an economic recovery?
Yeah, so this is very important. So there's a number of different dimensions that become important in the details. First of all, the job losses in the March report were mainly in low-wage industries, and the concentration was in restaurants and bars. So one very important question for the April numbers is it still mainly in low-wage jobs, or has it also been spreading to middle-income and high-wage jobs? This becomes very important, in particular for the outlook for consumer spending. The next question is, in the establishment survey, how broad-based is it? Which industries is it? This will also tell you something about how long time it will take and what the shape of the recovery will be. Then the next other question, of course, will be, well, we all agree that maybe the older generation will be staying at home until there's a vaccine to a more significant degree than others. Remember that people that are more than 65 years old, they account for more than 20% of consumer spending. So it's pretty clear that the older generation may have lower consumption, so it also becomes important to what degree were job losses for people that were more than 55 years old. And similarly, if the job losses were among the younger generation, in the worst case, we will have the younger generation losing more jobs, and we have the older generation staying at home, and this will be a double whammy to consumer spending and to the outlook for GDP. So in a nutshell, there are just so many dimensions that become very important for understanding exactly where the job losses were and what this means for the path of the different components of GDP. Most importantly, consumer spending, that as usual is 70% of the total.
So then how does that also inform how you look at potentially a second wave of layoffs hitting higher paid working jobs, and sort of when are we going to get a good read on something like that?
Yeah, so we will also get some information on that today. I mean, remember, as usual, there are two parts to the jobs report. There is the household survey and there is the establishment survey. And the real key issue here is, what does it mean to not have a job at the moment? One very important category in the household survey is that you are asked, are you unemployed? And if you say yes, then the next question is, are you unemployed on temporary layoff? And then if that's the case, then of course you will be counted as unemployed, but it will only be counted as temporary. And this is very different from someone who says, yeah, I have a job, but I'm just not at work at the moment. And if you look at the March data, there were 3 million people who said, yeah, I have a job, but I'm just not at work at the moment. So I know this may sound like a nuance, but it actually becomes quite important when you think about whether people are categorized. Are they actually in a job, but they have been just not at work at the moment for special reasons, or are they actually counted as unemployed? And ultimately, what we're really after, Alex, is this issue of how many people will be moving from being temporarily unemployed to being more permanently unemployed. So in that sense, how quickly we'll crawl out of the hole that we're in at the moment, in other words, how quickly the recovery will very important be indicated by whether people are categorizing themselves as whether they are temporarily laid off or whether they are now more permanently laid off.
It's such a great point, and I wonder how then the world of the wage conversation evolves as you have lower paid workers now deemed essential. I mean, do companies then, are they forced to increase pay to get more of these essential workers in? Does this give more bargaining power for those kind of workers to sort of set the stage for longer term wage increases, or not at all?
Yeah, absolutely. This is also a key issue. I mean, we've been discussing for years and years wage growth, and it has been relatively subdued. It has been accelerating up until February. But now, of course, the wage growth conversation is all about the composition of the jobs that are, quote-unquote, left, in other words, of those that are employed. And given that a significant share of the job losses in March, and probably also in this report, will be among lower-paying jobs, then that does mean that there's a compositional change. One important aspect of that also becomes the debate about the PPP program and to what extent small businesses will be rehiring workers back. One significant upside risk, of course, in the outlook is that we have estimated, my colleagues, Brett Ryan and Matt Rossetti and Justin Meitner, estimated that the PPP program supports as much as 50 million jobs in small businesses. And a lot of those jobs tend to be lower paying jobs. So one very important issue with wages going forward is to what degree will these jobs be coming back before the deadline here, which is around July the 1st, when, as you know, the PPP program, when the loans from the government could potentially turn into a grant if small businesses rehire back their workers. That will also mean something for what the wage numbers will be over the coming months, and of course also very importantly for what will the headline be for payroll growth. So there's not only downside risk. In some sense, this is likely to be the worst employment report we will get. And then as we look ahead over the coming months, there are also now some upside risks, most importantly upside risks from the PPP program that could mean that this was indeed more temporary, and therefore it was something that would hopefully turn out to be not as longer lasting as we all are worried about here.
So then before I let you go for this particular segment, I just wanted to get your take on what happened yesterday in the bond market with the record low yields in the 2 and the 5, also the Fed Fund futures turning into negative territory. Also, you can blame that on technical trading, but what is the real significance here of that?
That is very significant. I mean, one very important debate in rates is this fear in the U.S. about negative interest rates. And it makes complete sense that U.S. investors are worried about this. We've seen negative interest rates in Europe now for a while. We've seen interest rates, of course, also in Japan for a while. So it does make sense that this fear also begins to appear here. It was quite clear from a lot of Fed speak, including the last few days, that this is not something that the Fed has in mind, and it is not something that the Fed and FOMC members expect. But it is somewhat eye-opening that the Fed Funds futures are now trading, although it is only temporarily, but pricing in negative interest rates. And there may be, as you say, Alex, some important technical reasons also for this. But the fact that we're even having this debate, it does tell you a lot about how bond investors and rates investors think about the outlook.
All right, Torsten, you're going to be sticking with me, Torsten Slok of Deutsche Bank. So coming up, we're going to focus on some of those small businesses here, keeping businesses running in these uncertain times. We're going to get a read on PPP loans and hiring in the sector from Marty Musi, Paycheck President and CEO. This is Bloomberg.
Bloomberg Daybreak, I'm Ritika Gupta with your Bloomberg Business Flash. Intel is being accused of compromising worker safety in order to keep making computer chips. People who worked at an Intel plant in Arizona say staff was not isolated from teammates who had tested positive for the coronavirus. Intel says it has responded with new policies to improve employee safety. Another sign that JCPenney could be headed for bankruptcy. The struggling retailer didn't make a $17 million interest payment due yesterday. It's the second payment JCPenney has skipped in a month. Bloomberg has reported the company was searching for assets to back a loan that could finance a bankruptcy. And we're just minutes away from what's likely to be the worst U.S. jobs report since the end of World War II. The numbers are released at 8:30 a.m. New York time, and they're expected to show that employers cut 22 million jobs in April because of the coronavirus outbreak. The unemployment rate probably will hit 16%. That would be the highest since the Great Depression. And that's your Bloomberg Business Flash. Alex?
All right, thanks so much, Ritika. So as she was mentioning, we're about 20 minutes away from the jobs number. Let's get a read on hiring of small businesses with Marty Musi, Paycheck President and CEO. Paycheck is the second largest payroll processing company in the U.S. Marty, I love catching up with you. This day feels particularly important because you can give us a read on what's happening with small businesses. How many of them have been able to access the payroll protection program? How many of them are waiting for their checks? Give us some insight here.
Sure, Alex, good to be here. I think it looks like about half of small businesses, we expected that number to be a little bit higher, but it looks like about half of small businesses applied for the loans. Probably the biggest concern is it looks like about 60% are still waiting for either their approval or their dollars. And so all the surveys that we're doing are showing that that's still taking some time to get approved and get the money in their hands, which is really critically important.
Do you get a sense from them? Like, what have they done with their workers in the meantime?
Yeah, most have. The good news is many of the small businesses have kind of suspended their business and furloughed their employees. Now, that means different things to different people, but keeping them kind of on the payroll, not necessarily paying them, but covering benefits, some of them. And so the good news is that they're ready to start up when things open back up. So the good part is that most are furloughed, kind of suspended, because they're waiting to get their money to pay the rent, the mortgage, and their employees when they get them back up and running.
Do you get the sense that these small businesses, once they get the check from the government, will then go ahead and start paying these workers and sort of quote-unquote rehire them?
Yeah, I do, because of course the forgiveness piece of this really requires at this stage that 75% of the dollars go toward paying your employees. So I think that's an important point. I also think there's a lot of discussion in Congress right now to give further assistance by lowering that percentage so that they can cover some of the other expenses, their rent, et cetera, which is really important to them right now before the demand picks back up. And that maybe the loan forgiveness time frame will also go out a little bit, which would really help as well. So those things being discussed could be a great boost to small businesses.
Do you have a sense that some small businesses either didn't apply or sort of gave up because they feel like they're not going to get what they need? Do you have a sense of that?
Well, it's very interesting. Yeah, I think there's a lot of confusion. Companies like Paychecks, we worked very hard to provide the information to them as soon as the loan program came out that they could file. But I think there's been a lot of confusion between the banks and the government as to what do they apply. They're afraid that if they take the loan too early, that they were going to have a loan possibly that wouldn't be forgiven. So I think there was just a lot of confusion there. Hopefully that will still bounce back. I'm still very hopeful that as things start to open up again, that they'll be able to get these workers back in and things will start to improve.
So give us an idea of the breadth and the evolution that you're seeing. Kind of, we knew that retail and services were going to be the hardest hit in hospitality right off the bat. Walk me through where we were, say, 6 weeks ago, and then where we are now in terms of those that don't have jobs.
Yeah, it's amazing when you think really 6-8 weeks ago, the biggest issue for small businesses was I couldn't find the people to fill the jobs. And now here we are and facing this large number of unemployed. I think the positive side of this is it was a lot of man-made stuff, right? We closed businesses to protect the employees in this country, and now that should come back a little bit faster. I don't think it's a V kind of recovery, but I do think, as they say, more of a check mark where it drops quickly and then we start to come back. And I think you're already seeing that there is a lot of demand for getting back into restaurants and other locations that are non-essential as they open up. But I think the workers will be there, and I think hopefully we'll be able to get started up pretty quickly when things come back.
Are you hearing anything from businesses about a second round of layoffs? So they bring some workers back and then they say, oh, you know what, demand's not what I thought it was going to be, I'm going to have to fire. Or I'm only going to bring out one worker rather than three.
Yeah, I think that's a great point. You don't know, even with the loans, those that took the loans and got the money, they may have hired workers back before they really have the demand, before they have people coming into their locations. It's really paying them and helping the employees, but not kind of the timing is a little bit off. And so there is a concern that will happen. It really depends so much on how fast things open back up and whether the government will allow the time frame to be pushed and maybe give a little bit more stimulus to those small businesses to keep paying those people until the demand comes back. So it's a good point. We're kind of watching that to see which way it goes.
As we talk to companies who are bringing back workers, we've started to see the lawsuits. Intel, for example, there's a family suing Intel because they're blaming one of their workers. They're saying that they're outweighing health for chip making. JBS is also facing some liabilities as well. How are companies thinking of liabilities as they go to restaff?
Well, it's a great point. There's, we have over 600 HR generalists that provide HR services to small and mid-sized businesses across the U.S. And really one of the number one issues that they're facing right now, they're getting questions on and getting guidance on, is how to open back up. So not so much, there is certainly some concern about the liability that they have now, but it's really, how do I open back up safely? How do I make sure that I reduce my liability and my risks? And so they're really trying to look for guidance is the best process to open back up safely for their employees, obviously for the safety of the employees, but also to reduce their risk and liabilities.
This question actually comes from Torsten, who is joining me from Deutsche Bank. He's feeding me some questions here on the IB, and I appreciate that, Torsten. He's asking you to dig into the fact if certain sectors are going to be slower to rehire, like restaurants versus other small businesses.
Well, yeah, I think it depends really, as you know, so much on the pent-up demand, right? If it's a small medical office, a dentist, or, other small medical doctor offices that are doing elective surgeries, things like that, I think they're going to open up fairly quickly. We're already seeing that they're coming up with best practices on how to open up and get their patients scheduled. If it's a restaurant, I think you're going to see probably a little bit slower. I mean, we did see leisure and hospitality obviously took the biggest hit in workers and in hours worked. I think those will come more gradually because I think the demand will also be, and the requirements may be, you open up 30% capacity, 50% capacity, and more. So I think it is the restaurants and those that will open a little slower, hire back slower, but others like dentists, offices like that are providing services, they're going to have a lot of demand. I think they'll open up pretty quickly.
Hairdressers, huge. Marty, it's good to see you. It's good to see you well. Thanks so much for joining us. Marty Musi, Paycheck CEO. Great to chat. All right, coming up, it's going to take a quick look here on how Europe is now dealing with its own economic challenges. The ECB plans to weather the pandemic next. How do they do that? What it winds up meaning for Italy and yields. Also, we're still having some numbers come out from companies. Royal Caribbean is the latest. They provide an update here. They see elevated cancellations for 2020. That would make sense. They also have identified about $3 billion worth of CapEx reduction so far this year, and they do expect to incur a net loss for 2020 for the full year. Yet that stock is still up now in pre-market. This is Bloomberg.
All right, let's do a little Business Week economics, Carol Master. A big day in the world of economics today, yesterday, tomorrow, every day is a big day. Jobs. That's what we're talking about, that's for sure. All right, let's check in with our team. Bloomberg News Global Economics and Policy Editor Jobs are back here
really have to go beyond the normal, including the normal and conventional tools, to use things that are of an exceptional nature, and that have to be designed, calibrated, and with the appropriate level of deviation and room to maneuver in order to actually deliver on that mandate.
That was ECB President Christine Lagarde. Still with me is Torsten Slok of Deutsche Bank. Torsten, Christine Lagarde trying to talk up ECB support. Then you have the former Finance Minister Wolfgang Schäuble for Germany saying, look, the Constitutional Court could really rip apart the Eurozone here by declaring the asset purchase program illegal. What side of the equation do you fall on?
Yeah, so this is, of course, a very difficult situation. But, Lagarde also said very importantly, which is so true globally, that no one is to blame for this crisis. And I think that is an important starting point for all conversations about what needs to be done, in particular, of course, by the Fed and the ECB and the central bank community, generally speaking. It's in that sense a lot easier for the central banks to deal with this because there is no political backdrop as such for the action that's required. That being said, of course, the situation in Europe and the virus, of course, has brought back to life a lot of the discussions we've had now for many years, and it just continues to tell us that we still are unfinished on the European architecture and the institutional setup. And this is, of course, the debate here also that Lagarde is tiptoeing around when she talks about these issues.
So, we haven't seen the BTP Bund spread blowout like we did in the last crisis for Italy. So, what levels do we have to get to make this a more critical situation?
Yeah, that's, of course, the market is being tested by this, and of course it just illustrates how complicated the situation is. We have a situation where, and this is in many ways similar to the US, where the financial system globally just experienced a lot of stress because of the virus and all the impact that it had. When you shut down businesses, of course, then and there's no cash flow coming into corporates, it does mean that liquidity is needed, and it does mean that funding is needed. And in that situation, we just now, of course, have to try to solve that problem first. And that's clearly, of course, what the ECB is trying to do. That's also what the Federal Reserve is trying to do. And then, of course, the issue then now becomes this important debate about, okay, so how does that fit into the other things that we've been discussing even before the virus came around? So I think that what Lagarde is trying to do here is to try to make sure that financial stability is ensured, and this is the same thing that the Federal Reserve and Jay Powell has been talking about. But it is clear that the backdrop for these conversations is quite different in Europe, of course, relative to what we're having in the US, simply again because of the fiscal constraints that Europe is under, which are quite different than what we have in the US.
So are we going to be talking about an Italian exit? Is it this conversation we're going to be talking about in the next 6 months, or no?
So, we also had earlier this week, of course, the German Constitutional Court and the European Court of Justice and all the discussions about whether the ECB can do what they're doing or they cannot do what they're doing. These discussions will probably continue, but for now, it makes sense that Lagarde is mainly focused on the here and now problem and trying to make sure that let's just get out of lockdown, and then we can begin to debate what then should be done and what the institutional setup exactly should be. And I think that's what she's trying to tell us, that let's have a different conversation now, and then we can have the other sort of more traditional conversations about Europe later on, once the virus is more behind us.
Yeah, just get it done and then we'll fix it again. All right, Torsten Slok, thanks a lot. You'll be sticking with me coming up. We're moments away from the U.S. April jobs report. We're also going to break it down and all the market reaction with Subhadra Rajappa, SocGen head of U.S. rates strategy. This is Bloomberg. right, we're just about a few minutes away from the all-important jobs report for April. The numbers will be trickling out. We want to get a quick market check because it's still the buy everything rally. You do have U.S. equity futures off the highs of the session, but nonetheless, we're still higher. You're still seeing money flow into the bond market. You have the 2-year yields now up by down by about 2 basis points, and the 10-year you're down by about 2 basis points as well, as you hit 11 basis points on the 2-year, sort of right around those record lows. So the data's out. The takeaway not as bad as originally expected. We lost about 20 million people, 20 million jobs in the month of April. 20 million jobs in the month of April. The expectation, though, was for 22 million jobs. Manufacturing also getting hit, down 1.3 million, but not as bad as estimated. The overall change in payroll is also coming in down 19 million people as well. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, economic and policy correspondent, joining me now. Yet you got the unemployment rate just popping to almost 23%. I can't even fathom that kind of jump as the labor force participation rate comes down too. Mike, what's your initial blush here on these numbers?
Well, my initial guess is that there is probably some data collection problems, as we talked about at 7:30, and also that we have to keep in mind that this survey only includes the week of the 12th of April, so it doesn't capture the entire month. And as we saw throughout the month, more and more people were laid off by the jobless claims numbers. So we're going to probably, the biggest takeaway from the initial headline here, and I'm waiting for them to post the overall details, the initial takeaway is that we're going to see a very bad May payroll report as well.
Mm-hmm. I should point out a distinction. Sorry, the 22.8% was the underemployment rate. The unemployment rate rose to about 14.7%. I'm struck also, Mike, by the huge jump in average hourly earnings on a year-on-year basis, up 7.9%. That seems to speak to the fact that the jobs that have been lost and those that are struggling are really the lower income workers versus the higher income, and that bifurcation, which you can imagine is only going to get worse.
Yeah, that's absolutely the case. It's the lower income workers dropping out, the higher income workers staying on the payrolls. That number kind of going to be meaningless at this point, given the situation that we're in. The thing that also is striking, I think, is the total revisions. Another 214,000 jobs were lost in the month of March and the month of February, which takes that total down to at this point to 842,000. It had been 701,000. So we're seeing incredible job losses starting in March and then moving on into April, and obviously we're going to see something like this in May.
Just a check in here on the markets. We're off the highs of the session when it comes to the equity market, but we're still pushing higher here in S&P futures. Also take a look at the bond market. A little bit of distinction here. We're now trading flat in the long end of the curve and some little less buying. How about that? On the short end, you now have 13 basis points on the 2-year, so a little bit more elevated than when we were going into the numbers. And in a currency market, you're seeing the dollar and the yen pick up steam to the downside. Is it still the risk on currencies that seem to be outperforming? And in the commodity market, oil still getting a bid, as well as all other commodities within the space. To hit those numbers yet once more, April lost 20 million jobs in April. On a private payrolls, we're down by about 19.5 million. Change in manufacturing down by 1.3 million. The unemployment rate ticking higher to 14.7%. The underemployment rate ticking much higher to 22.8%. Labor force participation rate goes down. Hourly earnings wind up moving higher. Weekly hours worked also beating estimates there as well, coming in 34.2. Hey, Mike, you're still digging. Has anything else popped out at you?
Yeah, there's a number of things, Alex. We now have some more of a breakdown, but first let me address some of those data issues. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics, the household survey, which measures unemployment, was the response rate was 70%, which is about 13 percentage points lower than normal. So they're saying that the numbers are not necessarily going to be as accurate as they otherwise would be. And as last month, they report a misclassification of a lot of people. They set out a new classification. If you were unemployed because of COVID-19, you should have been recorded as on temporary layoff, which keeps you in the labor force. And they say that a lot of those responses this month were miscoded, as they were last month, And if they had been properly coded, the unemployment rate would have been 5 percentage points higher. So they're saying we would have had 19.7%. They don't adjust that for data honesty reasons, but they're basically telling us that 14 is not the number, it's really 19. Talking about some of the job numbers here in the establishment survey, employment in leisure and hospitality down by 7.7 million. 47% of the people in leisure and hospitality lost their jobs. 3/4 of that in bars and restaurants. Employment also falling in arts and entertainment and recreation, 1.3 million and 839,000 jobs lost in the hotel business. Education and health services down by 2.5 million. Professional and business services down 2.1 million. So this is very broad. It's not just in the services sector. Manufacturing down by 1.3 million. So job losses across the board. There's really nothing good to say in this report that I can find with a quick look here. And as the Labor Department says, it is worse than the numbers even capture.
Also to a record. In other
And
news,
yet, S&P futures still up by 28 points. All right, Mike, I'm going to give you some time to go through some more of the numbers and break that down. Bloomberg's Michael McKee, thank you. We'll check back in with you later on. Torsten Slaka, Deutsche Bank, with me as well. Torsten, your initial reaction on the numbers?
Yeah, I think that the point that Mike just made here on the number of people that are on temporary layoff, that was up 18 million, and those that were not on temporary layoff was only up 2.5 million. So in other words, that means that the vast majority of those that are unemployed, they were on temporary layoff. So in some sense, this is it's very difficult to get these words out at this point, but there are actually some signs here that if more of those people that are unemployed should be viewed as temporarily unemployed, then that does indeed at least tell us that there's some chances here that some of these people might be coming back faster, at least than what we could have feared. And the two other points I'll just add, Alex, is what you also mentioned earlier, but adding to what Mike said, namely, if you look at weekly hours, we expected, and the consensus expected, a drop in weekly hours, as you can see in your Bloomberg consensus expectations, was 33.5 hours a week, but that actually only quote unquote dropped to 34.2. So in other words, people were not working shorter hours. It was like either on or off. Either people got fired, in other words, got moved out, or they were on the job. But those who actually were working still had relatively better hours than what we had expected. And the final point is the participation rate. The participation rate was just much lower, and more than 2 percentage point drop in the participation rate. It's just 2.5% to be precise. It's just completely unprecedented. So it also tells you this distinction between are people still in the labor force? Are they on the sidelines? Do they have still one foot in the labor market and then are ready to jump in? I mean, the net of all this is that there are a number of signs here that this was and should be thought of as more temporary. Most importantly, this issue of the number of people, that 18 million that were on temporary layoffs.
Really good analysis helping us break that down. Also, for market reaction, we want to bring in Subhadra Rajapra from SocGen. She has U.S. rate strategy there. Subhadra, your reaction?
Well, I think broadly speaking, the bond market is seeing a sigh of relief, given the fact that most people, especially given yesterday's price action, I think the expectation was that the numbers were going to be a lot weaker than what we got. So, I mean, yes, there's a lot of noise, but like Torsten just pointed out, there are also some positives in the data. So, and really, the most important takeaway for me is some of these programs that the Fed as well as the government is instituting is probably working. I mean, the PPP, the temporary unemployment is a positive thing, which means these people are going to come, hopefully get back into the workforce a lot quicker than people expect. So, the bond market is not uber optimistic, but clearly some of that anxiety seems to have, priced itself out after today's employment number.
So then, Subhadra, for a market perspective, the move that we saw yesterday with the record low yields in the 2s and the 5s, is that justified? I ask you this question every single time. Like, have we hit the low?
Well, I think that technical moves are always possible, right? Because in some respects, if you look at the bond market, it's always been the safe haven asset. When you hit the zero lower bound, then there really is no safe haven asset left anymore. So, investors still are flocking towards Treasury. So we've seen Treasury bills, for instance, go into negative territory when there's a demand for safe haven assets, and now you're seeing that sort of propagate across the curve. And what we've characterized this is a steamroller effect, right, where the front end comes under pressure, and the 5-year part of the curve comes under pressure, and so on and so forth, out the curve as we approach the zero lower bound. And I would say that yesterday's price action was mostly technical. Investors that were probably positioned short into the refunding announcement were getting spooked as we started getting more and more reports that the unemployment rate could be as high as 25% perhaps. And now that we haven't gotten that data and things are a bit more, we're getting a little bit more clarity on the job outlook, I think the market might be less anxious, and we might see a little bit more of a sell-off as we start getting supply next week.
Well, fair point. And on the long end now, we're seeing just that. You have yields up now in the 30-year, up by about 2 basis points. So to your point, I do want to point out, this is a really great quote from Neil Dutta. He is head of U.S. economics at Renaissance. He says, 11 jobs lost for every 1 life saved. That's the math that matters. And Torsten, whether or not you agree with reopening or not, if you have about 5 percentage points on the unemployment rate that could have been added for those that weren't correctly counted and miscoded, it just puts the strain on, like, we have to open the economy up to get people back to work.
Absolutely. So this is, of course, the conversation, and Neil's calculation there, of course, is just spot on in terms of what the trade-offs are here. I mean, a lot of discussions now, of course, turn to areas of the country, namely Utah, South Dakota, Wyoming, where we did not have a lockdown, and where nevertheless you have seen the virus curve flatten out. Likewise, the international debate focuses a lot on Sweden, where you also have seen the virus curve flatten out despite not having a lockdown. So the question looking ahead is, if we are opening up a bit prematurely, maybe in the U.S., at least earlier than what many doctors would be recommending, maybe some of these experiences from those parts of the U.S. and maybe some of the experiences again from Sweden is that it does have higher costs in terms of more lives lost, but it has still been possible, at least in those cases, to flatten the virus curve. So one small piece of optimistic news here, if you will, is that those areas in the world that have remained open have actually still been able, with sufficient social distancing, of course, to flatten the curve. So this is why the question becomes, will we see in the U.S. still more social distancing and enough social distancing to see the curve flatten out or not? And that becomes, to your number and to Neil's quote division here, exactly the issue, namely, will people be respecting the rules and the guidelines for social distancing or not? That is really, in some cases, even more important than whether we have a lockdown or not.
So, Subhadra, if you wrap that into the market sentiment, if you were talking about you're probably going to see some selling as people feel less jittery, are we set then for a buy equities, sell bond situation, or is it going to be like yesterday where it was literally buy both, despite the fact that you have record yields on the 2 and the 5, you have a rally in tech stocks, for example?
Well, this definitely takes one fear of the unknown away from the equation. We do get a lot of data next week, retail sales, CPI, so we should get a better gauge of the consumer side of things next week. But broadly speaking, given the dramatic increase in supply in the very long end, both 10s, the new 20-year as well as the 30-year, I think you're going to see renewed pressure on the very back end of the curve. So we're really sticking with the 530s steepener view over the next couple of weeks, given the fact that there is a decent amount of supply that the market has to take down, and you just have to see how that plays out.
All right, guys, really appreciate it, the reaction to this historic jobs number. Thank you very, very much, Subhadra Rajappa of SocGen and Torsten Slok of Deutsche Bank. And just to kind of recap some of these enormous numbers for you, 20 million jobs lost in the month of April. The unemployment rate, 14.7%. But if everyone was calculated appropriately, that number should have been 19.7%. Some staggering numbers there for you. All right, coming up, we're going to talk more about this historic jobs number, and as well as income inequality with a leading voice on the topic. Heather Bushi, Washington Center for Equitable Growth CEO, will be joining us next. This is Bloomberg. All right, so the jobs number out right now, 20 million jobs is what the U.S. lost in April. Unemployment rate surging to 14.7%. Factor in everything else, it's really 19.7%. Michael McKee has been digging through all the numbers, joins me now. Mike, give me sort of the lay of the land of where the job sits.
Well, the numbers are truly awful, not quite as bad as the consensus, but that's because of mismeasurement errors. The Labor Department says that a significant number of companies and people did not reply this time, which makes the error bands wider, so it's hard to know exactly where these numbers fall. But for example, as you mentioned, when you add in the number of people who were misclassified, and the BLS admits people were misclassified in this report, to the unemployment rate, it comes out somewhere around 19%. The U6, which adds marginal workers, discouraged workers, may have some problems, but smooths some of that out. 22.8%. So there is very obviously a huge problem in this country right now. I'm looking at some of the breakdowns here in terms of unemployment. For men 20 years and older, the unemployment rate is now 12.4%. In March, it was 3.7%. In February, it was 2.9%. For women, 15%. It was 2.8% in February. For blacks and African Americans, the unemployment rate is now 16.7%. It was 5.8% in February. So you can see that this is hitting everybody hard, but minorities obviously getting hit worse than whites.
Yeah, something that we definitely don't want to see when we were doing so well before then, as that unemployment rate really reversed. So let's get more on the numbers as well as wages and what this all means for income inequality going forward. We're joined now by Heather Bushi, Washington Center for Equitable Growth President and CEO. She joins us now. She's the author of the book Unbound, How Inequality Constricts Our Economy and What We Can Do About It. I'm really great to chat with you, Heather. I'm interested primarily here is when you see the wage numbers go up so much at 7.9%, it obviously shows the income disparity that we're seeing. How do we recover from something like this?
Well, it's such a great question, and I'm glad that you started there. That was one of the things that popped out of the report this morning to me, is that so many of the job losses have actually been concentrated among lower-waged workers. And, you know, we all have to take a deep breath. These numbers are so bad and so much worse than anything we've ever seen. Highest unemployment rate in the United States since the Great Depression. But we all know, of course, that this has been the result of this virus in our society that necessitated that we shut down all these businesses, and this is the fallout from that. And you asked, you know, what can we do about it? There are sets of policy decisions in front of us, including making sure that everyone who has lost their job has access to unemployment benefits that allow them to pay their bills until we can get the economy functioning again because we get the virus under control. So that is certainly the most important policy step. And of course, Congress has taken some steps along that path but needs to do more, and there's legislation they are talking about right now to continue to extend those unemployment benefits. I also want to draw your attention to the fact that we've actually seen declines in employment in public sector employees, especially at the state level. This is part of a problem that's happening out in the states where, because so many people are out of work, the states don't have the tax revenue to keep the services so necessary for dealing with this crisis going. And so the second thing that's so important is that Congress extend support to the states so that they can help communities cope with the virus and cope with this unemployment crisis. So there's a lot of things that we can do, but I think, you know, your point, starting with the fact that we've seen actually wages go up because so many of the jobs lost have been low-wage workers, really is the starting place for how we think about the policy recommendations.
Alex, let me jump in here with a couple of numbers that support that. When you look at the breakdown by education, unemployment for high school dropouts, 21.2%. For high school graduates, 17.3%. And for college graduates, 8.4%. So there is definitely an educational breakdown. The people on the lower end of the socioeconomic spectrum are the ones who are really being hurt the worst here. And to Heather's point about governments, the federal government actually gained 1,000 workers during the month, while state governments lost 180,000 jobs, and the local government number is down by, I'm trying to get the exact number correct here, 801,000. So states and localities losing an enormous number of jobs here.
So Heather, to that point, if we extrapolate that more in terms of wages, we're rethinking what the term essential jobs mean right now. How does that play out within the wage dynamic in the market as we move forward from this?
Well, I think it's such an important question. Who is essential and who can do their job even through the crisis? So that lower unemployment rate for the most educated workers, a good portion of that is because many of those workers have office jobs, they're professionals where they can telecommute, right? You can do a video call with your doctor, you can do office work from your home office. But so many of the lower paid jobs in our society, the ones that have the face-to-face contact, the hairdresser, the dog walker, the restaurant workers, these folks are the ones both most at risk of the virus, which is why they're not at work today, but also the ones for whom we need to make sure that if they are working because they're essential, like grocery store workers or rideshare workers that have to get people to their doctor's appointments and all the things, they need to be both protected. We need to ensure that they have that protective gear, that they have everything they need to be safe, and we need to make sure that they're paid enough. These are, among some of the essential workers are among some of the lowest paid in our economy. Yeah. Many of them don't have access to health insurance or paid sick days.
All right, Heather, we have to leave it there and take a break, but I'd love to have you back to talk more about sort of how we do that and how the economy rethinks that as we go forward. Heather Bushi, Washington Center for Equitable Growth President and CEO, plus Bloomberg's Michael McKee, the MVP of the day. Thanks so much. This is Bloomberg. Well, that wraps it up for me here at Bloomberg Daybreak Americas on this Jobs Friday, where 20 million people were unemployed in the month of April. Don't forget to tune in later, White House reaction to the jobs report with Larry Kudlow, National Economic Council Director, and tune in tonight for my coronavirus special Crude in Crisis at 9 p.m. Here in New York. Oil jobs definitely on the line here, particularly in the Bakken as well as in Texas. We'll break all that down for you. This is Bloomberg.
From New York City, for our audience worldwide, good morning. Negative 20.5 million. This is not normal. You might have expected it. You were probably not surprised by it. But there is nothing normal about this. And it would be embarrassing for me to start this show like it was any other show, any other day, any other Payrolls Friday. This is not any other Payrolls Friday. I'm not going to throw out some numbers on a board like this is a sports network and they are the scores. This is not sport. These are people's lives, people's jobs, people's anxieties that make up this statistic. Now, people may come on this program, other programs like it, other networks, and tell you that this is the worst of it. I'm sure it is. It can't get much worse, can it? I'm sure they'll come on this program and tell you this is a result of a policy choice. There's some truth in that, a policy choice to save lives. It's easy to say those things if you still have a job. Those things will bring little comfort to the people who don't. This is the worst payrolls report we've ever seen. Let's hope it's the worst payrolls report we ever see. And let's hope in the months to come, we'll see some of the best payrolls reports we've ever seen as well. But I want you to remember this. In 100 years' time, this will be a deep, deep scar on the face of any chart. In decades to come, economists will look back and this will not look normal. We're making history today, and it's the kind of history that I don't think you should be comfortable making. That's something I want to think about through the hours ahead of us and through the weekend as well, into next week and beyond. From New York, let's get this countdown to the open started. Let's get your data. Here's Michael McKee.
Good morning, John. It is a grim morning, and that's a good setup for the numbers that I have to tell you here. Unfortunately, as you mentioned, 20.5 million jobs lost. That's a little bit below consensus. And we have to start off by mentioning that this survey only goes through the middle of April. So we would like it to be better next month, but May is probably going to be bad as well when we capture the rest of the month and the jobs lost in May. So 20.5 million jobs lost, and at this point, another 214,000 revised down in the two prior months. So we're also looking pretty close to 21 million when you total it all up. The unemployment rate, 14.7%. But as we saw last month, the Labor Department, BLS, says that there were misclassifications in that survey and that if people were properly coded, the unemployment rate would be over 19%. So the real number, basically 19%. Some of the categories, manufacturing lost 1.3 million jobs during the month. The construction industry lost 975,000. Now, the leisure and hospitality industry is the worst hit, obviously, with hotels, with restaurants, with bars. 7.6 million jobs lost. 47% of the people who were working in restaurants and bars have now lost their jobs, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But this is not just a story of the service industry losing jobs in the front-facing kind of thing. 262,000 jobs lost in finance, in information, 254,000. That tells you that at this point we have a very broad loss of jobs, and that's going to make it harder to come back from. A couple of other notes, John, just before I go. The U6 unemployment rate, which smooths out a little bit of this in terms of who's in the labor force, 22.8%. And who got hit the worst? Well, high school dropouts, unemployment 21.2%. High school graduates, the unemployment rate 17.3%, and college graduates 8.4%. So you can really see a socioeconomic divide here among the worst hit. It is just a grim report, John. Nothing good in it at all.
Michael McKee, appreciate the reporting this morning. Thank you. We've heard from the President of the United States. This is how he responded on Fox to the jobs report.
It's fully expected. There's no surprise. Everybody knows that. Somebody said, oh, look at this. Well, even the Democrats aren't blaming me for that. But what I can do is I'll bring it back.
That's the President of the United States on the jobs report, hoping to bring those jobs back quickly. We all share that hope, and the administration, I think, has everyone's support. We want to see those jobs come back and come back quickly. We turn now to our first guest of the morning, Mohammed Al-Arian of Bloomberg Opinion and, of course, of Allianz as well. This is what he had to say recently. With markets focusing on the improvement in the second derivative That is a reduction in the rate of labour force dislocation. US stocks rose. This widens an already considerable decoupling from the real economy and will fuel the debates on Wall Street versus Main Street, companies versus people, and the well-off versus the marginalised. I'm pleased to say that Mohammed joins us now on the phone. Mohammed, fantastic to catch up with you. 35 minutes ago, you saw that report. Your initial reaction, please.
My initial reaction was exactly the same as yours and that of Mike McKee. This is a very, very grim picture, and it only partially captures the real pain and suffering that is out there. And you need only go out to food banks to see it play out every single day. I think, John, in terms of the analytics of what we saw, as bad as the numbers are, and they are very bad and historic, as you have been saying this morning, they actually understate how bad the situation is. They lag. As Mike pointed out, if you go to the U6, the more comprehensive picture of unemployment, it is much worse in terms of levels and change than the one that's reported widely. If you look at who's getting hit the hardest, it is the people that can least afford it. And then the number you need to dismiss really quickly is the jump in hourly earnings, because that's actually a distorted number. Over the next few months, as the distortions play out from the data and as the data catches up with the reality, we're going to have answers to some such critical questions, including your favorite word, how transitory is the hit to the job market? Second, what is wage growth really happening? And third, what are hourly work doing? And my sense is we're going to get not just a slow improvement in the unemployment rate, but we're going to find out pretty quickly that even those that are lucky enough to still be employed are working fewer hours and getting paid less for it.
Mohammed, as you know, we know a lot of people on Wall Street in the financial community, and they're not heartless people. It's just the nature of the market that focuses on sequential improvement, on flow and not necessarily stock. And you and I have talked about this many times before. If you tell a market participant that this is the worst of it, things improve from here, they will discount that. And that's what a market is. It's a discounting mechanism. But in your mind, even with the nature of the market in mind, and just that really important distinction in terms of stock versus flow, are we still making a mistake here, Mohammed?
So I don't know if I would call it a mistake. I think it's important to understand what the markets are looking at. And remember, those in the marketplace are simply fulfilling their fiduciary responsibility, and they are looking forward. But what I suspect is going on is what behavioral science called behavioral confirmation bias, that you look for what you want to see. And the marketplace has been looking and has been getting three indicators that it likes. One is a partial reopening, not just in the U.S., but in the rest of the world. Two is an easing of China-U.S. tensions. And three is central banks willing to do more. And the markets are pressing central banks to do more. Those three indications of the last few days means that the marketplace is comfortable decoupling more and more from the real economy. I'm not comfortable with it, but I understand why it's happening. I think people have to ask the question, are you comfortable betting that the reopenings will be sustainable and that we're not going to have a W? Are you comfortable betting that China-U.S. tensions aren't going to flare again? And are you comfortable betting that the Fed and the ECB and the Bank of England won't go even further in not just liquidity support, but credit support? On the first two, I am not comfortable. I think that the reopening is going to be bumpy. We're going to sort it out, but it's going to be much more of a W than a U. And the China-U.S. tensions are going to flare up again. So ultimately, if you are buying the market at these levels as opposed to individual names, if you're buying the market as a whole, you're betting on more central bank support.
Well, let's talk about that support and how the policy effort needs to evolve. Quite clearly, in a shutdown, you don't try and stimulate an economy, you try and provide aid. As we reopen, you move from aid to stimulus, and to some degree, we have to recalibrate the policy effort, Mohammed, and I'd love your thoughts on how. What needs to change in Washington, in Frankfurt, and elsewhere as well?
So I keep on saying it's about not just winning the war against a depression, but it's about securing the peace, winning the peace. We failed in 2008-9 to secure the peace. We won the war against the threat of a depression then, but we did not secure a peace of higher growth, more inclusive growth, and sustainability. The result was the new normal. Now we risk a new normal 2.0. What do I mean by a new normal 2.0? Even lower growth momentum, even higher inequality, and an even greater entanglement of the public sector and the private sector. Why? Because unless we get a policy effort very early on to counter it, we will come out of this situation with lower productivity growth, less responsive demand, and higher debt. And that's not a great combination to secure the well-being of current and future generations. So be careful of the new normal 2.0 because it is out there, and we need policy actions right now to make sure that we can counter the drop in productivity and growth potential.
Mohammed, just a final question from me. When we came out of the financial crisis, it took a long time to recover. It took a long time for people to realize that rates were going to stay low for a whole lot longer. We didn't hike rates until 2015. The last hike before that was 2006. The nature of this economic shutdown is just so different. And I'm just wondering, in your mind, is it still too premature to have any kind of forecast on how long the recovery takes?
It is, John, because we don't have good indication of the health issues. Increasingly, it looks like we need to live with the virus. So forget the corner solutions, which is either you keep the economy shut down completely, okay, that is not sustainable, or the other corner solution that we get a vaccine or we get community immunity some other way tomorrow and we reopen fully. The most likely outcome is for the next few quarters, and perhaps as much as a year, we need to live with the virus. And living with the virus is a very uncertain process. You gain information every single day. That's the good news. Scientists are really hard at work trying to make sure that we can at least treat the illness better so that people can get back. But there are fundamental questions about the health situation. The minute you put that out, you cannot predict consumer behavior. You cannot predict business behavior. And we will get a lot of data because we are running a massive natural experiment in the United States and in Europe with different parts doing different things. We're going to get a lot of data over the next few weeks on the health issue, the consumer behavior issue, and what businesses do. And that will start giving us a better feel for how deep these scars are going to be and how much damage is being created that is structural in nature and not just V-like.
Mohammed, can I just say thank you? Thanks for your compassion this morning. History in the making, and fantastic to catch up with you on a day like today. A dreadful day for a lot of people, I know. Mohammed, I appreciate it. I hope you and yours are doing well, and please send my best to the family, won't you? 17 minutes away from the opening bell. Equity futures positive. Up next, Rick Reeder of BlackRock on this labour market and this market as well. This is Bloomberg.
No one who I talk to is looking at a V-shaped recovery. 2020 as a whole is going to be a negative year, and then we'll start to see positive year in 2021. We're using our balance sheet to provide much needed liquidity to all types of financial markets. So we have many tools left.
Mary Daly of the San Francisco Fed on the path ahead. I'm lucky to have a fantastic audience and a brilliant payrolls lineup, the best payrolls lineup anywhere on the planet. And I'm lucky to have a fantastic guest with me right now. Rick Reeder of BlackRock joins us on the phone. Rick, fantastic to catch up with you, sir. Let me just get your initial reaction, please, to the labour market report and the labour market data you've seen over the last month or so.
Yeah, thanks, Jonathan. Thanks for having me in that intro. So, I mean, pretty much as expected. There are a couple of interesting nuances to the report, one being that average hourly earnings were up significantly. And I know we're digging into that. There's a big compositional impact in terms of, which isn't a good story in terms of people lower income that have lost their jobs. So anyway, that we're looking into. We think that number will come back, or I should say average hourly earnings will come down again on the backside of it. The other is, one of the things that's encouraging is that, a lot of the workers we think are going to have left the employment force today, but it looks like they will come back. And my sense is if the economy opens, now that is obviously the question as to how long, but that they will come back. So it's one of the things we're focused on. But otherwise, pretty much as expected. It's going to be a tough period. Now we're just trying to figure out how long that extension is from here.
Rick, how do you think about that right now? What do you look at to put together a forecast about the future recovery, the pace of the recovery, how quickly these wounds can heal?
So, Jonathan, it is. I mean, we study everything, and I think the biggest thing that we watch is the testing, and obviously what is vaccines that are out there. Quite frankly, some encouraging data about vaccines that are out there, and about the comprehensive nature you could get in terms of that seems to be developing around testing. Those are the most important things for us. But, Jonathan, I will say from an investment point of view, we've focused on the places that you don't have to make that decision. And, it's really hard in the leisure spaces, in restaurant, in airlines, and hotel, et cetera. And particularly if you're taking mezzanine or equity risk in those names. So we focus more on, obviously, the virtual economy, places in technology. We talk about in your show for a long time. A lot of things we've talked about in your show for years around technology and innovation just went into hyperspeed over the last month or so. And so, we still think that's the place that is, from an investment point of view, because like you said, it's so hard to forecast. It's not just when there's testing the vaccine, but when do people's comfortability with coming back become more relaxed, and that's just tricky to forecast.
Rick, that's the market, and the reason some people have some confidence in the market is the policy effort. I know something that you've looked at is the emergency support that we've had over the last couple of months, how that evolves into a more sustainable regime. Can you just give us a little bit more detail on that particular dilemma?
So, I mean, Jonathan, I'm a big believer in the things we've written, talked about in the media. The amount of stimulus that's come in, what the Federal Reserve has done, what the fiscal initiative that has been put in place has done. They're all uneven, and they're all trying to get to the right places, and implementation is difficult. But the sheer size of what's being done is exactly the opposite of what happened during the great financial crisis, in that there were the good things done, but they took a while to implement and took a while to get out there in execution. These are huge, and I think people talking about, I hear people all the time talk about they're bearish and don't buy equities or don't buy assets. And when you ask from an implementation point of view, the size of what is going in is extraordinary, and people underanalyze their multiplier effects with some of the fiscal stimulus that comes in. So, listen, I think markets have run up quite a bit. The equity market particularly has run up quite a bit. I don't think it's cheap at these levels, but I mean, I think people need to balance the size of stimulus. Policymakers are on it. How much? I think there's more that has to be done and will be done, but the policymakers are on it, and I don't think people characterize that as large as it really is.
Rick, I just wanted to wrap things up by getting your thoughts on the yield curve as well. We saw some steepness a couple of days ago because the Treasury are going to issue a lot longer out on the curve. I'm trying to understand this tug of war between the extra issuance from the Treasury and the buying that's coming from the Federal Reserve. Do you see it as one cancelling the other out? Do you have an expectation for a steeper curve? What are the conversations you guys have had at BlackRock on that particular issue?
Those conversations are more than daily, Jonathan. I mean, we that is something we debate all the time. You know, quite frankly, for a lot of what we do in interest rates, the 5-year and in part of the yield curve is not interesting at all. With the 2-year note at 13 basis points, the 5-year note at 31.5 basis points, it doesn't do much for you. It doesn't do anything for you in a portfolio. It's not a hedge. It doesn't carry. It's not great carry. You might as well sit in cash. But then in the back end of the yield curve, like you say, it's a big tug of war. Listen, I think the Fed ultimately wins, and I think they're very clear about they are going to take the offtake that the Treasury is willing to issue. So my sense is the back end of the yield curve is in a range. It's a pretty good hedge against risk assets, and it's worked that way. But there's a lot of supply. There's a lot of supply coming next week. And so you have to be tactical around the back end of the yield curve. But when you think about it in a balanced portfolio, having some 10-year treasuries, having some long treasuries, and by the way, having some cash against some risk assets makes some sense. But so my sense is the Fed is gonna, as they've stated, they are going to be there to purchase the issuance. But it's a lot. And by the way, it's not just a lot in 2020. There's a lot coming over the next few years. So yield curve, ultimately, the back end of the yield curve, rates will move higher. It's just a question of when. And I think the Fed is interested in not moving that much higher in the near term.
Rick, thank you. Thanks from all of us. Send my best to the team, won't you? We appreciate your time and your continued presence on Payrolls Friday. Rick Reeder there of BlackRock. After a dreadful payrolls report, one which, of course, many of you expected, here's your equity market and your price action 7 minutes out. Equity futures are positive. They're up 27 points and positive 0.9%. A little bit later, in around about 30 minutes or so, we'll be catching up with National Economic Council Director Larry Kudlow, and we'll talk about the road ahead. This is Bloomberg.
Good morning. Welcome back to the Open. I'm Michael McKee. Right now, we are looking at markets that are getting ready to trade higher on the day, even though we have a terrible jobs report this morning. The S&P futures up by 28, Dow futures up by 249 points right now. Time for a quick look at morning calls. First up, D.A. Davidson upgrading Uber to a buy with $39 as the price target. The analyst saying it's well positioned to emerge from the coronavirus crisis in a significantly stronger competitive position. Next up, Guggenheim downgrading Square to neutral from a buy. The analysts are expecting to see a challenging environment for small and medium-sized U.S. businesses, particularly brick-and-mortar restaurants and retailers that the company serves. And finally, MKM Partners downgrading Constellation Brands by 2 notches. They cut the shares down to a sell from a buy, a $147 price target. The analyst citing headwinds to production due to coronavirus constraints in Mexico. The opening bell is coming up next. Stay with us here. This is Bloomberg.
"25 seconds away from the opening bell in New York City this Friday morning. Good morning to you all. Here is your price action. After the worst payrolls report we've ever seen, equity futures are still positive, up 28 points on the S&P 500, up by around about 1%. That's the price action on the S&P 500. The Nasdaq are raising the losses for 2020. We are in positive territory off the back of a big rally for big tech. In the bond market, yields higher, the curve steeper, up 2 basis points on a 10-year to 0.66%, on a 30-year to 136. In foreign exchange through much of the session, throughout this morning, throughout this Friday, the dollar showing just a little bit of weakness. Against the euro, we come back a bit. Euro dollar just slightly negative. So that's your cross-asset price action. Let's get you some movers and get to the market desk. It's Taylor Riggs.
John, movers for me have to be all about the tech sector this morning. I wanted to take a look at Uber after they reported their quarterly results after the bell yesterday, briefly as much as 8% higher at one point. This is after the CEO on the call said he's seeing green shoots of demand recovery and said that places where they've eased a lot of their shelter-in-place orders, they're now seeing more rides. They also maintained their profitability target of 2021. This is even as they posted the loss of $2.9 billion. That is triple what it was a year ago. They're also taking a significant write-down of investments. Uber Eats is also a bright spot as that helps offset the drop that they're seeing in the ride-sharing business. Another earnings mover I just want to focus on here, Roku off about 8% or so. This is after they had higher than expected cancellation of advertising, but they had $13.2 billion streaming hours in the first quarter. That is 3.7 hours per day per account. I don't know if we're working from home or if we're streaming from home. I will leave that question for you to answer. Finally, I want to flip up the board and just take a look at a chart here that we're showing inside the terminal. It is the resiliency of the tech sector here that has my attention. Not really today, but in the last few days, big tech has been the big outperformer because that's the stuff that we're actually using during this time. What that means is the QQQ, that is that Nasdaq, the tech sector ETF, has a market cap of more than $100 billion for the first time. In just year to date, it has brought in $10 billion of inflows. That is the fifth most of any ETF. The tech sector just continues really, not today necessarily, but lead sort of all of the other major indices. John.
Taylor Ricks, thank you. Thank you very much. 2 minutes into this session. Here's your equity market then, up 1% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, we're positive by 0.7%. We spent a lot of time talking about the economic situation. Something just as important, in fact more so, is the science. This is what the San Francisco Fed President Mary Daly had to say in our exclusive interview with her.
I think investors are looking at it as, essentially the coronavirus is with us until we get a vaccine or some nice way to control it and, helpful way to control it. And they see that as distant, and then they price that in. And the evidence I'm seeing is we came into this coronavirus with a strong economic momentum, one of the strongest economies in our lifetimes. And we're already seeing, businesses are fundamentally entrepreneurial, and we're already seeing them start to think about, okay, how do we re-engage while we live with the coronavirus until we do get a vaccine?
Mary Daly there of the San Francisco Fed. I'm pleased to say that joining us now is a good friend of this program. We catch up with her every single Friday, Payrolls Friday, after the jobs report. Anastasia Amoroso of JP Morgan Asset Management joins us now. Anastasia, fantastic to catch up with you. As we think about the future, the trajectory of the recovery and markets as well, talk to me about how important the science is with all of that in mind.
Good morning, John. The science is a very important consideration here, and I think that is a big part of the reason why the markets have been acting as well as they have, both the prospects for the recovery of the economy and the prospects for the vaccine. So if you look at how much effort the biotech and the scientific community, and actually the technology community, has put into finding a vaccine and a treatment, it's really immense. We have something like 83 different vaccines that are being investigated right now, and several of them are proceeding in human clinical trials. So I know that the conventional wisdom is that it's going to take 12 to 18 months for us to truly develop a vaccine. I think there's some really key developments that are ongoing. The fact that we had the positive news from Gilead and we have the approvals for the remdesivir drug to be used in treatments, that's a big positive in at least controlling the disease if we can control its spread for now. And then there's other investigational vaccines that could potentially have available dosage by the fall for emergency use. So at least we can perhaps help our most vulnerable population. So, John, I think it's been a very big part of the story, a very big part of the market. And that's why if you look at market performance, it is really tech and biotech that stands out. And biotech is up 26% quarter to date. And I would submit to you that it's not just the positive developments on the COVID vaccine front. I think it's the fact that you could see a whole lot more drug approvals coming out of biotech in the next few years.
Yeah, Anastasia, as many people have put it, we're betting on the things that will help us get out of the shutdown. We're also betting on the things that are benefiting from the shutdown. And that takes me to big tech. And I want to understand from your perspective how this situation evolves. Within big tech, we have the dependency on ads and the dependency on business spending, software spending, what do you think is going to be more insulated coming out of this?
Well, judging from the markets, it is definitely the software spending. And if you look at the performance of software names, they're up 14% year to date. So actually up 14%, so well outperforming even the other segments of tech. Now, this makes a lot of sense because what is enabling us to scale up our work from home is the adoption of cloud services. And as we move further and further more into the cloud, it is enabled by a lot of the software applications. So if you think about where the tech budgets are being spent and being prioritized right now, cloud has got to be at that top of the list. We've seen surveys that suggest that 89% of those surveyed are going to accelerate their cloud adoption this year versus 54% of people who said that in February before the pandemic. So that is going to benefit some of the big tech names, some of the software names. But I do want to come back to your question about the advertising part of this as well. Clearly, ad budgets are under pressure, and especially for small businesses. So you are going to have parts of the communication services sector that are negatively impacted by that. However, I think that is widely known, that is widely in the price. And what's really, as you pointed out this morning, the markets are always looking for what's next and what's the next phase. And the next stage is going from 100% lockdown to relaxation, even if it's slow and if it's gradual. So I suspect that's going to help even some of the more advertising geared names as well.
These are the questions we're all asking ourselves over the last couple of months. We know who the stay-at-home winners are. We're trying to figure out what is the more sustainable story and what is the price of that story. Then at the same time, as you point out, as we reopen, we want to understand if there's this kind of reopening rotation. It's the kind of thing that Morgan Stanley and others have been talking about. From your perspective, Anastasia, talk to me about how you're thinking about that. The reopening rotation is the one, and what do you rotate to?
Yeah, I think the rotation has definitely started, and it's interesting, for example, to see that the cyclicals are outperforming the defensive. But we're not out of the woods yet, and we have to still be watchful for what the future looks like as we reopen. So when we think about the reopening rotation within the markets, I would say that it's definitely more of a tactical trade than one that needs to be watched very closely. So, for example, we can look at a basket of the so-called COVID underperformers, and those are going to be the leisure, the hospitality, the travel, the service companies that have been so hard hit by this. I suspect they're going to see a rebound in hopefully footfall traffic, but also a rebound in the markets as well. But having said that, maybe that is a story for the next few months. Maybe that is the story for the summertime. But if we do reopen too quickly, and if we get the second wave of the virus, then that is definitely not a sustainable trade for the following 6 months or a year. So for that reason, I come back to the big tech. I come back to technology broadly, software and biotech. I think some of the changes that we're seeing right now, such as increased adoption of the cloud, looking forward to 5G, adoption of artificial intelligence, these are structural changes that COVID has helped accelerate. So yes, I know those stocks have done very well, but if they continue to deliver on earnings expectations, which they have amidst this earnings season, I think they'll continue to be the ultimate beneficiaries.
Anastasia, you're touching on something I think is absolutely critical. The specter of shutdown 2.0 and another wave of infections is something that you and I can't predict, and I don't expect you to even try. But when you're making capital allocation decisions, they're tail risks that you need to consider. And as people start to look for the more cyclical areas of the market to chase this rotation, you've got to ask yourself where you're going to get durable, insulated performance from. And the answer is you're not going to be that insulated. With that in mind, what I hear from you, Anastasia, is stick with the secular structural stories and don't chase the cyclical ones. Would that be a fair summarization of what you're doing?
It's fair. I think the structural stories have to be there for the long term for the portfolio. And look, they have paid off over a long period of time, and I expect them to over the next several years. If I look at the consensus earnings expectations for technology and biotech stocks, they're well on pace to outperform the market in terms of those earnings expectations for the next several years. So all else equal, that is an excellent starting point for finding places to invest. As I mentioned, I think the cyclical trade can be a tactical short-term trade, but I would very much characterize it as that. But something else that you brought up is there are a lot of risks out there. I don't know exactly how smoothly the reopening process is going to go and whether we're going to have a second wave or not. So one of the things that we're doing from a portfolio construction standpoint, we want to be owning the secular stories, maybe add a little bit of cyclicality, but at the same time, the market has given us an opportunity to lock in some of those gains and to add tail hedges to the portfolio. So, for example, given how far the markets have run, we're up 30% or more from the lows in March, the PE ratios are right back to where we started before this pandemic really hit. And I suspect that over the next few months, we're going to see quite a few more investors jump into the markets as well. So you'll end up with a situation where a fair degree of optimism is going to start to get priced in, and then all you need for the unwind of that is a catalyst. And maybe it is that second wave in the fall. So for those reasons, we are looking to maybe sell a little bit of the market upside here, maybe sell some call options and use that to add put protection to the portfolio. So this way I can afford to hold the long-term secular stories, but manage the volatility that way.
Anastasia, really thoughtful stuff. Fantastic to catch up with you on this Payrolls Friday, and really happy to hear you sounding safe and well from home, joining us on this program. Send my best to the family, please. I hope you and yours are doing well. Let's get you more on the price action, shall we? Let's get you up to speed on the movers. Here's Kelly Lydes.
Well, John, let's kick it off with Norwegian Cruise Lines. It's higher by about 7% in the first few minutes of trading. It has cash, and it actually has $3.5 billion of it, and the CEO told Dow Jones that's enough to get it through 18 months without any sailings. He says he has no concerns about the company's ability to continue at this point. Now, we know it's not just Norwegian who has been raising money. Companies doing it all across the cruise space, but you also have Royal Caribbean that's raised $2.4 billion in the last 2 weeks. And then Herbalife, John, remember this company? Carl Icahn owns about a quarter of it. He's a happy man this morning with the stock up 10%, earnings up 23% year on year in the first quarter, net sales up by 7.7%. They sold the highest number of items in a single quarter ever. Now, that said, the company's business model is really built around social interaction, so there could be some virus disruption coming in the current quarter. Disney now up by about 1.5%. An analyst over at Rosenblatt Securities optimistic on parks. It said its park in Florida could be open 41 days earlier than he originally thought, by July 22nd, based on the schedule that the Shanghai part is following. He says that if it does open in July, it could add about $210 million to Rosenblatt's quarterly operating income forecast. But one park not faring so well, John, that is SeaWorld, lower by 1.6% after a bigger loss than expected. And because it is a jobs day, I do want to note that company's workforce, they've had to furlough 95% of their employees, John.
Kelly Lyons, great work as always. Thank you. 13 minutes into this session, equities advance 1% on the S&P 500. On the Nasdaq, we're up by 0.7%. In just a moment, we'll bring you some of our conversation with ECB President Christine Lagarde. Francine Lacqua sat down with her in the last 24 hours. We'll bring you just a little snippet of that conversation. We'll get up to speed with Michael Collins of PGIM on this credit market, and looking ahead, we'll get the White House's view on this situation in this labour market, the reopening and the recovery ahead of us. From New York City this morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg TV. 16 minutes into the session, here's the price action on the S&P 500. We advanced by a little more than 1%. On the Nasdaq, up by 0.75%. Let's lift the lid, peel this one back and get you some sector price action. Here is Abigail Doolittle.
John, there's pretty solid risk appetite this morning. The disconnect between Main Street and Wall Street continuing. If we go into the Bloomberg terminal and use the IMAP function, we will see all 11 S&P 500 sectors are in fact higher. Healthcare is the worst sector, up just about 0.6%. So even the worst sector is in the green. The top sector that I'd really like to focus on, though, is energy, up 2.4%. Pretty impressive there. Most sectors are actually up by about more than 1%. On the week, John, we are, of course, looking at the first up week for the S&P 500 in 3 weeks. And the sector-wise, it's being led by energy. Something very interesting about energy, John, on the week, it is now up, you can see there, up 6%. Behind it, tech having its best week in about a month. But energy now up for a 7th week in a row, gaining about 32% over that time period. Who knew? Oil's down about 4% over that time period, but it seems as though there is some sector rotation certainly going on into that energy sector. Again, up for a 7th week in a row, the longest weekly winning streak going all the way back to 2011, John.
Abigail, thank you. Fantastic work. Just peeling back this equity market just a little bit, taking a look at the sectors. Central banks have done a real lot over the last couple of months. Some central banks in the last week more challenged than others. I'm thinking about the ECB. This was the ECB President, Christine Lagarde, speaking in the last 24 hours.
We are also mandate driven, and mandate dictates that we do whatever is necessary and whatever is needed in order to actually deliver on our purpose, which will be a factor of circumstances.
ECB President Christine Lagarde on the situation with the ECB, a very unique and significant situation, I have to say that. Central banks have done a lot. We have to spend a whole lot more time thinking about this recovery. The jobs numbers are dreadful. You're used to seeing them, I know, week on week, week on week. Doesn't make it any better though, does it? Let's just hope the future gets a whole lot better as we reopen. Let's turn this conversation now to Mike Collins of PGIM. He joins us on the phone. Mike, fantastic to get your perspective on things as always. Can you help us understand how you develop a better understanding about how long it takes to recover?
Yeah, Jonathan, good morning. Great show. Thanks for having me. You know, we are assuming that this is going to be a very slow but steady recovery. Think of it as an elongated U, or, you know, some people call it the Nike swoosh, where you're going to start recovering now, right? May is going to have better sequential growth than April, and I think that is going to continue every month, probably for a year or two. I mean, yeah, the risk is, you know, as Mohammed said, the W, meaning you get a retrenchment, you get a spike in new cases as the economy opens up, and you have to, you know, retrench and isolate again over the summer. That's a brutal scenario, and I really hope, and our base case is that we do this right, we do it slowly. Where I am now, things are opening up. Restaurants are opening at 25% capacity. Obviously, golf courses and parks and beaches are open, and it's happening. It's happening slowly. I think people are being smart about it, so that's our expectation.
Mike, it's such a strange situation because the shutdown was so artificial and comparisons to history just don't really stack up. Yet people are doing that and they're thinking about how long it took to get rates back to normal after the financial crisis. And they're doing the same thing with this situation as well. How do you think about drawing parallels? It's been a question I've asked a lot on this program. How useful is it to reach for history, to reach for parallels?
It's really not, Jonathan. You know, we've developed our interest rate views at PGIM Fixed Income over the decades based on forward-looking expectations for global growth, for global inflation, for monetary policy, you know, central bank rate expectations, and that's driven our views to have rates continue to go down and stay lower for longer. And here we are. And we're still really in that camp. I think every time you get one of these shocks, whether it's the great financial crisis or this COVID-19 crisis, you get to a new lower level and you stay at that lower level and you don't get back to the previous highs or normal levels of rates. So our expectation for the Fed funds rate, as you know, coming into this, was that it would probably average 1% for the next decade. And now that we're here at 0, 1%, Jonathan, might be the high end of the range for years to come. Maybe 0 to 1 is the new normal on the funds rate. Maybe a 10-year treasury of, 0.5 to 1.5 is the new normal range. So you have to be forward-looking. Even if growth comes back, I think structurally global growth is going to be more challenged for years to come.
Mike, you and I have known each other a long time now, and I remember a number of years ago we were in a conversation and I said, in 10 years' time, how would we look back at this period 10 years backwards? And it was a number of years ago, and it was just when yields were really negative in Europe, and I said, won't we look back at this period as just totally crazy? And you turned around to me and said, Jonathan, in 10 years' time, you will have wished you brought a 30-year treasury with a 3% coupon. And I remember sitting there scratching my head and thinking, wow, and here we are. The reach for yield is still a thing, still evident in the credit market. What's been amazing, Mike, is how much issuance we've had in investment grade and how well received it's been. And I'm just wondering, in the high yield part, as issuance starts to pick up a little bit, are you seeing any signs of indigestion whatsoever, Mike?
Well, certainly in the investment grade market, Jonathan, the market is starting to choke a little bit on this massive amount of supply. Every day we see the new deals being announced in rapid fire succession, and it's overwhelming to be honest with you. Just really in the last few days, I think it's pushed spreads a little bit wider in investment grade markets, and the concessions the companies have to pay, the higher coupons they have to pay to get these deals done in this flooded market is starting to increase again. In the high yield market, we really haven't seen that, right? It's been a much more muted supply story, and demand has been really robust in that market. I mean, I am all in on this reach for yield camp, right? I mean, you just go through some of the numbers. There's nearly $5 trillion sitting in money market funds. The Fed is going to be at 0 for a long time, right? The Treasury is going to issue, about $4 trillion of bonds this year. The Fed has another $5 trillion of dry powder to buy credit product. The savings rate is going to continue to go up or be elevated in this country as rates are low. Man, when this thing settles down, when the economy moderates and recovers, albeit slowly, that reach for yield is going to continue to be a strong secular force that drives credit spreads tighter. That is a very high conviction view we have.
So to be clear here, Mike, because this is important, you've identified the indigestion in the credit market. You don't think that leads to spreads widening. You're sitting on top of this and you're riding this tighter.
In the near term, yes, Jonathan, credit spreads could flatline here or move a little bit wider. And they have, right? Really in the last few weeks, credit spreads in general have, after snapping in from the real wides we saw in March, have stabilized and are maybe just bouncing around here at these levels. But these levels are close to what we used to think of as recessionary levels. Spreads on investment-grade corporate bonds are around 200, and on high-yield bonds are, 750. I mean, emerging market bond spreads have barely started to recover. So, I mean, there is a lot of pain priced into this market. Yeah, so predicting the near term is very difficult, and it may be choppy for a while here. But again, over the longer term, and that's always our emphasis, right? We are long-term investors, as are our clients. It is a spread tightening story.
Mike, appreciate your time this morning. As always, Mike Collins at PGIM. Send my best to Greg and Robert, won't you? And the whole of the team at PGIM. Thank you. Coming up on this program, the White House's response to the payrolls report. And to get some clarity on the road ahead, looking forward to catching up with Larry Kudlow, National Economic Council Director, joins us next on this program.